Chapter 901 He redefined the word genius. This so-called Takamagahara is naturally a large-scale immersive illusion practice space that Shinji created by combining Niobe and Tsukuyomi. In order to avoid being exposed, he did not name it Niobe or Tsukuyomi, but just took the name Takamagahara. The meaning of the abode of God is in line with the strange illusion space he and Wyoming built. After listening to Shinji's explanation, everyone was either amazed or thoughtful. With the war with the Akatsuki organization imminent, even Tsunade, the Hokage, has the need to practice. After all, every improvement in strength before the war can increase the chance of winning. At the same time, everyone also realized that Shinji's current strength is probably the result of continuous practice in Takamagahara. You have to know that a person who can be set at will, how precious it is to have such a close to actual combat environment with realistic scenes and enemies. In order to have such an environment close to actual combat, Konoha even set aside a large area next to the village where every inch of land is valuable and built the current forest of death. In Takamagahara, both the scene and the enemy can be adjusted at will, and the most important thing is that the results of training can be brought back to reality. This is undoubtedly a paradise for ninjas who still have ambitions and want to improve their strength. Thinking of this, Kakashi asked, "Can other people enter your Takamagahara?" This after hesitating for a while, Shinji shook his head, "I haven't tried it. The more times like this, the more you can't be too proactive. If you keep others hanging, they will take the initiative to explore. Okay, you go back first." Tsunade waved her hand, indicating that Shinji could leave. Shinji saluted, turned around and left the Hokage's office without any dragging. After Shinji left, Tsunade looked at everyone in the office. "What do you think?" The third Hokage spoke, combined with the Nine Tails incident that year, what Shinji said should be true. It was not Sasuke who subdued the Nine Tails at that time, but him. Kakashi recalled, "When I arrived, Naruto had already returned to normal. Only Sasuke was still in shock at the scene, so it is not ruled out that someone quietly left the scene before we arrived." Yudin Koharu nodded, "Then the time is right. He is likely to have opened the Mangeki Sharingan on the night of the genocide." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Well, as far as I know, the Uchiha clan is more likely to open the Sharingan when they are greatly stimulated. If it was the genocide that witnessed the genocide of the entire clan, on the night of the clan, it is reasonable that Shinji was stimulated and opened the Mangeki Sharingan." Maitaman Yan doubted, "But he was only 7 years old at that time, would it be?" Tsunade said, "There is no doubt that Uchiha Shinji is a more talented Uchiha than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi." Shizune nodded and said, "Yes, Sasuke is already a rare genius, but compared with Shinji, he immediately became mediocre. He redefined the word genius." Shikaku said, "No matter how much of what Uchiha Shinji said just now is true or false, one thing is certain, that is, he has no ill will towards the village. Under the current situation, this is the best result." Everyone nodded. Today's conversation not only confirmed that Shinji opened the Mangeki Sharingan, but also learned the time when Shinji opened the Mangeki Sharingan and the Awakened Eye technique. Because there is evidence from the Nine Tails incident, Shinji's words are trustworthy. After all, the pattern of the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes was very obvious at that time, and more than one person at the scene had seen it. In addition to Sasuke, Shinji was the only Uchiha left in the village at that time. And the pupil technique Takamagahara revealed by Shinji also solved the doubts in everyone's hearts and let everyone know why Shinji became so strong. So from the result alone, this is already the best result. The third generation said, "But we still need to confirm whether the ability of Takamagahara he mentioned is consistent with his description." Tsunade nodded, "Well, if his Takamagahara is really so magical, maybe we can let the ninjas in the village try it too." Maitaman N said, "The pupil technique of Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan is very strange, we still need to be careful." Yet, everyone agreed. No one dared to take the issue of Mangekyo pupil technique lightly. At this moment, Kakashi stood up, "I have a Sharingan, which is more advantageous in fighting against illusions. Why don't I try it?" Tsunade thought for a moment and agreed, "Okay." The Uchiha clan has always had a saying, that is, the only thing that can fight against the Sharingan is the Sharingan, so letting Kakashi, who has a Sharingan, is strong and experienced, to try is undoubtedly the best choice for the village at present. The third generation then instructed, "When trying, let the Anbu monitor from the outside. Hayashi, you choose a few more clan members to be responsible for remote monitoring." "Understood." Hayashi responded. The reason why he, the head of the Hyuga clan, appeared here was to guard against the illusion attack that Shinji might launch on the village's top leaders. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to participate in such a confidential meeting. After the meeting, Kakashi left the Hokage building, but he thought of Shizuke. At the beginning, it was because the village leaders mistakenly thought that it was Shizuke who stopped the Nine Tails from going berserk that they put such great expectations on Shizuke, or pressure. Now that everything is revealed, others may think that Shizuke is nothing special, but he, who has always taken care of Shizuke and helped Shizuke practice, feels a little sorry for Shizuke. He, who has been praised as a genius since he was a child, has also experienced this kind of high expectations, so only he can empathize with the pressure that Shizuke is under. Kakashi came to the practice field where Shizuke often went, and he really met Shizuke who was practicing hard. Shizuke stopped practicing. Kakashi? What do you want to see me for? Kakashi came to Shizuke. Just now, Shinji admitted in front of the Hokage that he had opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Shizuke frowned and realized something. Is it Sakura? How dare you let Sakura trap me? Kakashi said, it has nothing to do with Sakura. The village has long suspected it, so this time it is Sakura. Lord Ying talked to Shinji in person. Shizuke asked in confusion. Shinji admitted it. Well, he admitted that he opened the Mangeki Sharingan on the night of your Uchiha clan extermination. He was only 7 years old at that time. He also used his own Mangeki Sharingan to calm down the Nine Tails rampage afterwards. We all misunderstood. Kakashi spoke calmly, as if he was just chatting. After listening, Sasuke's pupil shrank. What did you say? He opened the Mangeki Sharingan at the age of 7, how is this possible? Happy Chinese New Year to everyone! Happy Chinese New Year to everyone! 2 chapters updated. On this New Year's Eve, when the whole family is reunited, I wish you all good health and all the best. In the Year of the Dragon, be vigorous and energetic. Also, I would like to ask for a monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 902 Waste. Shizuke felt very frustrated when he learned that Shinji had opened the Mangeki Sharingan before him, but he never thought that Shinji would be so much earlier than him. The night of genocide. Sasuke's eyes were out of focus, and he murmured, this is impossible. Didn't he almost die that night? How could he open the Mangeki Sharingan? Kakashi did not explain. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shizuke knew that great stimulation could cause changes in the Sharingan, so he understood that Shizuke was not unaware, but just unwilling to admit it. Shizuke said angrily, it turns out that he has been lying to me, damn it. Thinking back to when he opened his Mangeki Sharingan and acted arrogantly in front of Shinji, he felt extremely ashamed. Such humiliation was more difficult for him to accept than a severe beating. Kakashi said, there is one more thing I need to explain to you. What is it? Shizuke had a bad feeling. Kakashi said slowly, do you remember the incident when Naruto was attacked and the Nine Tails went berserk? Before Kakashi finished speaking, Shizuke reacted instantly, are you saying that it was Shinji who stopped the Nine Tails? Kakashi nodded, yes, he admitted it in person in front of the Hokage. Bang! Shizuke punched the tree next to him, shaking the trunk back and forth and rustling the leaves on the treetop. He was valued by the village and regarded as a safety lock that could check Naruto because of the incident that stopped the Nine Tails from going berserk. It can be said that if it weren't for that incident, he wouldn't have such a great reputation. It was that incident that gave him the title of Genius Uchiha. Now he knows that all this is a misunderstanding. The one who really stopped the Nine Tails from going berserk was Shinji, who had already opened the Mangeki Sharingan at that time. And he was just a lucky guy who happened to be there at the right time, but was not only scared out of his wits, but also took the credit for Shinji's work. Such a gap made the always proud Shizuke ashamed. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Shizuke on the shoulder, and whispered, I tell you this not to humiliate you, but to make you understand that you should not be crushed by the pressure you once had. You have to learn to know yourself again and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Shizuke gritted his teeth, you want me to understand that I am just a waste, right? Kakashi shook his head, you are not a waste. What am I not a waste? Shizuke broke down instantly and yelled, Shinji opened the Mangeki Sharingan at the age of 7, and I needed Shinji to play a play in front of me, so that I could barely open the Mangeki Sharingan at the age of 11 or 12, and then I was defeated like a clown. What am I not a waste? If it is us, then what are your classmates? Sighing, Kakashi said, Shizuke, we must learn to accept our true selves. No. Suzuki held his head in his hands. His self-esteem and beliefs did not allow him to accept a mediocre and incompetent self, because once he accepted such a self, he was worried that he would no longer have the courage to seek revenge. Kakashi said no more and turned away. Knowing the real self has always been a painful thing. Even for him, there are things that he does not want to face deep in his heart, so he knows that persuasion is useless and can only let Suzuki think and understand by himself. In his opinion, Suzuki, whose pupil power is exhausted, is currently in a low period, and it is a good time to calm down and get to know himself. After all, it is not easy for people to reflect when they are proud. The next day, Kakashi found Shinji and proposed request to see Takamagahara. Although he had been waiting for the village to offer it to him, Shinji did not agree immediately. Instead, he emphasized to Kakashi that he had never let outsiders enter Takamagahara and said that he needed a day to consider the matter. Kakashi expressed his understanding. Shinji refused Kakashi not only to reduce the suspicion of the village, but also to buy some time to solve some minor problems that currently exist in Takamagahara with Wuming. The fusion of the eye techniques of the two kaleidoscope levels is not achieved overnight. It requires careful investigation of hidden dangers and careful construction of details. And Shinji's request for a day to consider was also conveyed to the Hokage's office by Kakashi as soon as possible. As Shinji expected, the more he shirked responsibility, the more at ease Tsunade and the advisory elders felt, so the village leaders readily agreed to Shinji's request. As for Shinji's public admission in the Hokage's office that he had opened the Manjiki Sharingan, the village leaders issued a gag order, and all those who knew about it must strictly keep it secret. One day passed in a flash. A day later, Kakashi visited Shinji's apartment again. Kakashi greeted him and then asked, "Have you thought about it?" Shinji nodded, "Okay, since Kakashi teacher wants to see my Takamagahara so much, then I won't hide it." Then, Shinji and Kakashi came to the practice field he often went to. Along the way, Shinji was secretly observing and found that in addition to many Anbu nearby, there seemed to be Hyuga tribesmen squatting in the distance. The village is really vigilant. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, this is also natural. Facing the Mangekyo level eye technique, let alone the village leaders, even if he now has the 6 Megatama Samsara eye, he still has to be vigilant enough. After arriving at the practice field, Shinji asked Kakashi, "Kakashi teacher, are you ready?" Kakashi glanced at the time, then smiled and said, "I have been looking forward to it these 2 days. Let's get started." After that, he pushed up the forehead protector that blocked his left eye, revealing the scarlet Sharingan in his left eye socket. Shinji glanced at Kakashi's Sharingan in his left eye. Others may not know, but Shinji knows that this Sharingan is one of the most precious Mangekyo Sharingan in the current ninja world, because it contains a very rare time-space eye technique. Kakashi shouldn't have discovered it's a Mangeki Sharingan at this time, right? No, so many things have happened in this time and space, we can't just apply the information of the original time and space. Kakashi has come into contact with so many Mangeki Sharingans. With his talent, he has probably discovered that his Sharingan is a Mangeki Sharingan, and he may even have mastered the Kamyu. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Shinji gathered his thoughts. Then he used the 8,000 spears that had been connected to Wuming to confirm various aspects with Wuming in his heart, and finally launched the Takamagahara towards Kakashi. Chapter 903 No, you don't know. As Shinji launched the pupil technique, Kakashi was slightly startled, and then he found himself in a scarlet world. Kakashi was shocked. Because the whole process was too smooth, his Mangeki Sharingan had almost no resistance, and he had already fallen into Shinji's illusion space. How is this possible? My left eye is also a Mangeki Sharingan. Theoretically, it should be able to resist the Mangeki eye technique. Kakashi analyzed secretly. Obviously, the current Kakashi was not killed instantly by attackist Tsukuyomi as in the original time and space, so he did not know that the Mangeki Sharingan was only resistant to illusions and could not resist the powerful Mangeki eye technique like Tsukuyomi. What's more, Shinji's Takamagahara is a collection of the 3 major Mangeki eye techniques of Tsukuyomi, Niobe, and 8,000 spears. In terms of eye strength alone, it is beyond the existence of Tsukuyomi. So Kakashi thought that he could resist Takamagahara with only the Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye, which was undoubtedly his overthinking. However, Kakashi was an elite who had seen the world after all. He quickly suppressed his doubts and looked around. What he saw was a scarlet world. Looking up, there was a huge phantom of a Sharingan hanging in the air above his head, as if the scarlet of the whole world was reflected by this phantom of the Sharingan. Is that Shinji's Sharingan? In such a shocking scene, even Kakashi felt his mind shaken for a moment. Then he lowered his head and looked around. Under his feet, there was a huge platform, and at the edge of the platform was a fog that could not be penetrated by sight. When he came to the edge of the platform to observe, he found that the entire platform seemed to stand on the sea of fog. Once he stepped out, he might fall into eternal damnation. Suddenly, Shinji's voice came from behind him, "This is my Takamagahara." Kakashi turned around and found that Shinji's figure suddenly appeared on the platform. Shinji strolled on the platform and introduced slowly, "Here, I can control everything including matter and time." As if to prove Shinji's words, the originally flat platform instantly turned into an uneven mountainous area, followed by a canyon, forest, snowfield, river, and lake. All the transformations were completed in an instant, as if as long as Shinji wanted, this place would immediately become what he wanted. Kakashi couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Because when the surroundings turned into a lake, he just squatted on the ground and grabbed a snowball from the snowfield, still in his hand. What shocked him most was that the cold feeling on the snowball was no different from the real thing. With his experience, no matter what method he tried, he couldn't see through the snowball in his hand. Throwing the snowball in his hand into the lake, looking at the splashing water, Kakashi exclaimed, "This is incredible." Shinji smiled and then introduced, "In addition to the environment, I can also create imaginary enemies at will. Of course, it must be an enemy I have seen, preferably an enemy I have fought with." As soon as Shinji finished speaking, a series of phantoms appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi looked at them and his expression suddenly became stern. Because he found that among these phantoms, there were not only Shinji's classmates in the ninja school, such as Yakumo, Suzuki, Niji, Kimimaro, but also members of the Akatsuki organization, such as Hirako, who had completed the bloodline fusion ceremony and possessed 5 bloodline limits. Pointing at Hirako, Kakashi asked, "Shinji, can your eye technique simulate Hirako realistically?" Shinji said, 100% of the reality is obviously impossible, but 70% to 80% should be possible. And I can freely enhance or weaken a certain ability of the imaginary enemy according to the needs, so if I can't accurately simulate the strength of the imaginary enemy, I can also make fine adjustments to make the imaginary enemy closer to the enemy's real state. After listening to Shinji's explanation, Kakashi suddenly realized. He had felt that Shinji seemed too comfortable when fighting against Hirako. Judging from his experience, there are only 2 possibilities for this: either Shinji is very strong, or Shinji knows Hirako very well. With his understanding of Takamagahara, he finally realized that it was not that Shinji's strength was far superior to Hirako, but that Shinji used Takamagahara to understand Hirako's methods, so when he really faced Hirako, he seemed so at ease. Thinking of this, Kakashi was eager to try. "Can I try it?" "Choose Hirako." "Of course." Shinji waved his hand. The other phantoms disappeared instantly, while Hirako's phantom gradually solidified, and finally appeared in front of Kakashi as if alive. This. Kakashi thought he was going to fight with Hirako's phantom, but he didn't expect that Shinji's pupil technique could create a person who was exactly the same as the real Hirako. Even with the most discerning eyes, he couldn't find any flaws in the Hirako in front of him. Shinji stepped aside and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Kakashi nodded. Shinji waved his hand again, and the scene around him changed again, from the previous lake to the scene of Konoha village. Kakashi then realized that the scene around him was exactly the scene he encountered with Okuya when Okuya invaded Konoha for the first time. Because everything was too real, he was even a little dazed. Shua! Just when Kakashi was stunned, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, Okuya rushed towards him. Kakashi quickly gathered his mind and greeted him. As soon as they fought, a familiar feeling came over him, and he couldn't help but secretly say, "This speed, this power, is exactly the same as Hirako." Although he had overestimated the power of Takamagahara again and again, it was only after he really fought with the fake Hirako in Takamagahara that Kakashi realized that he had underestimated Shinji's Takamagahara too much, because he felt that he was fighting with the real Hirako. After a while, Kakashi raised his hand to signal Shinji to stop. Shinji immediately froze everything around him, including the fake Hirako who was about to launch an attack on Kakashi. Looking at Hirako who was frozen in place for a moment, Kakashi panted and said, it's amazing, it's really amazing. Shinji smiled and said, it's just so-so. Kakashi said hurriedly, with it, we can simulate the scene of fighting with members of the Akatsuki organization, which will be of immeasurable help to our decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization. Shinji nodded, I know. Kakashi became more excited, no, you don't know, if it can be promoted, the combat power of our village can be improved by a whole level. Chapter 904 Try. Looking at the excited Kakashi, Shinji smiled in his heart, but his face did not show it at all. Everything was originally his calculation, and he wanted such an effect, because only when the itch was scratched, the village would take the initiative to send Konoha ninjas into Takamagahara. Soon, Shinji lifted the pupil technique. After exiting Shinji's Takamagahara, Kakashi subconsciously checked the time and found that only 5 minutes had passed since he entered Takamagahara, but he felt that he had been in Takamagahara for at least 20 minutes. Therefore, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaimed, hey! Seeing this, Shinji explained, I sped up the time in Takamagahara. If the flow of time inside and outside is the same, it would be a waste of time. Kakashi was silent. When he listened to Shinji's introduction before, he did hear Shinji say that he could control all the materials and time in Takamagahara, but he thought it was Shinji's boasting. He didn't expect that Shinji could actually control the flow of time in Takamagahara. Then, Kakashi asked tentatively, is it 1/4? Shinji nodded, as expected of Mr. Kakashi. Just now, the speed of time in Takamagahara was indeed 1/4 of that in the real world. In fact, ordinary people can't perceive it as clearly as Kakashi. After a pause of 1/4, Kakashi whispered, that is to say, 4 hours of training in Takamagahara is equivalent to only 1 hour in reality. Such efficiency is really terrible. Shinji said casually, it's okay. 1/4 of the time flow rate is not the limit of Takamagahara. In fact, as long as he doesn't care about the loss of pupil power, Shinji can do it in Takamagahara like Tsukuyomi, where one moment is a lifetime, but it's just not necessary. After repeated attempts by him and Wuming, they found that keeping the time flow rate in Takamagahara at 1/4 of the level in the real world can maximize the balance between saving time and pupil power consumption. Thinking of something, Kakashi hurriedly asked, Shinji, when you activate this technique, does it consume a lot of pupil power? Shinji pondered for a moment, fortunately, I have used it for several years, and my pupil power can still support it. This technique does not consume much pupil power. Great! Kakashi became excited. After saying goodbye to Shinji, Kakashi immediately came to the Hokage building. Knowing that Kakashi had experienced Shinji's Takamagahara, Tsunade quickly summoned all the high-level officials in the village to listen to Kakashi's report together. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi met everyone's gaze and said, Shinji's Takamagahara is a very strategically valuable technique. If it can be used reasonably, it can greatly increase our chances of winning in the decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization. Midaman said, Kakashi, aren't you exaggerating too much? Other people also showed doubtful expressions on their faces. The decisive battle between the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization is a battle related to the external structure of the ninja world. No matter how strange the Manjiki technique is, it is difficult to change the trend of the entire battle by itself. Faced with doubts, Kakashi was very calm. He did not argue, but narrated the whole process of his entry into Takamagahara. After listening to Kakashi's story, everyone frowned. What can change the scene at will, change the enemy at will, and control the speed of time, etc., these are just unbelievable just by listening. If these words were not spoken by Kakashi, they would definitely suspect that the person who said these words was crazy. The third generation said in a deep voice, Kakashi, are you sure you are not under the illusion? Kakashi shook his head, I can't be sure of this. Everyone was a little disappointed. However, Kakashi continued, but there is one thing I can be sure of, that is, I really got the experience of fighting with Hiriko. Those experiences are vivid in my mind now. I can't even tell whether it is true or false. In short, it appeared in my mind and lingered. Shikaku asked, how realistic is the Hiriko created by Shinji in Takamagahara? What level of similarity with the real Hiriko? Kakashi said, based on my understanding of Hiriko, I can't tell the difference between the Hiriko in Takamagahara and the real Hiriko. When fighting, I felt that I was facing the real Hiriko. And after a fierce battle, many of my previous guesses were verified. Hiriko is not without weaknesses, but we just didn't find them before. As long as I have the opportunity to enter Takamagahara again, I will definitely find his weaknesses. Such a firm Kakashi gradually influenced everyone. So, everyone looked at Hayashi on the side. Hayashi said, I have checked with the Byakugan, Kakashi is not under the illusion, his body is normal. Yudin Kohara sighed, is it all true? Can Shinji's Takamagahara be so terrifying? Tsunade said, don't underestimate the pupil technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yudin Kohara said, if so, we can practice a perfect tactic against each member of the Akatsuki organization in Shinji's Takamagahara. The third generation nodded, and then asked Kakashi, how many people can Shinji's Takamagahara accommodate? How much pupil power is consumed? Kakashi replied, regarding the number of people that can be accommodated, I haven't confirmed it with him yet, but he told me the eye power of Takamagahara is not much consumed. He has used it for many years and his eye power can still support it. He has not experienced the phenomenon of eye power exhaustion like Suzuki. Tsunade knocked on the table lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and then asked, what do you think? Yudin Kohara was the first to speak, if Shinji's Takamagahara can help us win the war with the Akatsuki organization, then we should use it. Mitomano agreed, not bad. The third generation still maintained sufficient vigilance and said, I suggest trying it on a small scale first, and then promoting it on a large scale after confirming its safety. Agree. I agree too. Not bad. Others agreed. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately decided, Kakashi, the task of recruiting the first batch of trialists is handed over to you, you come to select the personnel. Yes. Kakashi responded. The third generation reminded him, the task of the first batch of testers is to comprehensively evaluate Shinji's Takamagahara, so you should focus on this aspect when recruiting. Tsunade also added, in addition, you must communicate well with Shinji. Even if the pupil power consumption is small, it is still a kaleidoscope-level pupil technique. Chapter 905 Rebuilding the Konoha Police Force. Shinji thought that after Kakashi returned, the village leaders would discuss it for a few days, but unexpectedly, Kakashi found him again the next day. Looking at Kakashi, who was usually lazy and undisciplined Kakashi, with his urgent look at this time, Shinji couldn't help thinking, it seems that I still underestimated the pressure that Akatsuki brought to the village. Obviously. Shinji only considered the fear of the village leaders towards him and the Manjiki Eye technique, but underestimated the village leaders' concerns about the upcoming decisive battle with Akatsuki. Compared with him, the village leaders are obviously more afraid of Akatsuki. Kakashi sincerely requested, Shinji, after learning about your Takamagahara, the Hokage was very shocked and happy. The village hopes that you can let more people enter Takamagahara and conduct actual combat exercises with simulated Akatsuki members in Takamagahara. This. Shinji pretended to hesitate. According to common sense, any Manjiki Uchiha would not be able to show his Manjiki Eye technique to the public so easily. As if he had guessed that Shinji would be embarrassed, Kakashi immediately stated the conditions offered by the village. The Hokage promised that as long as you can agree, the village will recognize the independence of your team, and you will be promoted to a Jonin immediately. Shinji still hesitated. His team already has a very high degree of independence. Kakashi mentioned that the village recognized the independence of his team, which actually means that he does not need to accept any high-level leadership except the Hokage. In other words, as long as Tsunade does not give him instructions, no one in the village can mobilize his team, including several advisory elders. And being promoted directly from a genin to a jonin is also a promotion that breaks many rules. However, with Shinji's status as a Mangekyo Uchiha, it is not too much to get a jonin. At most, it will save Shinji some time to gain experience. Kakashi asked, what do you think? Shinji shook his head, not enough. Not enough. Kakashi was slightly stunned, and immediately asked, what other requests do you have? Feel free to ask. Shinji pondered for a moment and stated his conditions, I want to rebuild the Konoha police force. This. Kakashi frowned, he never expected Shinji to make this request. You should know that after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Konoha police force controlled by the Uchiha clan was taken over by the Hokage building. A few years later, the Konoha police force was completely disbanded, and the functions it shouldered were taken over by the Anbu. It can be said that the Hokage family spent a lot of money to fundamentally uproot the thorn in the eyes and flesh of the Konoha police force. Now Shinji actually wants to rebuild the Konoha police force, which has to make Kakashi feel embarrassed. Soon, Kakashi handed this difficult problem to Tsunade. Tsunade frowned. He wants to rebuild the Konoha police force. The third generation shook his head and sighed. This Uchiha Shinji, he really picked a good time. The two advisory elders, Utane Koharu and Midaman En, also frowned. They were afraid of the Uchiha clan before, or the main reason why the Uchiha clan had the idea of rebellion was the Konoha police force. Because of the existence of the Konoha police force, the Uchiha clan can maintain a well-equipped and well-trained ninja army in the village openly. This is something that other ninja clans in the village do not have. Even the Hyuga clan, which is also a family of Ijutsu blood inheritance, does not have this right. So as long as the Konoha police force exists for one day, the Uchiha clan will have the opportunity to launch an armed coup. After weighing it for a moment, Tsunade made a decision. Promise him. What? Midaman En was shocked. Tsunade explained, the most urgent task now is to deal with the threat of Akatsuki, and other things can be dealt with later. Besides, rebuilding the Konoha police force is not something that can be done overnight, nor can it be done by Uchiha Shinji alone. We don't need to affect the current life and death battle for a hidden danger 10 years later or even longer. The third generation smoking a pipe said, yes, Uchiha Shinji currently only has his team. Even if Uchiha Sasuke is added, there are only a few people. It can't support the framework of the police force. Giving him an empty shell to let him work is not necessarily a bad thing. Udaten Koharu said, so he has been thinking about this idea. But this at least shows that he is reliable. The reason is simple. Shinji's request to rebuild the Konoha police force is obviously aimed at restoring the glory of the Uchiha clan. This shows that no matter how amazing Shinji is, he is still the Uchiha they are familiar with, and he is still bound by the glory of the family in the past. Such an Uchiha may rebel, but will not collude with foreign enemies. Tsunade continued, it seems that there should be no problem with Shinji's Takamagahara. Kakashi, you have to hurry up to recruit the first batch of trialists. There seems to be another change in the Akatsuki organization. I'm afraid we don't have much time to prepare. I understand. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave the Hokage's office. He didn't delay and immediately told Shinji about Tsunade's decision. After learning that the village had given in and allowed him to rebuild the Konoha police force, Shinji himself was actually a little surprised. He made this request, firstly, to bargain with the village to dilute the village's suspicion of Takamagahara. Secondly, he wanted to disguise himself as a traditional Uchiha who was dedicated to reviving the Uchiha clan, so that the village would not keep an eye on him all the time. As a result, the imagined bargaining did not happen, and the village actually he agreed immediately. That's right. I only have a 4-man team. Even if I have the title of Konoha Police Force, I can't support the Konoha Police Force for a while. Shinji shook his head and smiled. But this is the truth. But the fact that the village leaders agreed so readily still shows that Tsunade is indeed quite decisive. On the other side, Kakashi gathered Yui Kurane, Asuma, Kai, Shizuan, Red Bean, and Hei-8 together. At first, the senior ninjas thought there was some secret mission. After listening to Kakashi's story, they realized that they were asked to be the first batch of guinea pigs to try Shinji's Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique. Did Shinji really open the Manjiki Sharingan? Is that so? That kid is really patient. People like Yui Kurane, Kai, and Hei-8, who just learned that Shinji opened the Manjiki Sharingan, all sighed. Red Bean was curious. Kakashi, Shinji's Takamagahara is really amazing. Kakashi nodded slightly, you will know when you go in. Chapter 906 Shinji's Bad Taste. Hei-8 asked, then what should we pay attention to? Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, what you need to do is to observe and analyze with your respective expertise. Analyze everything about Takamagahara so that the Hokage and the advisory elders can understand Takamagahara more clearly. Kakashi didn't recruit these people randomly. Yui Kurane is an expert in illusion. Asuma once served as one of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Fire Country Daimyo and is well informed. Kai is calm and has an unparalleled intuition. Shizuan is a medical ninja. Although she has not mastered her uncle's spiritual transformation technique, she still has a very high ability to identify spirits. Red Bean is not only smart and capable, but also has an extremely sharp perception. Hei-8 masters transparent escape and has a far better perception of the environment than ordinary ninjas. These senior ninjas are either proficient in certain fields or experienced. As guinea pigs, or as investigators, they are perfect. After listening to Kakashi's words, everyone understood their respective tasks and stopped talking nonsense. Soon, Kakashi led the first batch of trialists and found Shinji, who had been waiting for a long time, in the practice field where Shinji often went. Shinji asked, "Are all the people here?" Kakashi nodded slightly, "Well, the first batch of personnel are all here." "Okay." Nodding, Shinji swept his eyes across the group of jonin and said, "I will launch Takamagahara on you soon, please don't panic." Asuma said, "Panic? You underestimate us too much." Hung Ban frowned, "Shinji, then you have to be more serious, not all illusions can work on me." Hungdo licked her tongue and joked, "What a nasty kid." Because he was saved by Shinji, Heiei didn't say much, just nodded lightly. Shinji didn't argue and directly launched Takamagahara. In an instant, the jonin found that everything around them had changed. The training ground they were in turned into a huge stone platform, and a scarlet Sharingan shadow hung high above their heads. How is it possible? This hit? The expressions of the jonin suddenly changed. Especially Hong, as the master of illusion in the village, she was very confident in her illusion ability, otherwise, she would not have tried to use illusion against Itaki in the original time and space. However, including her, all the jonins were forcibly taken into Takamagahara by Shinji without any resistance, just like Kakashi before. Kakashi, who had been here once, said, "Don't be nervous, this is Takamagahara." Although the jonins calmed down, they still remained alert. At this time, Shinji's figure appeared in front of everyone. "Everyone, do you want to try a group battle? Or a single-player actual combat exercise?" Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Can we all choose a single-player actual combat exercise?" "Of course." Shinji snapped his fingers as he spoke. Instantly, the jonins found themselves being transferred to different giant stone platforms, and there was a Shinji in front of each of them. Then, Shinji asked each jonin, "What kind of battle scene and imaginary enemy do you want?" Kakashi naturally wanted to challenge Hirako again. Asuma, Kurane Ui, Anko, and Shizuan answered whatever. Guy's answer was Kakashi. And Heiei's answer was Ranmaru. For those who had clear targets, Shinji made them get what they wanted. Kakashi encountered Hirako again, Kai met Kakashi, and Heiei faced Ranmaru who also mastered transparent release again. As for the few people who didn't have clear targets, Shinji thought about it and assigned enemies to them respectively. On the stone platform, Asuma was looking around, but because each stone platform was covered by fog, he couldn't see the scenes on other stone platforms. Just then, two phantoms appeared on his stone platform. "Has the imaginary enemy appeared?" Asuma whispered, and then cast his eyes. Then, his pupil shrank, because he found that the two shadows not far away gradually solidified and turned into two members of the Akatsuki organization wearing bamboo hats and red cloud clothes, and the surrounding scene turned into the door of a gold exchange. Akatsuki organization. Asuma smiled. On the stone platform of Hong, a shadow suddenly appeared, which aroused Hong's vigilance. She stared at the shadow and wondered, is this the imaginary enemy created by Shinji? Who could it be? In just 1 or 2 breaths, the shadow gradually solidified. Hong's expression suddenly became serious, because the opponent was not only wearing the red cloud clothes of the Akatsuki organization, but also flashing a pair of scarlet Sharingan in his eyes. Uchiha Itaki? Humph, he is indeed a good opponent. Hong smiled confidently. Then, the surrounding scene also changed, from a flat stone platform to a river bank that she was somewhat familiar with. However, she did not pay attention to the change of the scene, because all her attention was focused on the fake Uchiha Itaki opposite. On the stone platform of Shizuan. Looking at the figure opposite, Shizuan frowned slightly. He is Kabuto Yakushi. Then, she felt a little strange. Shinji had reported to Tsunade before that Kabuto Yakushi was the liaison messenger between Orochimaru and Danzo, and it was also Danzo that Kabuto Yakushi reported to Shinji. So she didn't quite understand why Shinji chose Kabuto Yakushi, a wanted criminal, as her imaginary enemy. Then, the surrounding scene changed into an endless grassland. On the stone platform of Red Bean. Red Bean's body couldn't help shaking, and even she herself was not sure whether it was because of anger or excitement. The figure that appeared opposite her was not someone else, but her former instructor Orochimaru. Looking at the other party's playful expression, Hongdu also grinned. What a Uchiha Shinji, I didn't expect him to understand me so well. If there is any knot in her heart that she can never let go of, it is undoubtedly Orochimaru's betrayal. Orochimaru was once her admired and trusted teacher, but it was this teacher who made her proud, that made her a traitor in the eyes of people overnight, and made her suffer countless accusations and cold eyes. So no one knows that her carelessness is just a layer of protection she puts on herself, and the snake-type ninjutsu she constantly practices is to prove to Orochimaru how wrong Orochimaru's decision to abandon her was. Therefore, even if she is only facing the fake Orochimaru, she can't help but tremble with excitement. On the original stone platform, Shinji sat on his stone chair, looking at the pictures in front of him, and these pictures were all pictures of the senior ninjas who entered Takamagahara fighting with imaginary enemies. He smiled, haha, do I have a bad taste? Chapter 907 Reality. Soon, Shinji finished this Takamagahara. With the end of the eye technique, the jonins who were pulled into Takamagahara by Shinji also returned to the small training ground where they were originally. Except for Kai, who was slightly excited, the other jonins were either thoughtful or silent, making the atmosphere on the field very strange. Shinji held back his laughter. As the person who launched Takamagahara, the process of the jonins' actual combat exercises in Takamagahara naturally could not escape his eyes. Except for Kai, almost everyone else was defeated quickly, even Kakashi was no exception. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. Asuma stared at Shinji and spoke first. Are the imaginary enemies you created for me in the eye technique real? I mean, how similar are their strengths to the two real Akatsuki members? Shinji said, I can't confirm this. Asuma breathed a sigh of relief. So the imaginary enemies you created should be stronger than the real Akatsuki, right? Shinji shook his head, because it's just a real combat exercise, and it's 1 against 2, so I weakened their strength a little. What? Asuma's face changed. In Takamagahara, he ended up in a miserable defeat. If the imaginary enemy was weakened, wouldn't it mean that if he met the real Kakuzu and Haiden, he would have almost no chance of winning? However, this is the fact. In the original time and space, Kakuzu could easily suppress Kakashi, Koji, and Ino alone, and his strength was enough to be a cage-level figure. In addition, with Haiden mastering the skill of death by blood, Asuma has a very low tolerance for error in battle and cannot be injured at all. Therefore, if Asuma encounters Kakuzu and Haiden alone in reality, he must either retreat immediately or die. Asuma was speechless, and Hong stood up again. No matter how strong Uchiha Itaki is, he can't bounce back my illusion instantly. Shinji, did you do something wrong in setting up the imaginary enemy? Shinji was helpless. Your imaginary enemy has been weakened by about 30% of his pupil power. This is based on the pupil power of the Manjiki Sharingan. The real Uchiha Itaki will only be stronger. Hong was a little skeptical. How is it possible? At this time, Shizuan stood up. Shinji, why did you create such an imaginary enemy for me? And he is just a spy, how can he be so strong? I am not his opponent at all. Shinji explained, Senior Shizuan, regarding your imaginary enemy, I can only say that I have not made any additional weakening. Shizuan was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Are you saying that Kabuto Yakushi really has this? How strong is it? Shinji nodded gently, it will only become stronger. Compared to Asuma, Hong, and Shizuan who raised questions, the remaining 3 people, Kakashi, Red Bean, and Hayate, remained silent. Kakashi seemed to be still recalling the battle in Takamagahara just now, sometimes frowning, sometimes with flashing eyes. Red Bean was a little lost. She fought against Orochimaru in Takamagahara, and was beaten by Orochimaru almost the whole time, without even a chance to fight back. Hayashi's situation was very similar, but his battle process was very short, and he was killed by the fake Ranmaru created by Shinji in just a few breaths, so he couldn't even recall it, because there was really nothing worth recalling. After a while, Kakashi came back to his senses. He first glanced at the senior ninjas, took in the expressions on their faces, and then said to Shinji, Shinji, thank you very much. No need. Shinji waved his hand. After saying goodbye to Shinji, the jonins came to the Hokage's office together. Looking at the jonins who looked strange and hesitated to speak, Tsunade frowned and asked, you should have seen Shinji's Takamagahara, right? Tell me what you think. Guy stood up, the imaginary enemy I challenge is Kakashi. Based on my understanding of Kakashi, the fake Kakashi in Takamagahara is very similar to the real Kakashi. Tsunade became interested. Oh, how high? Guy thought for a moment, at least 95%. Tsunade's eyes condensed. Not only Tsunade, but other jonins also looked sideways, because everyone knew the relationship between Guy and Kakashi, and they also knew that they often sparred together, so if you want to say who knows Kakashi best among their group, it must be Guy. Kakashi said in a deep voice, are they really that similar? 95% similarity is almost equivalent to one person, because even if it is the same person, the state at different times will also fluctuate. Kai said, I know, but this is how I feel. Tsunade swept her eyes to the other jonin who entered Takamagahara and asked, what about you? Did you find anything? Unexpectedly, everyone fell silent. Tsunade frowned. Shizuan, you go first. Shizuan had no choice but to say, I didn't find anything, because the imaginary enemy created by Shinji for me was Kabuto Yakushi, who was wanted by us not long ago. I am not familiar with him. Tsunade asked casually, oh, what about the result of the fight? Shizuan lowered her head. Looking at Shizuan's expression of extremely poor experience, Tsunade guessed the result, so she skipped Shizuan and asked Asuma, what about you? Asuma said, very real. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, only this. Yes. Asuma also lowered his head. Yui Kurane was worried, Anko was in a state of despair, and Heiei was even more embarrassed, so Tsunade glanced at them and didn't even bother to ask. Undoubtedly, the first batch of jonins who entered Takamagahara seemed to have suffered a lot from the imaginary enemies created by Shinji. Before tomorrow, everyone must submit a detailed report on the experience of Takamagahara to the Hokage's office, disband. Tsunade gave the order, and then only left Kakashi, waving her hand to send the other jonin away. After everyone left the office, Tsunade asked Kakashi, what do you think about the imaginary enemies created by Shinji in Takamagahara? Kakashi said, I asked Shinji about this question privately, and he said that the degree of reality of the imaginary enemy created in Takamagahara is linked to his familiarity with the imaginary enemy. The more familiar he is with the person, the closer the imaginary enemy can be created in Takamagahara. Tsunade said, so, it is impossible for Shinji to simulate the imaginary enemies of all members of the Akatsuki organization in Takamagahara. Kakashi replied, according to Shinji, even if there is only text information, he can create the corresponding imaginary enemy in Takamagahara, but he can't judge how much similarity there is to the real one. So the imaginary enemies of the Akatsuki organization members who he can create the closest to the real one are currently only those who have fought with him, such as Hirako, Ranmaru, Shenung, etc. Chapter 908 The Village's Conspiracy. After receiving this information, Tsunade convened a high-level meeting in the name of the Hokage again. Soon, the village's high-level officials gathered in the Hokage's office. Just as Tsunade was about to start the meeting, an Anbu came to her side and asked, Hokage, according to the regulations, Uchiha Shinji is also qualified to participate in the meeting. Do we need to notify him? After hearing the Anbu's request, everyone suddenly realized. Now Shinji is no longer a captain in the Anbu, but the captain of the Konoha police force, the head of a department, so he is qualified to participate in the village's high-level meeting. Tsunade was stunned at first, and then said, the official appointment has not been issued yet. Shinji is still in the Anbu, so there is no need to notify him for this high-level meeting. Yes. The Anbu responded and quietly withdrew. This little episode made the participants, the senior officials who attended the meeting, suddenly realized that Uchiha Shinji had reached the same level as them and was a powerful person who needed to be taken seriously. Tsunade tapped the table lightly, signaled everyone to be quiet, and said, okay, let Kakashi talk about the first batch of trialists' experience of Takamagahara. Kakashi immediately described to the senior officials the experience of Takamagahara by the senior ninjas before. After learning that the authenticity of the imaginary enemy created by Takamagahara is related to Shinji's familiarity with the imaginary enemy, the village senior officials were all thoughtful. This is actually reasonable. If a person who Shinji has never heard of can be perfectly made into an imaginary enemy by Takamagahara, it would be a bit scary. But in this way, the village senior officials' plan to use Takamagahara to completely analyze every member of the Akatsuki organization failed. After a long time, the third generation said, even so, the ability shown in Takamagahara, even if it is just for ordinary training, its effect is far beyond other special training methods. Shikaku nodded, yes, time and matter can be controlled at will in Takamagahara. The training efficiency is at least 5 to 10 times higher than outside, which is completely suitable for all Konoha ninjas. Koharu Yudin asked, "You mean to open Takamagahara so that every ninja in the village can enjoy the training effect of Takamagahara?" Midaman said, "It's not impossible. We can arrange some personnel to conduct targeted training for members of the Akatsuki organization in Takamagahara. At the same time, let more ninjas in the village enter Takamagahara and train according to their own plans. In this way, the overall strength of our Konoha the strength can be comprehensively improved." Yudin Koharu questioned, "In this way, the information about Shinji opening the Mangeki Sharingan and the information about Takamagahara will be difficult to keep secret." Shikaku took over the conversation, "Although Shinji's own information is important, the war is imminent, and I personally think it is worth losing his information in exchange for the improvement of the strength of the entire village. Moreover, the Hokage has agreed to his request to rebuild the Konoha police force. Once this news is officially announced, I am afraid that everyone can guess the fact that Shinji has opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Anyone who is slightly familiar with the political structure of Konoha knows what the Konoha police force means, so if Konoha allows Shinji, a 12 or 13-year-old boy, to rebuild the Konoha police force, it can be seen as a compromise of the Konoha high level to Uchiha Shinji. From this, it is not difficult to infer that Shinji has opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, an Uchiha boy who does not even have the Mangeki Sharingan is not qualified to make the Konoha high-level concessions." Koharu Yudin naturally understood this truth, so she continued, "Provide Takamagahara to all ninjas in the village, can his pupil power hold up?" Instantly, the office fell silent. There is no doubt that the proposal to let all ninjas in the village enjoy the efficient training ability brought by Shinji's Takamagahara itself also intends to consume Shinji's pupil power. Shinji's current strength has aroused the fear of the village's top leaders, and Shinji has proposed to rebuild the Konoha police force, which makes the village's top leaders pay more attention to Shinji. At present, Shinji is only 12 or 13 years old, and there are only a few subordinates. He does not pose a big threat to the village's top leaders, but who can tell what will happen in 5 or 10 years? Let a genius like Shinji, who has both strength and reputation, accumulate strength for 10 years. None of the top leaders present are sure that they can suppress Shinji. By then, Shinji will become a sharp blade hanging over the heads of all the village's top leaders, which may fall at any time. Considering this, the most reliable way to resolve the threat is to persuade Shinji with the righteousness of helping the village and consume Shinji's Mangeki pupil power bit by bit. Koharu Yudin is not a fool, she quickly realized this. When she realized it, she immediately made a choice and chose to be consistent with other senior officials on this issue. This means that she has to abandon Shinji, but she can only choose this way, because she just needs Shinji to help her maintain power, and she doesn't want to be hostile to all senior officials for Shinji. Ah! In her heart, Koharu Yudin still sighed lightly. It can be imagined that once Shinji's pupil power is exhausted, his strength will be greatly reduced, and when the time is right, the village will inevitably disband the Konoha police force again. At that time, if Shinji knows the current situation, the village will definitely not embarrass him, but if Shinji is unwilling to let go, the result will be worrying. But on second thought, Koharu Yudin is a little fortunate. Let's not talk about whether the village can survive the decisive battle with Akatsuki safely. Even if it survives, it will take 10 years or even longer to deal with Shinji. By that time, she may have retired, so many problems may not need her to face them personally. Kakashi, who was standing by, also reacted at this time and understood the intentions of the senior leaders. He felt sorry for Shinji. But he quickly restrained his emotions. As a Konoha ninja, he had long been prepared to sacrifice for the village, so in his eyes, it was natural for any Konoha ninja to contribute to the village, and Shinji was no exception. This high-level meeting ended quickly. Kakashi took the village's official order to rebuild the Konoha police force and the appointment of Shinji as the captain of the police force. Shinji was found and the village asked Shinji to provide Takamagahara to all Konoha ninjas. Kakashi looked at Shinji sincerely, "I know this request is presumptuous, but the war is imminent, life and death depend on this, I hope you can understand the village's decision." Shinji was slightly startled, this surprise came too suddenly. Chapter 909 How did you do it? In front of the former site of the Konoha police force. Looking at the police force building, which was a little dilapidated, but the Uchiha clan emblem could still be vaguely distinguished, Shinji was a little emotional. Behind him, Wuming, Bai, and Karin stood side by side, also looking up at the building in front of them. After a while, Karin asked curiously, Shinji, will we no longer be members of the Anbu, but members of the police force? Yet. Shinji nodded slightly. Wyoming also asked, what does the police force do? To put it simply, the Konoha police force is responsible for the security of the village. After a pause, Shinji smiled and said, but now there are only 4 of us in the police force, so there is some overlap in authority with the Anbu for the time being. A police force with only 4 people obviously cannot take on the security issues of the village. So Tsunade's arrangement is that the security of the village will still be the responsibility of the Anbu for the time being. After Shinji completes the reconstruction of the police force, the Anbu will return the authority to the police force. Shinji has no opinion on this arrangement of the village. He didn't really want to rebuild the police force, but just used it as an excuse to dispel the suspicion of the village's high-level officials about Takamagahara. Now that the goal has been achieved, when the police force can take back the authority is secondary. In fact, Shinji didn't want to take on such a thankless task as the security of the village. After listening to Shinji's words, Wyoming, Bai, and Karin understood the current situation. To put it bluntly, they have a powerful department, but this department is currently just an empty shell. Bai asked, Shinji, do you have any arrangements for rebuilding the police force? Shinji smiled, now that the war is imminent, the reconstruction of the police force can be done slowly. Seeing that Shinji was not in a hurry to recruit soldiers, Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Shinji took too big a step and was too hasty, and was used by someone with ulterior motives. After setting the tone, Shinji turned to the 3 and said, in the future, we will act as the Konoha police force. In terms of authority, we are no worse than the Anbu, so there is no need to worry about anything. You just need to be responsible to me alone. Yes. Wyoming, Bai, and Karin nodded in unison. As the news that the Konoha police force was rebuilt and Uchiha Shinji was appointed as the new captain of the police force spread, the whole Konoha was boiling. This is almost the most explosive news related to the Uchiha clan in the village after the Uchiha clan extermination incident. Regardless of whether they are politically sensitive or not, they all smelled a lot of unusual things from this news. So, the rumors that Uchiha Shinji had opened the Mangeki Sharingan soon spread in the streets and alleys of the village. If it were normal times, the village would definitely suppress public opinion. But now the village leaders have decided to open Shinji's Takamagahara to all ninjas in the village, so there is no need to suppress such news. In the small training ground, Sasuke, who has recovered half of his pupil power, is practicing hard. The news that Kakashi brought him before did not knock him down, or in other words, he is much more resilient than others think. Huff. After completing a set of training, Sasuke panted heavily. Sakura on the sidelines quickly handed Sasuke a towel and a water bottle. Taking the towel and wiping his sweat, Sasuke said, is there any movement on Shinji's side recently? The village didn't do anything to him, right? No, no. Sakura waved her hand quickly. She still felt guilty about this, but fortunately Sasuke didn't blame her for it, which made her feel a little relieved. That's right. Sasuke snorted and said, facing 2 Mangeki Uchiha at the same time, the village leaders have to think carefully even if they want to do something. Sakura stood aside without saying a word. Sasuke didn't care either, threw the towel to Sakura, and ordered, if there is any movement from Shinji, notify me immediately. Sakura hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, I heard that the village rebuilt the Konoha police force and appointed Shinji as the new captain of the police force. Sasuke was struck by lightning, what? I just heard about it too. Sakura was shocked by Sasuke's reaction. She obviously underestimated the significance of the Konoha police force to the Uchiha clan, and also underestimated Sasuke's determination to revive the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. The Konoha police force was rebuilt, and the new captain of the police force was a member of the Uchiha clan. This was undoubtedly proof that the Uchiha clan was on the road to revival. In theory, he should be happy, but in his heart, these should be done by him, not others. Soon, Sasuke came to the Konoha police force building. At this time, many people came and went in the police building, some were cleaning, some were moving things, and without exception, these people were all classmates he was familiar with. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura, Shin greeted from a distance, Sasuke, Sakura, you are here too. Sasuke walked over and pointed to the busy surroundings. Classmates, what's going on? Oh, Shinji has become the captain of the Konoha police force. This is the office building of the police force, so we are here to help clean it up. Shin smiled and said, with this building, we will have a base in the future. Undoubtedly, Shin has already regarded this police building as a base for everyone to gather after graduation. Suzuki frowned slightly, then walked past Shin and walked into the police building. He was very familiar with everything here. He was even a little dazed when he came back here, as if he had returned to his childhood days when he followed his father and brother to the police building. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan members who were busy in the building appeared again. Suzuki, don't be stunned, come and help. Suddenly, a voice woke Suzuki up and pulled him back from his trance. Suzuki looked up and found that it was Shikamaru who was talking, and the other party was carrying a shabby cabinet with kaiba, as if he was going to throw it out of the building. Suzuki stepped forward to help, but asked, where is Shinji? Shikamaru said, Shinji? He should be upstairs, right? Suzuki ignored Shikamaru and kaiba and hurried upstairs. In an office on the second floor, Suzuki found Shinji and asked directly, Shinji, how did you do it? Shinji, who was looking through some old police files he had asked for from the Anbu, glanced at Suzuki, and then said lightly, you will know soon. Shinji knew that now not only Suzuki, but the whole village was probably curious about how he made the village leaders give in and allow him to rebuild the Konoha police force. But he didn't need to explain this, because with the announcement of Takamagahara, everyone's doubts would be solved. Chapter 910 This is the answer. Seeing that Shinji didn't want to say it, Suzuki didn't ask, or rather, he had no position to ask Shinji about the mission of rebuilding the Konoha police force. Shinji still looked down at the file. Suzuki hesitated for a while and said, the police force is still short of people, I can join. As one of the only two Uchiha left in the village, he felt that he had a responsibility to help rebuild the Konoha police force. Even if he was working under Shinji. Shinji looked up at Suzuki and smiled, okay, I can give you a position as a squad leader and allow you to recruit a team. Okay. Nodding, Suzuki asked, what else do you need me to do? Shinji said, no more. Suzuki couldn't help but say, Shinji, do you think I can't do anything without my pupil power? Actually, Shinji raised his hand to interrupt Suzuki, the police force is just a framework at the moment, there is really nothing to do, don't think too much. Suzuki had no choice but to turn around and leave. Watching Sasuke's departing back, Shinji couldn't help but secretly say, this kid really doesn't want to be quiet for a moment. Fortunately, only half of his pupil power was restored, otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he would make. Being too emotional is a bad habit that Suzuki still can't change. If Shinji hadn't interrupted just now, Suzuki would probably have told the fact that he had recovered half of his pupil power, and now no one knows whether the village is monitoring the police building, so as long as Suzuki opens his mouth, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Now is the critical moment for Shinji to lay out Takamagahara, he doesn't want his plan to be affected by Sasuke's quick talk. The next day. The turmoil of rebuilding the Konoha police force has not ended yet, and soon another piece of news has detonated the entire Konoha. That is, the Hokage building announced Shinji's Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique Takamagahara, and allowed all Konoha ninjas to enter Takamagahara for training. After learning this news, everyone was surprised at first. Directly announcing the technique of the Mangeki Sharingan and allowing everyone to participate is unprecedented in the history of Konoha. As people got to know more about Takamagahara, they discovered how magical Shinji's Takamagahara was, and understood why the village leaders made such a choice. Afterwards, the brave Konoha ninjas quickly followed the instructions of the village and met the owner of Takamagahara, Uchiha Shinji, at the largest venue in the village. On the podium of the venue, Shinji held the guardrail with one hand, looking at the Konoha ninjas who gathered below and stood densely, almost filling the venue. Kakashi on the side had a solemn expression and whispered, "Is there too many people?" Shinji shook his head, "It doesn't matter." What a joke, isn't it just for this moment after all this trouble? So Shinji will never give up the opportunity in front of him that allows Wuming to easily mark hundreds of Konoha ninjas with the 8,000 spears. Inside the venue. Is Takamagahara really that magical? That's the technique of the Mangeki Sharingan. I heard that Uchiha Shinji became stronger through this technique. Otherwise, how could he, a boy of 12 or 13, defeat members of the Akatsuki organization several times? That's really worth looking forward to. The Konoha ninjas gathered together, each of them nervous and expectant. The eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan is actually very far away for many of them. If it weren't for this opportunity, they might never be able to touch it in their lifetime. Sasuke was naturally in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, with a complicated expression on his face. After learning about Takamagahara, he suddenly realized, like everyone else, why Shinji could become so strong. But when he hurried to the venue, he was frightened by the crowded scene in front of him. You have to know that he is a real Mangeki Uchiha, so he knows very well how exaggerated the eye power consumption of the Mangeki level eye technique is. Even if Shinji's Takamagahara consumes less eye power, it is impossible to withstand such a large-scale consumption. No, Shinji must be stopped. With a thought, Sasuke hurriedly squeezed towards the podium. Coming to the passage leading to the podium, Sasuke saw his classmates gathered here. Like him, although his classmates were also very curious about Shinji's Takamagahara, they were all frightened by the scene in the venue. Ino complained, "There are too many people, aren't there?" Shikamaru nodded slightly, "Yeah, I don't know how the village thought about it. Why did they arrange so many people at once? This is totally unreasonable." Shin said, "Shinji's pupil power can't withstand such consumption. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes like Sasuke." After she finished speaking, Shin realized that Sasuke had also come to the passage. She didn't care about the embarrassment and hurriedly said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, go and persuade Shinji. If you go, you will be more persuasive than us." Sasuke was speechless, but still nodded. After passing through his classmates, Sasuke came to the corridor connecting to the rostrum. At the entrance of the corridor, Bai and Karin were guarding there. Seeing Sasuke coming, Bai said with a worried look on his face, "Sasuke, please persuade Shinji. Even if you use the eye technique, you can't do this. It's too chaotic." In order to protect his identity as the lantern bearer, Shinji has not yet completely confessed his identity to Bai and Karin. Therefore, even Bai and Karin, who have been following him, think that his behavior of using the Mangeki eye technique on so many people at once is really too chaotic. "I know." Sasuke raised his head and nodded, and climbed the stairs leading to the rostrum. On the rostrum, there were only 2 minutes left before the first large-scale eye technique was performed, and Shinji waited silently. Kakashi, who was accompanying him, looked apologetic. In the room behind Shinji, Wuming, wearing a mask, was ready to go. Only she knew why Shinji had set up such a big game. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, Sasuke came to the rostrum. After seeing Shinji, Sasuke immediately shouted, "Shinji, are you crazy? You will go blind if you use the Mangeki pupil technique on so many people." Shinji, who didn't expect Sasuke to come, was slightly stunned, and then he said solemnly, "How did I do it? I can tell you now, this is the answer." After that, Shinji was too lazy to wait for those tens of seconds, and directly activated the Takamagahara in advance, pulling all the people in the venue into the world of Takamagahara. Chapter 911 I have always been here. Instantly, all the Konoha ninjas in the venue entered the scarlet world of Takamagahara. Has it started? Is this the Takamagahara of Uchiha Shinji? Where are the others? The Konoha ninjas scattered on various stone platforms looked around in fear. At this moment, a phantom of Shinji appeared on each platform, asking the other party what kind of scene and imaginary enemy they needed. Like everyone else, Sasuke also entered Takamagahara. But unlike most of the frightened Konoha ninjas, his mood at this time was more of doubt and surprise. He thought that he, who also had the Mangeki Sharingan, was enough to compete with Shinji's eye technique, but he didn't expect that he was pulled into Takamagahara almost without resistance. He frowned, "How is this possible?" Suddenly, the phantom of Shinji appeared in front of him and asked, "Sasuke, here you can specify the scene and imaginary enemy at will." Sasuke temporarily suppressed his doubts, "Can it be specified at will?" "Yes." Shinji nodded gently. Sasuke tried to say, "Then I want to challenge Uchiha Itachi." Shinji hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, "Okay." Instantly, the stone platform turned into the Uchiha clan's land on the night of the genocide, and a shadow dressed in Anbu appeared not far in front of Sasuke. Sasuke looked over and saw the shadow gradually solidify and finally turned into Uchiha Itachi in Anbu clothing, and his heartbeat suddenly became rapid. "I'm going to kill you." As if venting something, Sasuke rushed over without thinking. Also entering Takamagahara was Karin. Standing on the stone platform, she was a little confused, because the stone platform under her feet was somewhat similar to the stone platform of the direct space she had entered before. It's just that the leader's direct space is grey, and there are stone tables and stone chairs on the stone platform, while here is scarlet, and there is a huge shadow of the Sharingan hanging in the sky above. At this time, Shinji's figure appeared. Karin, do you want to challenge imaginary enemy? Karin shook her head. She didn't have any opponent she was obsessed with defeating. Shinji thought for a while and said, then I'll just arrange an imaginary enemy for you. In addition, you can rest assured that everything here is isolated. No one will know if you practice any secret techniques here, including me. This is of course not the complete truth. Shinji just wants Karin to let go of her hands and feet here and use Takamagahara to enhance her actual combat ability. After all, Karin, who has mastered wood release, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, and has opened the Samsara Eye, is restrained when participating in most battles. So Karin's actual combat experience is far less dazzling than her paper data, which is one of her shortcomings. In Takamagahara, Shinji, the caster, can spy on everything, but if there are too many ninjas in Takamagahara, he doesn't have so much energy to monitor everyone, so what he said to Karin is not a lie. I understand. Karin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an easy task to keep concealing one's strength. Soon, Shinji's shadow disappeared, and in his place was the figure of a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a red cloud suit and a bamboo hat. Karin's eyes fixed. Hirako. Undoubtedly, the imaginary enemy that Shinji prepared for Karin was Iroko, who possessed 5 bloodline limits. In other words, only a strong enemy of Iroko's level was qualified to train Karin's actual combat ability. Otherwise, a would escape or a Vajra seal would solve the problem, and it would not have the effect of training at all. Bai looked around and whispered, have you entered Takamagahara? I didn't notice it at all. What a powerful eye technique. With emotion, he looked around. He also felt an inexplicable familiarity with the stone platform under his feet, but the scarlet surrounding made it impossible for him to stick to his judgment. At this time, Shinji's shadow appeared. Bai, what kind of imaginary enemy do you want to challenge? Bai smiled and said, I don't know either. Shinji thought about it and suddenly had an idea. Okay, I'll arrange one for you. After that, his shadow disappeared. Then, the stone platform turned into a foggy forest, and not far from Bai, a shadow turned from virtual to real. Bai was a little uncertain. That's Ranmaru? Just in front of Bai, the fake Ranmaru activated the transparent escape and disappeared from Bai's sight. It's really Ranmaru. Bai's heart sank. Unlike other enemies, Ranmaru not only possesses multiple bloodline limits, but also has the troublesome transparent escape. If you can't see through Ranmaru's transparent escape, you will basically be beaten one-sidedly. Not to mention ordinary ninjas, even some ninjas with Ijutsu bloodline limits may not be able to see through Ranmaru's transparent escape, so when Bai found out that the imaginary enemy created by Shinji for him was Ranmaru, he was a little caught off guard. But after all, he was a person who witnessed the destruction of the demon world, so he quickly gathered his mind and entered the combat state. As for why Shinji had his own considerations for choosing Ranmaru as the imaginary enemy for Haku. Now Haku has mastered the use of ice release, but ice release is only a bloodline limit after all, and there are limits. So if Haku wants to improve his strength, he can only develop in other directions. And Haku, who is very compatible with breathing techniques, especially water breathing, can dig deeper in the breathing techniques. Therefore, Shinji arranged Ranmaru, who mastered transparent release, for Haku. The purpose was to use Ranmaru, who could be invisible, to force Haku to enter the highest realm of breathing techniques, transparent world. As long as Haku can enter the realm of transparent world, Ranmaru's transparent release will be exposed in front of him, the transparent swordsman. Shin sat on the stone platform, holding her chin with her hand, and muttered, Shinji is really something, why did you drag me in here? Actually, Shin, who was dragged into Takamagahara by Shinji, did not resist without resistance. It can be said that she, the contemporary shrine maiden of the land of demons, is the only one among the thousands of ninjas in the entire venue who can resist Shinji's eye technique. It was just out of curiosity and trust in Shinji that she did not resist fiercely. At this time, Shinji's shadow appeared and said, it's absolutely safe here, so you can try to face the monsters directly. Ah! Shin stood up in fear. Shinji whispered, you have to face it, you can't escape. Shin lowered her head and said nothing. Shinji smiled and said, I won't force you. When you figure it out, call me again. I'm always here. Chapter 912 The rumors are true. As his own strength improves, Shinji's understanding of Shin's Miko power becomes deeper and more comprehensive. In the ninja world, chakra is basically everything. The ninjas practice hard day and night, which is actually a process of training themselves and controlling their own chakra. It's just that the chakra level of each ninja is almost determined at birth. Unless they practice some special techniques or master the ability to absorb natural energy senjutsu, otherwise, it is difficult for a ninja to surpass his original chakra level. This is why ninja is a profession that requires talent. There are only a small number of people who can change their fate. However, Shin is different from ordinary ninjas. Her origin as a Miko destined her chakra level to be at the level of tailed beasts, even stronger than ordinary tailed beasts. The extremely high starting point gave her an upper limit that ordinary people could not reach. Just like the fusion of the 9-tailed beasts can revive the 10 tails that surpass the level of tailed beasts. If the yin and yang sides of the Miko are fused together, they can also create a powerful body close to the 6 paths level. So Shin actually doesn't need to practice too many messy ninjutsu. As long as she can subdue her dark side demons and goblins, she can rank among the quasi 6 paths level and become a strong person who can influence the entire ninja world. It is precisely because of this understanding that Shinji has not arranged any special training for Shin these days. As a shrine maiden, Shin actually needs the courage to face her dark side, the tolerance to accept her imperfect self, and the determination to overcome difficulties. After arranging the imaginary enemies for all the Konoha ninjas who entered Takamagahara, Shinji returned to the center of Takamagahara, that is, the stone platform with stone tables and stone chairs. And Wuming, who also entered Takamagahara, was also on this stone platform at this moment. Shinji asked Wuming, how is the marking? Wuming said, don't worry, I have marked all the Konoha ninjas who entered Takamagahara. Because they were already in the Mangekyo-I technique, even if Wuming noticed something when he marked them with the 8,000 spears, the Konoha ninjas in Takamagahara would only think that this was the reason for entering Takamagahara, and would not have any other doubts. Shinji asked again, how many people are there? Wuming answered, 923 people. Less than 1,000. Shinji whispered. This is not much different from what he expected. As the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha can mobilize 10,000 to 20,000 ninjas in the case of a general mobilization, but in normal times, some of these ninjas are stationed in fortresses in various parts of the Land of Fire, not all of them are concentrated in Konoha village. In addition, the village is currently in a state of high combat readiness, with patrols on the periphery and defense in the village, so it is impossible for the top leaders to allow all Konoha ninjas to enter Takamagahara for training at once, so gathering more than 900 people is already the limit. For the rest, they can only enter Takamagahara for training in batches through rotation. Coming back to his senses, Shinji asked Wuming, is it hard to mark so many targets at once? Wuming shook his head, not at all, I feel that after fusing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, my pupil power is enough to support me to mark tens of thousands of targets. Shinji reminded, if you feel tired, be sure to notify me in time. Yes. Wuming nodded. Shinji immediately smiled and said, I'm free anyway, why don't you find an imaginary enemy to practice with? Wuming thought for a moment and said, okay. Shinji then teleported Wuming to a new stone platform and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a shadow in front of Wuming gradually solidified into a young man holding a short knife. Who are you? Wuming was a little confused because she didn't know the young man in front of her. The young man made a seal of opposition towards Wuming and then said, I am Uchiha Shisui, please give me more advice. After arranging an imaginary enemy for Wuming, Shinji himself was not idle either. He came to a stone platform and created a drunken Xiao Li for himself. After fighting for a while, he stopped and thought, Xiao Li's speed and strength are still a little lacking. Why not give him another 8 gates of Dunjia? Which gate should we open? Let's try the 6th gate Jingmen first. Instantly, the drunk Xiao Li in front of him blessed the state of opening the 6th gate Jingmen, and his momentum suddenly changed. Hehe, this is interesting. Shinji smiled and went up to him. Outside the large venue. On the roof of a high-rise building, Darui of Kumagakur, Ringo Auri of Kirigakur, Kuratsuki of Uegakur and Ryuaga and Chino of Kuzagakur stood in a row, looking at the direction of the venue from afar. The Konoha high level suddenly revealed Shinji's Mangeki Eye technique Takamagahara, which not only shocked the Konoha ninjas, but also the ninjas of other villages. Darui shook his head. I didn't expect Uchiha Shinji to also open the Mangeki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan is really full of talents. Counting the Mangeki Uchiha active in the Akatsuki organization, the number of Mangeki Uchiha in the current ninja world is already so large that it is jaw-dropping. Ringo Yuyuri said, I didn't expect that the Mangeki Sharingan could awaken this kind of eye technique. It's incredible. Kuratsuka was a little regretful, if only we could experience Shinji's Takamagahara. Darui shook his head again, such a training tool, unless our village is willing to pay a sufficient price, otherwise, Konoha will not share it with us. Having said that, in fact, after learning about the news of Takamagahara, they had already sent the information back to their respective villages as soon as possible, hoping that their villages would use diplomatic means to make Konoha agree to open Takamagahara to them. Ryosho and Shinobi on the side. Unlike the others, the two of them knew Shinji's true identity, so they knew that Shinji would not do this just to rebuild the Konoha police force. At this moment, the many Konoha ninjas who were originally trapped in the pupil technique and stood still suddenly regained consciousness one by one. Some of them staggered a few steps and barely stood firm, while more of them sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Practicing in Takamagahara did not consume their physical strength. The reason why many people gasped for breath and looked exhausted was just because they had just left Takamagahara and had not yet fully adapted to the change from illusion to reality. On a tall building in the distance, Kuratsuka said, it's only been more than 10 minutes, and it's over. Darui realized something and said in a deep voice, looking at their appearance, it's obvious that they have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. The rumor that Uchiha Shinji's Takamagahara can control the flow of time is probably true. Chapter 913 Low-Profile Version. After a short period of calm, the large venue immediately became noisy. Compared with Kakashi and the first batch of senior ninjas who entered Takamagahara to try, the quality of the Konoha ninjas gathered in the venue at this time was obviously much lower. Therefore, they could not analyze and judge calmly like the senior ninjas before. After leaving Takamagahara, their first reaction was surprise, which soon turned into excitement and a strong desire to share. Who did you choose? Even the terrain has changed, it's too real. This time is wrong, I remember that we fought for nearly an hour, how come only 10 minutes have passed? It's worthy of the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan. Sighs, praise, joy, doubts, all kinds of voices intertwined, making the whole venue as noisy and chaotic as a vegetable market. The improvement of ninja strength is mostly staged. Take ordinary ninjas as an example, from the ninja school to the Genin period, that is, from the age of 6 or 7 to 11 or 12, the strength generally improves steadily. But when a ninja is over 14 or 15 years old, the improvement of strength begins to accelerate suddenly. Many ninjas with good talents successfully become chunin or even special jonin at this stage before the age of 20. And most of those selected by the village to experience Takamagahara this time are young genin, chunin, and some special jonin with great potential. The characteristics of these people are that they are very young, highly malleable, and are in the rising period of strength. As long as they can surpass themselves and cross a threshold, genin can become chunin, chunin can become special jonin, and special jonin has the hope of impacting the real jonin. Therefore, the village let them experience Takamagahara first. These people did not disappoint the expectations of the village's top leaders. Many of them gained a lot in Takamagahara. They were either communicating with their companions or thinking with their heads down, digesting their gains in Takamagahara. The same classmates of Shinji also gained a lot. The classmates who can mix with Shinji, the chief of the ninja school, are almost all the best in their class. Even Naruto and Xiao Li, who used to be the last, are now much stronger than ordinary students in the ninja school. So even if there is no Takamagahara, they are currently in a stage of rapid growth in strength, and after experiencing Takamagahara, they naturally gain more than ordinary people. After leaving Takamagahara, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Tian gathered together and chattered non-stop. Shikamaru hid in a corner alone, seemingly thinking about something. Chuji, Kaiba, and Xiao Li were talking excitedly. In the corridor, Bai and Karin looked at each other. Bai asked first, who is your opponent? Hiryuhu paused, and Karin asked, what about you? Bai shook his head and smiled bitterly, the imaginary enemy that Shinji arranged for me is Ranmaru. Ranmaru? Karin frowned slightly. Even for her, this opponent was very difficult. Because her Kagura Heart's Eye can indeed bypass transparent escape to sense Ranmaru, but Ranmaru not only mastered transparent escape, but also mastered quick escape, so her Kagura Heart's Eye's perception often has a certain lag. If she only relied on the Kagura Heart, she would be able to protect herself, but it would be very difficult to kill or capture Ranmaru alive. Bai said, facing this kind of enemy, there is really no way. I tried my best, but I could only barely deal with him. Bai, who mastered the breathing method and opened the markers, was not slower than Ranmaru in speed. In addition, he could use the ice escape to create absolute defense, so although he fought hard for nearly an hour, he did not lose to Ranmaru. Of course. After all, Ranmaru can wait for the opportunity to tire out, so if there is no time limit, Ranmaru will definitely win in the end. Karan looked unhappy. I am not very satisfied with the result here. Bai asked, won or lost? Karan sighed lightly, won 4 games, lost 3 games. Unlike Bai and Ranmaru who had been dealing with each other for nearly an hour, in Takamagahara in the 1 hour, Karan and Hirako had 7 wins and losses, of which she won 4 and lost 3. In the 4 games she won, she caught Hirako with the Vajra lock in 3 games and killed him instantly. In another game, she trapped Hirako with the wood release and exhausted him to death. And in the 3 games she lost, she attacked but was avoided by Hirako with the swift release, and then she fell into a passive position and was finally defeated by Hirako. Although it was only a short 1-hour actual combat exercise, it also gave Karan a lot of inspiration and made her understand where her weaknesses were. On the podium, Kakashi frowned. This time, the imaginary enemy he chose was still Hirako. After only 1 hour of hard fighting, he still couldn't find a way to target Hirako. The 3 bloodline limits of Nether Release, Speed Release, and Gold Release blocked almost all of his attack methods except the pupil technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, so unless he launched God of Power, even he, who was known as the No One technician of Konoha, would find it difficult to find the flaws of Obaru. It's just that he couldn't fully trust Shinji yet, so he didn't dare to practice God of Power in Takamagahara. Of course, he actually knew that practicing God of Power in Takamagahara was the most appropriate choice. After all, practicing God of Power in reality would really consume pupil power, but in Takamagahara, it didn't need to consume pupil power. Sasuke on the side looked even worse. 10 times. He muttered to himself, looking a little lost. In the nearly 1-hour actual combat exercise in Takamagahara, he was defeated 10 times, and each time ended in a miserable defeat. No doubt. The Uchiha attack created by Shinji would not hold back like the real Uchiha attack, so Sasuke faced a cold version of Uchiha attack in Takamagahara, and the result was self-evident. It must be a problem with Shinji's eye technique. How could he be so strong? Thinking of this, Sasuke rushed to Shinji and asked, Shinji, has the Uchiha attack you simulated in Takamagahara been strengthened? Looking at Sasuke who looked eager and wanted to get a positive answer from him, Shinji was a little embarrassed. His creative ability in Takamagahara came from Tsukuyomi, so he could only create what he thought was the Uchiha attack, but in fact, the real Uchiha attack would definitely be stronger than he thought. In addition, the Uchiha attack he created in Takamagahara did not use the 2 artifacts Tenka Sword and Yata Mirror, nor did he use the forbidden technique Izanami, so in detail, it is not only not strengthened, but also a low-profile version. Chapter 914 Tomorrow, continue. Looking at Shinji's embarrassed expression, Sasuke was a little confused, isn't it? Didn't you strengthen him in Takamagahara? Shinji was helpless, no. Obviously, Shinji did not tell Sasuke that Ataki in Takamagahara was just a low-profile version, because he was worried that Sasuke would not be able to bear the stimulation. How is it possible? Sasuke took a step back, his eyes full of confusion. In his opinion, both sides were obviously Manjiki Uchiha. Why was the battle completely one-sided? Whether it was fighting ninjutsu, illusion, or physical skills, he was not Ataka's opponent. Shinji glanced at Sasuke and sighed lightly. Such confusion, Orochimaru once had it. Some of them are indeed stronger than others. For example, in the Fourth Ninja World War in the original time and space, Naruto and Killer Bee, who had already mastered the Nine Tails Chakra mode, encountered Nagato and Ataki, who were reincarnated by the Impure World reincarnation. As a result, Nagato almost fought 1 against 2 and crushed Naruto and Killer Bee at that time. If Ataka had not turned against them and successfully sealed Nagato with the Ten-Fist Sword, the outcome of the Fourth Ninja World War might have changed. Just before this battle, the Eagle Squad led by Suzuki had attacked Killer Bee, but not only did they almost die at the hands of Killer Bee, but they were also severely played by Killer Bee in the end. Using Killer Bee as a reference, it is easy to judge how big the gap between Suzuki and Itaki is. Not to mention Suzuki, even Shinji has to be extremely alert when he encounters Itaki. If it is not necessary, no one will be willing to fight a life and death battle with Itaki, who has no idea how many cards he has hidden. Kakashi had calmed down by then, and walked up to Shinji and said, "Shinji, thank you for your contribution to the village." Shinji responded casually, "It's my duty." Kakashi was impressed by Shinji's refusal to take credit, and he said, "If you need to rest, I can apply to the village to postpone the next game." "No need, the war is imminent, and if everyone increases their strength, the chance of survival will increase. Continue at this time tomorrow." He marked more than 900 people, which was far from his plan, so he didn't want to delay time. Kakashi said gratefully, "The village will not forget your contribution." After Kakashi and the distraught Suzuki left, Shinji turned around and came to the restroom behind the chairman, and saw Wuming, who was a little unhappy. Shinji asked, "What's wrong?" Wuming curled his lips, "Nothing." "Lost." Shinji smiled. Wuming was puzzled, "The Uchiha Shisui you created is so powerful. How could such a powerful guy die?" Because he has always been regarded as being imprisoned as a war weapon, Wuming does not have much practical experience. But she has already fused the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and implanted the cells of the first generation. She has a solid foundation. Even if her practical experience is insufficient, she is much stronger than 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. So Wuming was full of confidence at the beginning, but as soon as she started, she found that the Uchiha Shisui on the opposite side was incredibly fast. If she did not have a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, she could not even catch the opponent's figure. Shinji said, he was ambushed by Danzo and took away one of his Mangeki Sharingan. After escaping, in order to prevent the conflict between the family and the village from escalating, he chose to commit suicide to quell the conflict. Idiot! Wuming was a little annoyed. She was annoyed by Danzo's shamelessness and Shisui's cowardice. Yes, in her eyes, Shisui was a cowardly and incompetent idiot like she used to be. After being annoyed for a while, Wuming was still puzzled. "I have also seen Danzo. With Shisui's skills, even if Danzo sneak attacks, he should not be able to succeed, right? I tried to sneak attack Shisui several times in Takamagahara, but I didn't succeed once." Shinji sighed and didn't know how to explain for a while. If Itaki in Takamagahara is a low-profile version, then Shisui in Takamagahara is an enhanced version. Because Shisui in Takamagahara has no village, family, these ties, and no emotional flaws such as trust and conscience. He is just Shisui, the Uchiha Shisui who is known as the Flash Body in the ninja world, so even Wuming was defeated when facing such Shisui. However, Wuming's hard power is obviously stronger than Shisui, so as long as Wuming's actual combat experience is improved, the situation will be reversed. Shinji, who led Wuming, Bai, and Karin down the podium, met Shin, who was bowing her head and looking ashamed, in the passage below. During the nearly 1 hour in Takamagahara, Shin did not have the courage to face the monsters, so she was very ashamed and a little afraid to face Shinji. Walking in front of Shin, Shinji did not say much, but just patted Shin's shoulder gently. Shin muttered, "I'm sorry, I disappoint you." Shinji shook his head, "Facing yourself is the most difficult, so don't feel guilty. If it were me, I might not be able to do better than you." Shin raised her head and said firmly, "No, if it were you, Shinji, you would definitely do better than me." Shinji smiled, "Go back and rest. I will continue to use the eye technique tomorrow morning, you can try it again." "Okay." Shin responded. At the other end. Before noon, hundreds of reports were gathered in the Hokage's office. Tsunade and several advisory elders gathered in the Hokage's office, reading the reports from the Konoha ninjas who mentioned Takamagahara. After a long time, several people put down the reports, their eyes full of joy. Everything was moving forward as they expected. In the interests of justice, Shinji agreed to open Takamagahara to all Konoha ninjas, and the Konoha ninjas who entered Takamagahara for actual combat exercises also gained the expected benefits. Many people even comprehended the ninjutsu that they had not been able to master before in this actual combat exercise, thus greatly increasing their strength. Tsunade smiled and said, "Even I can't help wanting to experience Takamagahara." Midaman said immediately, "No, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be unpredictable." Udadan Koharu also echoed, "Well, our understanding of Takamagahara is still limited, you can't take risks." The third generation pondered for a moment, "Let me, an old man, try it." "Teacher, you." Tsunade was a little surprised, as if she didn't expect the third generation to also want to experience Takamagahara. The third generation explained, "There is no real consumption in Takamagahara, so it's just right for me to try something I didn't dare to do before." Chapter 915 Influence Fermentation. The impact of the first large-scale attempt at Takamagahara was rapidly fermenting in the village. On the streets and alleys, even civilians who were not ninjas were talking about Takamagahara. In less than half a day, Takamagahara became the hottest topic in the village, without a doubt. "It's so real, I can't tell the difference between illusion and reality. The fact that you can define imaginary enemies at will is just what I like. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Takamagahara is just an illusion after all, so its real value lies in the fact that you can practice various dangerous ninjutsu and secret techniques in it." "What, practice actual combat? Cut, using such a noble opportunity for sparring is a waste of resources." The ninjas in the tavern expressed their opinions and talked freely. In the eyes of different people, the use of Takamagahara is also different. Some people pursue the ultimate combat experience, because only in this way can they enhance their instant judgment between millimeters and exercise their combat intuition. Others think that using the safe environment of Takamagahara to experiment with ninjutsu and secret techniques that they dare not try easily in reality or that are too costly to try is the real value of Takamagahara. In the noisy discussion, in the corner of the tavern, a man dressed in ordinary clothes was drinking. If someone noticed his expression at this moment, they would find that his mind was not on the wine, but on listening to the surrounding discussion. But this is not surprising, after all, facing such a magical Mangekyo-I technique, anyone would be curious. After a long time, the figure got up and left the tavern, disappearing on the street. The next day, the Konoha ninjas selected by the village's top leaders came to the giant venue early. After listening to the stories of their companions who experienced Takamagahara yesterday, this batch of Konoha ninjas who took turns to experience Takamagahara were naturally eager to experience it. Shinji's classmates also came to the venue in advance. Unlike yesterday, more people came today. For example, Ninkai and Kimimaro, who did not come yesterday, could not help but come to the venue today after hearing about the magic of Takamagahara. Looking at the crowded venue, Ninkai said with emotion, "I didn't expect so many people to come and experience Shinji's Takamagahara." Shikamaru said, "Of course, a practical training platform that can be customized at will, as long as you are a ninja, who would not like it?" Ninkai asked, "I heard that you all tried it yesterday, how did you feel?" Shikamaru thought for a while, and finally chose to give up, saying, "I can't describe it, you will know after trying it today." On the other side, Kimimaro stood quietly aside without talking to anyone. Because he only believes in himself, he doesn't need to ask others for advice, nor does he need to communicate with others. On the podium, Shinji still stood in the same position as yesterday, holding the railing with one hand, overlooking the venue below. The number of people in the venue today is roughly the same as yesterday, but the proportion of senior ninjas is obviously much higher, which means that after yesterday's fermentation, many senior ninjas who were still on the sidelines before also came to the venue today to try Takamagahara. Shinji even saw the third generation in the crowd. Hat. He smiled slightly. The village leaders thought they had taken advantage of him. They not only used Takamagahara to train people, but also took the opportunity to consume his pupil power and weaken his strength. But little did they know that the village was actually adding bricks and tiles to his infinite Tsukuyomi plan in batches, providing him with batches of human chakra batteries. According to this progress, it may only take a week or two to mark all the ninjas in the entire Konoha village without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Shinji had his eyes on other villages again. If Takamagahara was open to all ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, he could mark more ninjas. However, although the 5 major ninja villages were united by the Akatsuki organization, they were not a single entity after all. Konoha was unlikely to share Takamagahara with other villages. As a caster, it was not convenient for him to take the initiative to propose sharing, because no one would be stupid enough to take the initiative to consume their pupil power. When it was time to cast the spell, Shinji did not delay and immediately activated Takamagahara, dragging all the people in the huge venue into Takamagahara. Then, like yesterday, he split countless phantoms and asked each Konoha ninja who entered Takamagahara what kind of scene and imaginary enemy they needed. Wuyumi, Haku, and Karin still challenged yesterday's opponents. Suzuki hesitated for a moment, but still chose to challenge Uchiha Itaki. Ningji and Kimimaro, who entered Takamagahara for the first time, were still a little wary. The reincarnation eye on their foreheads was dormant, and Shinji's Takamagahara did not show any malice, so the reincarnation eye did not produce any stress response. However, what's interesting is that both Ningji and Kimimaro chose Yakumo as their imaginary enemy. Finally, it was the third generation. The imaginary enemy he chose was not someone else, but Orochimaru, who almost killed him in the previous Chunin exam. Apparently, the third generation still felt bad about the battle that broke his arm. After dealing with everyone's requests, Shinji came to an empty platform and snapped his fingers to create a drunken Lee. Yesterday I had adapted to the drunken Lee in the 6th gate Cageman state. Today I will try the drunken Lee in the 7th gate Jingman state. With a thought, Shinji slightly changed the strength of the opposite Lee. Even for him now, the actual combat training in Takamagahara can still gain a lot. For example, the battle with drunken Lee in the past 2 days has benefited him a lot, and his physical style has changed from the initial fierce to a more reasonable one. In Shinji's understanding, the stronger the strength, the less effect of ordinary ninjutsu. So physical skills, adaptability, and more mysterious combat intuition are the more valuable combat skills. And no one will complain about these skills. Outside the giant venue, there were more people watching, not only ordinary ninjas, but also some villagers gathered together, pointing in the direction of the giant venue. Darui, Ringo Yuyuri, Kuratsuki and other ninjas from other villages in Konoha, like yesterday, stood on the roof of the tall building one by one, looking at the giant venue. Ringo Yuyuri was a little annoyed. Damn it, why hasn't the village replied yet? It's a pity that we can't participate in this kind of thing. Darui said, not so fast. Even if we put pressure on Konoha together, Konoha will not be able to participate in it. I'm afraid that Konoha won't give in easily. Hei-tu suddenly had an idea. Instead of waiting for news from the village, it's better to take the initiative to find Shinji. If we talk about favors, maybe he will agree? Anyway, hundreds of people have tried it, so it's not too much to add a few of us. The first update is here. Chapter 916 Immortal Method. Just when nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas were experiencing Takamagahara in the giant venue, Tsunade stood on the roof of the Hokage building and looked at the giant venue from afar. After a while, Tsunade retracted her gaze and asked Shizun, who was standing by, is there any new situation in the perception team? Shizun said, don't worry, once there is an alarm in the perception team, we will be notified as soon as possible. Tsunade nodded. In the face of such a bad situation, the pressure on her shoulders as a Hokage is difficult for others to understand. So when she saw nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas gathered in one place and fell into illusions at the same time, it would be self-deception to say that she was not worried. So every time Shinji launched Takamagahara in the giant venue, Konoha would enter the highest state of combat readiness. The patrol team will be doubled, and all the perception barriers inside and outside the village will be fully opened. At the same time, fully armed ninja teams will be stationed in various traffic arteries and important facilities to prevent possible enemy attacks. But even if all this has been done, Tsunade will still feel nervous involuntarily. Because if the Akatsuki organization chooses this time to attack the village might fall into chaos, especially the giant venue, which would inevitably cause riots. Fortunately, Shinji's Takamagahara can control the flow of time. After an hour of actual combat training inside, only 10 minutes have passed in the outside world, which can be regarded as alleviating Tsunade's worries. In addition to Tsunade, the figure who eavesdropped on others' discussion of Takamagahara in the tavern yesterday was also paying attention to the giant venue. She was originally planning to leave Konoha in the morning, but because Shinji launched Takamagahara, the entire Konoha was under full martial law and all personnel were prohibited from entering and leaving, so she was blocked and could only stay in Konoha village temporarily. Takamagahara, she frowned slightly and thought, is there really such a magical eye technique in the world? At first, she thought the rumors about Takamagahara were exaggerated. Things like this are very common in the ninja world. Only after seeing Konoha being so serious, she felt that the Takamagahara that was said to be so magical by the Konoha ninjas might not be simple. The full martial law did not last too long. When the Takamagahara at the giant venue ended, Konoha immediately lifted the martial law, allowing business travelers and various financial clients who came to Konoha village to issue tasks and purchase intelligence to enter and exit freely. So, she took this opportunity to leave Konoha village. After a long time, she flashed and sneaked into a hidden forest outside Konoha village, and joined a group of people who had gathered in the forest. After the group saw her, one of them asked hurriedly, "Honglien, how is the situation in Konoha village?" No doubt. The person who sneaked into Konoha was not someone else, but one of Orochimaru's subordinates, Honglien, who possessed the crystal release bloodline limit. Because Orochimaru was arrested, the Sound village was jointly wiped out by the 5 major ninja villages, causing Orochimaru's subordinates to flee in panic some time ago. It was not until this time that they barely gathered together to prepare to rescue Orochimaru. Honglien shook his head. There is no chance at all. Konoha is preparing for a war with the Akatsuki organization right now. It's like an iron barrel from top to bottom. If there are only us, we will die if we go in. What should we do? Give up. But if we don't try to rescue, if Lord Orochimaru escapes later, he will definitely not let us go. Stupid, that depends on whether he can find us. Anyway, going now is to die. You go if you want to go, I won't go to die. After listening to Honglien's description, this group of rabble who had barely gathered together immediately started to quarrel among themselves. Honglien didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly. When she proposed to sneak into Konoha to get information, she knew that the group of people in front of her were unreliable when she was the only one who stood up. But she didn't expect that these people would quarrel before they started to act. In fact, these people could gather together and try to rescue Orochimaru, which was the greatest effort under the power of Orochimaru. And these people were not the subordinates that Orochimaru really relied on. The only one that Orochimaru really relied on was Kabuto Yakushi. Because Jago was the source of the curse seal, he had a very high experimental value. Worth can be counted as half. And Kimimaro and Honglien are the backup containers for Orochimaru's reincarnation, and can also be counted as half. The rest, even if they are at the level of the 4 sound ninjas, are just abandoned pawns that can be abandoned at any time in the eyes of Orochimaru. Not to mention these rabble. The chaotic infighting did not last too long. Soon, this group of rabble was ready to flee in all directions. As for Orochimaru, whoever wants to save him can save him. Swish! But just as everyone was about to flee in all directions, a figure fell from the sky and landed in the forest. Everyone was startled and looked together, and found that the person who suddenly fell from the sky was a mysterious man hidden under a hooded cloak. Honglien asked vigilantly, "Who?" At this time, the mysterious man slowly lifted his hood and smiled, "Sorry, I'm late." After seeing the face under the hood, Honglien not only did not let down his guard, but became more alert. "Yakushi Kabuto, how did you know we were here?" Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, "Maybe I was attracted by your stupidity." "What did you say?" "Damn it! Now you don't have Orochimaru to protect you, you'd better not provoke us." Hearing the ridicule of Yakushi Kabuto, everyone was furious. None of these rabble who were coerced and lured by Orochimaru were good people, and Yakushi Kabuto always looked gentle and weak, so many of them didn't know Yakushi Kabuto's true strength. Among the crowd, only Honglien still frowned. She knew how powerful Yakushi Kabuto was. She thought that if it was a one-on-one fight, her chances of winning would be only 30% to 40%. Facing the shouting, Kabuto Yakushi smiled, "I thought you trash had some use value, now it seems I was wrong. Well, let's get rid of you here, and save the time and effort to find you and kill you later." Everyone changed color. Even Honglien was surprised. Although there were not many top masters in this group, there were still many of them who were close to the strength of the special ninjas of the great ninja village. They were a great force when they joined together, so she didn't understand why Kabuto Yakushi dared to be so arrogant. Just when she was puzzled, Kabuto Yakushi's face appeared with a dark mask, and he instantly completed the seal, Immortal Law, Inorganic Reincarnation. In an instant, sharp stone spears appeared on the ground without any signs, as if they were alive, swarming towards everyone. "It's just a small effort, please everyone." Chapter 917 Waiting for the Opportunity. Ah! Suddenly, screams lingered in the whole forest. These stone spears that rose from the ground were not only extremely fast, but also had no obvious chakra fluctuations, making it difficult to defend against. So in just a short moment, many people were pierced by the stone spears, like a blood gourd being pierced through. Only a few people avoided the attack of the stone spears. They were all shocked and angry, but they were intimidated by the strength of Kabuto Yakushi, and did not dare to fight back easily. They roared, "Kabuto Yakushi, are you crazy?" Hong Lian, who launched the crystal escape to completely protect herself, also stared at Kabuto Yakushi with a serious look. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and chuckled, "I just finally understand why Lord Orochimaru has always looked down on you, trash. Damn guy. Too arrogant. Do you think we are really afraid of you?" The few survivors roared fiercely, but their eyes were erratic, as if they were observing the surroundings, looking for a chance to escape. Whoosh! Kabuto Yakushi suddenly flashed and launched an attack. Amid the whistling sound of breaking wind, he shuttled through the forest like a ghost. After only a few rounds, he killed all the survivors with good strength. Hong Lian saw all this, so her vigilance had reached its peak. In her impression, Kabuto Yakushi did not have such strength, so now she was not even sure whether the person in front of her was really Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi shook off the blood on the kunao and said to Hong Lian, "The guys who are in the way have been dealt with. Now we can discuss the plan to rescue Lord Orochimaru." Swish! A ninja whose throat had just been cut by Kabuto Yakushi suddenly jumped up from the ground and fled out of the forest without looking back. Hong Lian was a little surprised. Fake death. Kabuto Yakushi just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and did not turn around to chase him. Hong Lian couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid that he will escape to Konoha and tell on us?" Without waiting for Kabuto Yakushi to answer, Jago had already grabbed the head of the ninja who had just escaped and dragged him back. Crack! After twisting the other's neck, Jago slowly said, "He can't go." Hong Lian's face sank. "Okay, everyone is here." After a pause, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Hong Lian, "You should have been to Konoha, right? Tell me what information you have found out." Looking at the corpses all over the ground and Kabuto Yakushi who looked confident, Hong Lian did not choose to fight, but repeated what she saw and heard in Konoha to Kabuto Yakushi. Takamagahara. Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Hong Lian nodded, "Yes, it is said that Uchiha Shinji's Mangeki pupil technique can simulate any scene, any imaginary enemy, and can also control the flow of time in it, to obtain a practical experience close to reality. Right now, the whole Konoha is discussing this matter. If you don't believe it, you can investigate it yourself. It's incredible." Zhuo sighed. What Kabuto Yakushi is concerned about is the full martial law in Konoha mentioned by Hong Lian just now. Because of Takamagahara, Konoha, which is worried about being attacked by the Akatsuki organization, has been in a state of high alert. In this case, even if he has mastered the senjutsu now, he is not completely sure to rescue Orochimaru. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi, who ventured into the Ryokai Cave before, has already learned the Ryokai Cave series of senjutsu and has become the few ninjas who can use natural energy in the current ninja world. And unlike the original time and space Kabuto Yakushi lost the meaning of his own existence because of the death of Orochimaru, and thus fell into madness, and injected the cell tissues of Orochimaru, Kimimaro, the Sound 4, and other colleagues into his body, and became a state that was neither human nor ghost. At present, Orochimaru was only imprisoned, so Kabuto Yakushi did not fall into the dilemma of self-cognition, and did not madly inject the cell tissues of Orochimaru and others into his body like in the original time and space. Therefore, his appearance has hardly changed. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that his body is not polluted by a large number of foreign cell tissues, so his body is more natural and harmonious, so the speed of absorbing natural energy and the power of the fairy law are faster and stronger than in the original time and space. On the downside, because he did not absorb the cell tissues of Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and the Sound 4, he cannot use their bloodline limits and secret techniques like he did in the original time and space. Because of this advantage and disadvantage, no one can tell which one is stronger and which one is weaker, the current Kabuto Yakushi or the Kabuto Yakushi in the original time and space. Perhaps only by entering Takamagahara and comparing them can we know the answer. However, even the current Shinji may find it difficult to simulate the completely real Kabuto Yakushi in the Sage mode in the original time and space. After weighing the pros and cons, Kabuto Yakushi said, "It seems that we can only wait for an opportunity." Seeing that Kabuto Yakushi did not act rashly, Hong Lian breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, as long as Konoha and Akatsuki have a big war, our chance will come." Chigo suddenly asked, "Have you heard about Kimimaro?" "Kimimaro? Hong Lian was a little surprised, but quickly reacted, is Kimimaro a spy planted in Konoha village by Lord Orochimaru? Unlike the original time and space, Kimimaro in this time and space was planted in Konoha by Orochimaru very early, so except for Chigo who had an intersection with Kimimaro, other subordinates of Orochimaru did not know Kimimaro's true identity. Yet, compared with rescuing Orochimaru, Kimimaro's identity is no longer important, so Kabuto Yakushi nodded and admitted Hong Lian's guess. Hong Lian was shocked by Orochimaru's skills. She didn't expect that the genius cultivated in Konoha Ninja School was actually a spy planted by Orochimaru. But she quickly shook her head, even with Kimimaro's help, our chances are slim. It is said that because of the involvement of Lord Orochimaru, even an advisory elder of Konoha was dismissed. Yakushi Kabuto's face turned cold. He had also heard about Danzo's imprisonment and his being wanted by Konoha, which was why he did not rashly sneak into Konoha to get information. Hong Lian continued, we don't even know where Lord Orochimaru is being held. If we act hastily, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. I know the location, but now is not a good time to act. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes flashed, brewing a rescue plan. If Kimimaro from Konoha village is included, the four of them together are already a force that cannot be underestimated, so as long as the timing is chosen well, it is not impossible for him to rescue Orochimaru from Konoha. The first update is here. Chapter 918, All Parties Spying. Just as Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, and Gurren were planning to rescue Orochimaru, two figures wearing red cloud uniforms stood side by side on a high mountain outside Konoha, looking far in the direction of Konoha. They were none other than Obito and Zetsu. Uchiha Shinji. Chewed over the name, Obito's face was a little confused. He really couldn't understand why the two little ghosts who survived the night of the genocide could easily open the Mangeki Sharingan. Let's not talk about Uchiha Sasuke. This Uchiha Shinji was mediocre back then, and he almost died under Itaka's knife on the night of the genocide. He didn't look like a strong man at all. Takama Jiehara. Zetsu shook his head and said, it's really unexpected that he can awaken this Mangeki pupil technique. No doubt. As Konoha announced Shinji's Takama Jiehara to the public, the Akatsuki organization also got this important information at the first time. This is also the reason why Obito and Zetsu are here at this moment. Obito sighed, I misjudged it. I didn't expect that kid to become so difficult after only a few years. Zetsu said, if the information is true, it is reasonable that Uchiha Shinji uses the ability of Takamagahara to quickly increase his strength. But we don't know how far the simulation of Takamagahara can reach. If it can reach 70% or 80%, it will probably have a huge hindrance to our next plan. Even at the level of Kage, intelligence is still an important factor in the battle between ninjas. Imagine that if Konoha can use Takamagahara to constantly practice tactics to deal with members of the Akatsuki organization, then no matter how strong the members of the Akatsuki organization are, they will be targeted and difficult to perform. And now among the 9-tailed beasts, there are still 3-tailed beasts, 8 tails, and 9 tails in the hands of the 5 major ninja villages, so the war between the organization and the 5 major ninja villages is inevitable. Obito said, let's go back first, our action must be advanced. Zetsu nodded. Then, Zetsu's figure sank and gradually disappeared into the ground, while Obito's figure disappeared in a twisting vortex. Hokage's office. Looking at the request documents sent by the 4 families of Kumagakuer, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, and Sand Village, Tsunade, as the Hokage, had a headache. Obviously, in addition to the enemy's spying, the allies also had a strong interest in Shinji's Takamagahara. Because anyone with some vision and insight knows how terrifying and exaggerated the strategic value of Takamagahara is. So after receiving the message from the people who stayed in Konoha, the top leaders of the 4 ninja villages immediately responded and sent a formal document requesting to experience Takamagahara. And Konoha couldn't refuse directly at the moment. For example, Iwagakuer and Sand Village, their tailed beasts have been taken away by the Akatsuki organization. If they don't want to take revenge, they can choose to stay out of it. Kumagakuer had previously agreed to let Naruto go to Kumagakuer for special training, which was a big favor. As for Kirigakuer, although Konoha doesn't owe Kirigakuer anything, it still needs Kirigakuer's power to fight against the Akatsuki organization, and it can't be offended easily. Yuta and Ikoharu shook her head, it's not easy. Mito Kato and nodded slightly, they are sure that we dare not refuse easily, so they united to put pressure on me. Tsunade looked at the 3rd generation. The third generation pondered for a moment and said, "The effect of Takamagahara exceeded my expectations. It is not suitable to share it with other villages on a large scale. However, the current situation is tense, and we can issue quotas to allow a small number of ninjas from other villages to participate in the experience. Let's do it." After a pause, Tsunade asked Shizun, who was standing by the side, "Yakumo, is there any news from Naruto?" Shizun replied, "Lord Jiraiya just sent back the news that Naruto's training is progressing very quickly." Tsunade ordered, "Convey the matter of Takamagahara and let Jiraiya judge for himself based on the situation over there, whether to let Yakumo, Naruto and others come back to train, or continue to stay in Kumagakure." "Yes." Shizun responded and turned around and left the office quickly. After Shizun left, the office, where only Tsunade and the three advisory elders were, fell silent. After a while, Tsunade asked, "Are there any results from the intelligence team?" Koharu Yudatan shook her head. "Without relevant samples and data, it is difficult for them to judge how much impact these two large-scale launches of Takamagahara have on Shinji's Manjiki Sharingan. There is no doubt that the village is not only evaluating Shinji's Takamagahara, but also evaluating the impact of Shinji's two large-scale Takamagahara on his Manjiki Sharingan. From a friendly perspective, the village wants to evaluate how long Shinji can last after a similar large-scale Takamagahara experience. From a malicious perspective, the village wants to evaluate how much Shinji's pupil power has been consumed." Midaman said, "If we take Uchiha Suzuki as a reference, then Uchiha Shinji's Manjiki Sharingan should not last long, but Uchiha Shinji has not shown any signs of fatigue, so it seems that, as he said before, the eye power consumption of Takamagahara is not much compared to other Manjiki eye techniques." The third generation took over the conversation. "This is good, it allows us to experience Takamagahara more." Tsunade said, "But we still need to let Kakashi and others hurry up and formulate tactics against each member of the Akatsuki organization in Takamagahara as soon as possible. Now that the news has spread, the Akatsuki organization will definitely not sit idly by, so we won't have much time left." Inside the Konoha police building, sitting in the newly cleaned office, Shinji glanced out the window. His eyes swept across several well-hidden surveillance points, and then retracted his gaze. The village did not relax its surveillance of him. In other words, because he proposed to rebuild the Konoha police force, the village's top brass fear of him also rose to a higher level. However, such surveillance had no effect on him, because he was communicating with Wu Ming in the office next to him through the Naobi. Shinji asked, "Did the marking go smoothly today?" "Yet." After laughing, Wu Ming added, "In addition, the number of people marked today is not only more than yesterday, but the quality is also obviously much better than yesterday." Shinji raised the corner of his mouth, "Very good. So far, Wu Ming has marked 2,000 Konoha ninjas through Takamagahara without anyone noticing. If calculated by proportion, it is almost 1/9 to 1/10 of the entire Konoha. Don't underestimate this amount. If Wu Ming uses the 8,000 spears to extract the chakra of these 2,000 Konoha ninjas, the gathered chakra can easily crush any tailed beast. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort. Please help." Chapter 919. Pay attention to one person. Bang! A figure suddenly rushed out from the smoke and dust, and behind him, followed two tall figures in red cloud uniforms. One of them was Haiden, who was wielding the bloody March sickle, and the other was his partner, Kakuzu, who also possessed the immortal body. "Ha ha ha!" Haiden laughed wildly while waving the bloody March sickle in his hand, launching a continuous fierce attack on the fleeing figure in front. Kakuzu lagged behind a little, waiting for an opportunity to launch ninjutsu to cooperate with Haiden's attack. Under the joint attack of the two, the person being chased was in a dilemma and looked extremely embarrassed. On a high cliff in the distance, Scorpion, Deidara, and Obaru stood quietly, watching the battle in the distance. Scorpion laughed and said, "Ranmaru is making great progress." "No doubt." The person in the distance was attacked by Kakuzu and Haiden. It was not someone else, but Ranmaru, who was also a member of Akatsuki. Like the 5 major ninja villages, in order to cope with the decisive battle in the near future, Akatsuki was also preparing for war and accumulating strength. Ranmaru realized the lack of his actual combat experience in the first battle of the Chunin exam, so he asked the organization to help him improve his actual combat experience, so Nagato sent Kakuzu and Haiden to train Ranmaru. Of course. During the training, Ranmaru was forbidden to use the transparent escape, otherwise, Kakuzu and Haiden would not be able to find Ranmaru at all, so how could he train? Listening to Scorpion's praise, Obaru chuckled, after all, he is the lucky one who has experienced the ceremony I carefully planned, and doing these is nothing. Tisk. Deidara spat lightly, looking a little disdainful. Bailuhu sneered, why, you are not convinced. Deidara grinned, so what? Scorpion said slowly, you have the strength, so save it for later to fight those guys from the 5 major ninja villages. Deidara curled his lips, brother Scorpion, they don't understand art at all. Real art is a gorgeous explosion. Scorpion did not respond to Deidara, but just glanced at Bailuhu. To be honest, when Ranmaru, who had survived the blood fusion ceremony, reappeared in front of everyone, the always arrogant Scorpion was also quite surprised. Because he knew that his skills could not make Ranmaru's strength increase greatly in such a short time. And Ranmaru's example also shows that Bailuhu's blood fusion ceremony can be copied. Although Bailuhu repeatedly emphasized the difficulty of the blood fusion ceremony to the organization, it could not change this fact. Therefore, after that, Scorpion developed a strong fear of Obaru, a guy he had looked down upon before, and even as time went by, this fear gradually surpassed his fear of Orochimaru. Obaru ignored Deidara's shouting, and his eyes stayed on Ranmaru, who was fighting with Kakuzu and Haiden in the distance. He looked at Ranmaru with a very complicated look. There were positive things such as pride and expectation, but at the same time, there was also a subtle jealousy and deep covetousness. Pride and expectation are easy to understand. Ranmaru was cultivated by him, or in other words, he created him. Now seeing Ranmaru mature step by step and become stronger and stronger, his unruly colleagues in the organization couldn't help but sigh, and he was naturally proud of it. And the jealousy and covetousness in his eyes were not false. Because the blood fusion ceremony that Ranmaru accepted was a modified version of Obaru's own ceremony, and the effect was better than his own. Therefore, Bailuhu has already felt that the strength of the several bloodline limits that Ranmaru has fused seems to be stronger than his. It's just that the two of them are still in the stage of exploring and mastering the bloodline limits they have mastered, so the gap has not been clearly reflected. Once the two of them have completely mastered and skillfully used the fused bloodline limits, the gap will be clearly revealed. As for coveting, it is naturally the pair of red eyes in Ranmaru's eye sockets that have been strengthened by the ritual. In Bailuhu's heart, the pair of red eyes belong to him, so during this period of time, he did not show it on the surface, but secretly redesigned the ritual, hoping to merge Ranmaru's red eyes into his body and take his own strength to the next level. Boom boom. Just when Bailuhu was a little distracted and daydreaming, the battle situation in the distance changed dramatically. Ranmaru used Kakuzu's ninjutsu to break a large area of rock, and then dragged Kakuzu and Haiden, and everything was buried by countless falling boulders. Hey! Scorpion exclaimed. Deidara also raised his eyebrows. Obviously, neither of them expected Ranmaru to choose such a tactic of almost mutual destruction. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang broke out in the messy rubble, and then Ranmaru climbed out of the rubble with difficulty. Pa pa pa! A round of applause rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Obito clapping his hands lightly not far from the battlefield, expressing his recognition of Ranmaru's growth. Knowing that Obito's identity in the organization was not simple, Ranmaru quickly saluted Obito. The three people on the cliff had different expressions. In their perception, there was clearly no one there, but the next moment, Obito appeared there. This time space ninjutsu made them very afraid. Bang! There was another series of loud noises, and Kakuzu and Haiden crawled out of the rubble in a panic. After dusting off his body, Haiden pointed the bloody March sickle at Ranmaru and shouted, "Little devil, let's do it again." Kakuzu also looked unhappy and stared at Ranmaru coldly. Not only did he become famous very early, he was also one of the first few people to join the organization. Now he was forced into this situation by a little devil, so he was naturally embarrassed. Ranmaru is most eager for actual combat now, so he will naturally not refuse. But just when Ranmaru was about to fight, Obito stood up. There is a new situation in Konoha, and the leader is calling everyone to start a meeting. Yes. Understood. Okay. Hearing that it was the leader who called everyone responded. Not long after, a group of Akatsuki members came in a hidden underground space. After all the members gathered, Nagato, who appeared as Tiendeo, announced, "Everyone is here, let's start the meeting." Konan stood up, "This meeting is to inform you of one thing. You need to pay attention to someone in the subsequent battles. Deidara spoke quickly. Who? Konan replied, Uchiha Shinji. Uchiha Shinji. The surviving Uchiha kid. Why should we pay attention to that guy? The members of the Akatsuki organization became restless. The people present were all rebellious. The organization specifically notified them to pay attention to a 12 or 13-year-old Uchiha kid. Naturally, many of them were puzzled. The first update is here. Chapter 920 Consensus. Konan did not keep the suspense. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he slowly said, according to the latest news, Uchiha Shinji has been confirmed to have opened the Mangeki Sharingan. I knew it. Her face was full of resentment. Unlike the doubts of other members of Akatsuki, when Konan mentioned that he should pay attention to Uchiha Shinji, his reaction was the smallest. Because he had suffered several setbacks at the hands of Shinji, he knew better than anyone how difficult Shinji was. Ranmaru also echoed, no wonder, it turns out that he has opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Like Hirako, Ranmaru had also suffered at Shinji's hands, and instinctively realized that Shinji was different from ordinary Konoha ninjas. Deidara curled his lips, even if that kid named Uchiha Shinji opened the Mangeki Sharingan, there is no need to remind us to pay attention to that kid. Haiden said, yes, but he is just a kid of 12 or 13. We will not be repeatedly defeated by such a kid like Hirako. Hirako was furious, asshole, what do you mean? Kakuzu said coldly, if it weren't for your continuous failures, the Nine Tails would have fallen into our hands long ago. Hirako was choked and immediately counterattacked, you have no idea how difficult that brat is. Ranmaru and Sheneng also fell into the hands of that brat, you will know if you ask him. Seeing the fire burning on his head, Sheneng hurriedly said, I was in the wrong state at that time, and I was besieged by a large number of Konoha ninjas, so the brat was lucky enough to succeed. Hirako glared at Sheneng in anger, you. Seeing everyone quarreling, Tiendeo spoke, shut up. The leader spoke, and all the members of the Akatsuki organization shut up, even the furious Hirako had to hold back. Konan continued, opening the Mangeki Sharingan is only one of the things. What really needs to be paid attention to is the Mangeki pupil technique Takamagahara awakened by Uchiha Shinji. Takamagahara. Biwajozo was stunned for a moment and looked at Itaka beside him. Itaka shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. At this time, Zetsu stood up and informed everyone present of all the information he had found out about Takamagahara. What? After learning that Shinji's Mangeki Sharingan Takamagahara could simulate any scene, any imaginary enemy, and even had the ability to control the flow of time, the members of Akatsuki were all surprised, even Itaki, who usually did not show his emotions. Ranmaru murmured, is there really such a technique in the world? Ranmaru was more like questioning than amazed. So, all the members of Akatsuki looked at Itaki, who also had the Mangeki Sharingan, hoping to get some information from him. Itaka said calmly, I know nothing about Takamagahara. Biwajozo said, this is a bit tricky. If the kid's Takamagahara can simulate all the people he has seen, even if they are only 50% or 60% similar, it will be enough for the 5 major ninja villages to analyze our style and dismantle our tactics. Everyone nodded. The members of the Akatsuki organization present may be unruly, but they also know how terrible the Takamagahara eye technique that can simulate the environment and simulate imaginary enemies at will is. Because ninjas often fight against information gaps, such as Kakuzu and Haiden, their so-called immortal bodies are not without cracking methods. Once the enemy finds a flaw, the threat of the two of them will be greatly reduced. Therefore, the existence of Takamagahara is like a cheat, which allows the elites of the 5 major ninja villages to constantly try and error, and find tactics against them one by one. Scorpion said, who among us has fought with Uchiha Shinji? Ze replied, Hitsugu, Ranmaru fought with Uchiha Shinji in the last invasion of Konoha. Their information may have been recorded by Shinji's Takamagahara. Hitsugu spat, bad luck. Ranmaru frowned deeply. Relatively speaking, they are already difficult targets with multiple bloodline limits, but even so, they still feel uneasy after learning that their information may be recorded by Takamagahara. Ze continued, in the previous operation to capture the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts, Sheneng, Scorpion, and Uchiha Shinji had a brief fight. Your information may also be recorded by his Takamagahara. Sheneng's face darkened. Humph. Scorpion snorted lightly, as if to express disdain, and as if to express annoyance. Ju said, among the others, Itaka fought with Uchiha Shinji during the night of the Uchiha clan extermination. It's just that I'm not sure whether he opened the Mangeki Sharingan at that time, but Itaka still has the possibility of information leakage. Itaka nodded slightly, acknowledging Zetsu's judgment. At this time, Billuo said angrily, "Don't analyze it over and over again. This guy must be eliminated immediately. Let him live one more day, and the possibility of our information leakage will increase by 1 point." Feijuan rarely agreed with Billuo's opinion. Yes, that kid's pupil technique is too disgusting, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Scorpion said, "I want to make him into a human puppet." Kakuzu said, "I want his heart." Billuo said anxiously, "I want his pair of Mangeki Sharingan." Wu Yang laughed and said, "It takes a heart and eyes to make a human puppet. How are you going to divide them?" Deidara said, "Isn't this easy? Whoever kills the kid will get the kid's body." The three nodded, agreeing with this division. Konan looked at Tend at this time. "I'm worried that if we act now, it will trigger a war with the 5 major ninja villages in advance." Tend was actually a little worried. Although he had made the Jinkriki into the new 6 paths of pain, it would take some time to completely master the power of the Jinkriki. After all, those Jinkriki themselves were also top ninjas in the ninja world. If Nagato only gave them the power of the Samsara Eye but did not use their own power, then it would be meaningless to use them to make a new 6 paths of pain. Seeing Nagato's hesitation, Obito said, "I'll be responsible for the intelligence. Don't worry, I'll pick a suitable opportunity." Kakuzu said, "It's just a kid of 12 or 13 years old." Haiden grinned, "Yes, it would be too embarrassing if our Akatsuki organization was scared by such a kid." Wang Liang even said, "I must participate in this trip to Konoha. Someone promised to bring back the Shrine Maiden for me, but I haven't seen her yet. I won't wait foolishly any longer." Bailuo's face darkened. The someone in Wu Yang's mouth naturally refers to him, but he didn't argue this time, because he thought it was more important to get rid of Shinji as soon as possible than to quarrel with his colleagues. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 921. Time is of the essence. As the influence of Takamagahara continued to ferment, the outside world became more and more chaotic, but Shinji did not care too much about it, because when he deliberately disclosed Takamagahara to the village, he was already prepared for all kinds of troubles. After all, time is of the essence. Compared to the disputes within the ninja world, the overlord who may come at any time is the real sharp blade hanging over his head. Amidst all this disturbance, a few more days passed. Shinji and Wu Ming worked closely together, quietly advancing their own infinite Tsukuyomi plan in secret. After nearly a week of hard work, Wu Ming used the cover of Takamagahara to successfully mark nearly 6,000 Konoha ninjas with 8,000 spears. You should know that those who can experience Takamagahara have been selected by the village, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled have basically been eliminated. Therefore, although Konoha is the largest ninja village in the ninja world, its actual size is far more than these 6,000, but these 6,000 are almost the essence of Konoha. In addition, under pressure from the other 4 major ninja villages, a small number of other people were added to the crowd experiencing Takamagahara in the following days. Ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages. For example, Darui from Kumagakur, Kuratsuka from Uegakur, and Ringo Auri from Kirigakur. As for Sand Village, since the 4th Kazekage died in battle and the Elder Cho died to save Gaara, the newly appointed 5th Kazekage Yekura led Gaara and others to temporarily return to Sand Village to stabilize the situation. So after learning about the information of Takamagahara, although they put pressure on Konoha with other villages, the people who experienced Takamagahara were still on their way. In order to win over the powerful Ryaga and Chino, the Konoha high-level officials granted them the qualification to experience Takamagahara. Other small ninja villages such as Takigakur, Hashigakur, and Yokogakur also applied to Konoha. Please, but the conditions have not been negotiated yet, and Konoha has not given in yet. Privately, Shinji and Wu Ming are constantly perfecting their infinite Tsukuyomi plan. According to Shinji's original idea, his low-profile infinite Tsukuyomi plan is to prevent accidents after he becomes the Ten Tails Jinkriki. Or, simply, it is a backup plan taken if the Ten Tails is not resurrected as expected. So according to this original intention, his infinite Tsukuyomi plan must meet one requirement, that is, it is enough to influence the battle situation. This battle situation can be against the Ten Tails, Black Zetsu, or even the 6 Path Sage, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and other Otsutsuki, or against the overlord of fear. And to meet this point, the amount of chakra collected by infinite Tsukuyomi must be at least close to the 10 tails. For this reason, Shinji and Wyoming have made many estimates in private. If we take ordinary tailed beasts as an example, the chakra amount of about 1000 to 1500 Konoha ninjas is enough to match. Ignoring the difference in chakra between each tailed beast, it would take about 9000 to 13,500 Konoha ninjas to match the chakra. However, calculating the chakra of the tailed beasts cannot be done by simple addition and subtraction. For example, 9 the chakra of the tail is so special that it crushes the other 8 tailed beasts. So even if Naruto only has half of the 9-tailed beast in his body, his chakra performance as the 9-tailed beast is obviously much higher than that of other tailed beasts. So if we really compare, the chakra of one 9-tailed beast may be equal to the chakra of 3 or 5 ordinary tailed beasts. And the situation of the 10-tailed beast is even more special. Because the 10-tailed beast is the incarnation of the sacred tree, it cannot be simply regarded as a collection of 9-tailed beasts. Simply put, it is more like the product of the fusion of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, so its chakra must be much higher than the sum of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Therefore, Shinji has no way of estimating how many ninjas Wyoming needs to mark with the 8,000 spears to obtain a chakra amount close to the 10-tailed beast, but this number is definitely above 13,500, and it is likely to be 5 or 10 times this number. After all, almost every creature in the entire ninja world has chakra. Ninjas or summoned ninja beasts are just individuals who can use chakra, so the chakra possessed by ninjas and summoned ninja beasts is not all the chakra in the ninja world. In the apartment, sitting on the bed, Shinji leaned against the wall and said to Wyoming, who was also leaning against the wall next door, with Zhibi, so 6,000 people are just a start. Wyoming next door nodded slightly, I understand. In recent days, she was a little excited because she had marked an unprecedented number of targets with 8,000 spears. You know, in the chaotic warring states period, there were not so many high-quality ninjas who came to her door to mark one by one. So although she didn't dare to activate the 8,000 spears to extract the chakra of more than 6,000 people, she was shocked by the total amount of chakra of these targets marked by the 8,000 spears just by sensing. Only after listening to Shinji's analysis just now, the excitement in her heart gradually subsided. At the same time, the more she understood the blueprint in Shinji's mind, the more she was deeply attracted by Shinji's pattern and courage, because Shinji was completely different from the Uchiha clan members she had known before who only valued immediate interests. Shinji asked with some concern, is there any problem in marking? Wyoming quickly replied, don't worry, after fusing with the first-generation cells, my pupil power is still slowly improving. Marking more than 6,000 targets is nothing at all. I don't feel any effort at all. That's good. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. The upper limit of the number of marks for Wyoming's 8,000 spears is also one of his concerns. If the upper limit of the 8,000 spears marking is only a few thousand, then no matter how much he plans, his infinite Tsukuyomi plan will not be able to continue. However, from Wyoming's tone, the number of 6,000 should be far from the limit of 8,000 spears, so there is no need to worry too much about this aspect for the time being. According to the plan of the village's top leaders, there should be several more batches of Konoha ninjas who will rotate to experience Takamagahara, so the number that can be marked in the village alone should be around 10,000. Although the village has only given a small number of places to the other 4 ninja villages, as they get a taste of success, they will definitely ask the village to increase the number of places. And the people sent by the other 4 villages must be the elite of the elite, and their average quality must be above that of ordinary Konoha ninjas, so even if the number is less, the amount of chakra marked should not be less. By the way, I can also start with some other small ninja villages. They don't have a perfect system like the 5 major ninja villages, and even if Wyoming is forced to mark, it is estimated that not many people can detect abnormalities. Holding his chin with his hand, Shinji secretly calculated the next plan. The first update is here. Chapter 922 Kaimimoro's Intelligence. Small ninja villages like Kusa, Taki, Snow, and Star are naturally not comparable to the 5 major ninja villages in terms of quantity and quality of ninjas. But if you add them all together, they are also a force that cannot be underestimated. And the number of strong men in these small ninja villages is limited, and ninjas who are good at perception are even rarer. Generally, there are no defensive barriers or perception barriers, so there is no need to waste Shinji's energy. Just let Wyoming sneak in and mark them. Even if there are some accidents, with Shinji's current illusion attainments, using illusions to subdue a small number of people will not cause any waves. Konoha counts as 10,000. If the other 4 villages can mark hundreds of elites each, it is equivalent to marking another 4,000 to 5,000 ordinary Konoha ninjas. As for the other small ninja villages, although there are many people, their quality is uneven and cannot be overestimated. By the way, there are also those warriors in the Iron Country. Shinji thought of the Iron Country again. The samurai group of the Iron Country can control a country in the ninja world, and can participate in the 5-Cage Conference as a neutral party in the original time and space, which shows that their overall strength is stronger than that of ordinary small ninja villages. So if this group of samurai is also counted, after marking all the small ninja villages and the samurai of the Iron Country, it should be equivalent to 4 or 5,000 Konoha ninjas. According to this calculation, if the plan goes smoothly, Shinji can at least obtain the chakra of 20,000 ordinary Konoha ninjas. Although this chakra amount is probably not as good as the 10 taels, it is also a considerable chakra. For the rest, we can only think of ways from the individual. Shinji's thoughts diverged. Individuals like Karin and Shin can equal hundreds or even thousands of chakras. The amount of chakra of an ordinary ninja, so marking a few more such super individuals can, to some extent, fill the gap in quantity. Then Shinji thought that he must find an opportunity to rehearse first. Otherwise, he was not sure whether his body could hold up when Wu Ming used the 8,000 spears to gather the chakra of tens of thousands of ninjas to him alone. There are so many things to do, it's a headache. Thinking about it, Shinji rubbed his temples. Now that he has slowly walked from behind the scenes to the front, exposed to the eyes of all forces, the enemies targeting him will increase exponentially, so he must be more careful in every action, otherwise, he may capsize in the gutter. For example, now, his original body will not leave Konoha village easily. Even if there is something that must be done to leave the village, he will first let the blood clone explore the way, and then activate the pupil technique of the Red Dragon Eye Red Dragon, exchange positions with the blood clone, and complete the space shuttle of the original body. The next day, Shinji completed the experience of Takamagahara again in the giant venue. Because everyone's acceptance and familiarity with Takamagahara are constantly improving, the duration of a single Takamagahara has been extended from the initial 10 minutes to half an hour. A half hour in reality is equivalent to 2 hours in Takamagahara. Ninja battles generally do not last for 2 hours, because it is difficult to keep up with chakra and physical strength, but Takamagahara can refresh the state of the experiencer, so the experience time is extended to 2 hours, enough for the experiencer to enjoy 4 or 5 fierce battles. The price is just the mental fatigue after leaving Takamagahara. That's why more and more Konoha ninjas are addicted to Takamagahara, and more people in the village are applying to experience Takamagahara. Even many ninjas who used to hold the heirs of the nobles can't help but join the team applying to experience Takamagahara. And the training effect of Takamagahara has gradually emerged in the experience of the past few days. Shinji is not sure about the others, but the daily improvement of those he is familiar with, such as Suzuki, Momei, Karin, and Haku, is visible to the naked eye. After being beaten continuously, Suzuki can fight back. Although the result remains the same, he is still defeated miserably, but at least the defeat is not so embarrassing. Momei has made rapid progress in all aspects in the sparring with Shisui. Coupled with her own super hardware conditions, her improvement is more significant than Suzuki. Karin, who has mastered the wood release and the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, is already very strong. After repeated actual combat exercises, she has become more proficient in the timing of launching ninjutsu and sealing techniques, and her winning rate against Hirako is steadily increasing. Haku's situation is the most special. His opponent is Ranmaru, who has mastered the transparent release, which makes him in the cat and mouse state most of the time in Takamagahara. Of course, he plays the role of the mouse. Therefore, he has also improved, but more of it is about how to deal with enemies that cannot be matched. However, he obviously also realized that only by entering the realm of the transparent world can he truly fight Ranmaru, who has mastered the transparent escape. As for Shin, she still can't overcome her fear. Obviously, the safe environment has prevented her from taking that step. After finishing the day's Takamagahara, Shinji contacted his subordinates with Niobe as usual. When he contacted Kimimaro, Kimimaro reported to him, "Sir, today a subordinate of Orochimaru found me." "Oh." Shinji was a little surprised and asked, "Who?" Kimimaro answered truthfully, "It's a woman named Guren. She asked me to cooperate with them and try to rescue Orochimaru." Gurren. Shinji thought of this person, who was indeed a subordinate of Orochimaru. So Shinji asked, who are the people involved in this rescue? What is their plan? Kimimaro replied, she didn't tell me the specific situation, she just told me to be prepared and cooperate with them at any time. Shinji nodded and thought to himself, the 4 Odashi are dead or captured, and the Odashi village has been breached. There shouldn't be many of Orochimaru's men left now. The only ones worth noting are Kabuto Yakushi and Jigo. No, with just a few of them, how could they rescue Orochimaru under the layers of guards in Konoha? If Danzo was still the advisory elder and cooperated with them, there might be a chance. But now even Danzo has been detained, and it is impossible to rescue Orochimaru from Konoha with only Kabuto Yakushi and others. Although he was a little confused, the information provided by Kimimaro gave Shinji a new idea. The 9 tails that resurrects the 10 tails does not necessarily have to be the half in Naruto's body. As long as the soul of the 4th Hokage sealed in the belly of the god of death can be rescued, the other half of the 9 tails can be obtained. Currently, only Orochimaru can do this. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 923, Meeting in the Forest. Considering the 9 tails, which is a crucial factor in resurrecting the 10 tails, Shinji had to seek cooperation with Orochimaru. This is why he had thrown Orochimaru to Konoha for custody. Otherwise, it would not be easy to threaten Orochimaru. With a change of mind, Shinji had a plan. The next day, everything was normal. Shinji appeared at the giant venue as usual in the morning and launched the Takamagahara for the thousands of Konoha ninjas who had gathered in the venue early. Then, he returned to the Konoha police building and assigned Bai and Karin a task of patrolling the periphery of the village. Because the Konoha police force was originally responsible for the village's public security, Shinji, the captain of the police force, had the right to issue similar tasks. After giving Bai and Karin an excuse to leave the village, Shinji quietly separated a blood clone, and then took Wuming to patrol the village. As soon as he went out on the street, Shinji became the focus of everyone. This was not only because of Takamagahara, but also because of the Konoha police force captain uniform he was wearing. After many years, the police force uniform with the Uchiha clan's round fan emblem appeared on the streets of Konoha again. Wuming said quietly at this time, Shinji, it seems that someone is following us. Don't worry. Shinji smiled. He and Wuming teamed up to patrol the village in the name of the police force in a high-profile manner, with the purpose of attracting the attention of the village and various forces hidden in the dark, to cover his blood clone, Bai and Karin from leaving the village. What Wuming just discovered was the Anbu sent by the village leaders to monitor him. After deliberately wandering around the village for a long time, Shinji and Wuming came to the private room on the second floor of the barbecue restaurant. Glancing out the window, Shinji discovered that among the people monitoring him, there were members of the Hyuga clan, so he decisively gave up the idea of using the red dragon in the private room and said to Wuming, do you see the tree across the street? Wuming looked over, well, what's wrong? Shinji smiled and said, there is a guy hiding in the tree canopy who is monitoring us. Now you go check him in the name of the police force. Being monitored made Wuming a little uncomfortable. After listening to Shinji's instructions, she immediately flashed and rushed to the big tree across the street. Sure enough, before Wuming arrived, there was a commotion on the tree canopy. Taking this opportunity, Shinji turned around, left the window private room, came to a blind spot in the private room, and activated the red dragon. Swish! Instantly, he, who was in a private room on the second floor of the barbecue restaurant, completed the space exchange with the blood clone that had sneaked out of the village before. At this time, an Anbu hiding in another big tree to monitor Shinji frowned slightly, and asked the intercom on his neck, I am number 1, I have lost the target here. Number 2, number 3, can you directly observe the target? Number 2 has lost the target. Number 3 has also lost the target. Listening to the response in the headset, the Anbu codenamed number 1 felt something was wrong, so he looked at the Hyuga tribe member who was sent by the village to help them monitor Shinji not far away, and found that the Hyuga tribe member was arguing with Shinji's subordinates and was no longer in the monitoring position. The rich experience of monitoring told him that there was probably something wrong, so he considered whether to get closer, even if it was risky, to confirm whether Shinji was still in the barbecue restaurant. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his headset, Number 2 found the target is still in the private room, no abnormality. Number 3 also found the target. Number 1 Anbu hurriedly looked at the private room on the second floor of the barbecue restaurant and found that Shinji's figure really appeared at the window again. His intuition told him that something was wrong, but he observed for a long time, but did not find any flaws, and Shinji left their sight for a very short time. According to his experience, even the Mangeki Uchiha could not do anything in such a short time. It seems that I worry too much. After secretly saying it, the number 1 Anbu said to the intercom, the eye is exposed. Number 2, number 3, cheer up, don't miss any details. The eye he mentioned was naturally the member of the Hyuga clan, and at this time the Hyuga clan member was helplessly explaining to Wu Ming that he was just passing by. Outside Konoha village. Shinji, who exchanged space with his blood clone, instantly came to the location where the blood clone was just now. After looking around vigilantly, Shinji confirmed that it was safe, and then changed into the hooded red cloud suit and mask of A, and contacted Haku and Karin with Niobe. Because the mission was carried out outside the village, without the cover of the crowd, it was difficult to monitor or track them. In addition, the focus of the village was still on Shinji, so there were not many Anbu following Haku and Karin, and they were quickly thrown away by Haku and Karin. After contacting Haku and Karin, Shinji, as the leader A, ordered Karin to find suspicious people hiding near the village. Since Orochimaru's subordinates wanted to rescue Orochimaru, they would definitely hide near the village. Ordinary people might find it difficult to find them, but Karin, who has the Kagura heart, would not have difficulty finding them as long as she was willing to spend time. Not long after, Karin made a discovery. Her Kagura heart found that there were multiple powerful chakra fluctuations in a remote forest about 40 miles away from the village. In such a remote place, even if a patrol from Konoha passes by, the level of the patrol team cannot be very high. It is not easy to get the evaluation of strong chakra fluctuation from Karin. This requires at least the level of a Jonin. The chakra of the second time is needed. It is obviously abnormal that several masters of the Jonin level gathered in a remote forest, so Karin informed Shinji of this situation. After obtaining the information, Shinji did not act alone as usual, but asked Karin and Bai to meet nearby, and then he got up and rushed to the forest. After a while, Shinji arrived at the forest. There is a smell of blood. He sniffed. The sensitivity of the red dragon eye to blood told him that a killing had occurred in this forest not long ago, and the dead were definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 people. At this time, Karin sent a more accurate direction through the direct vision. With a whoosh, Shinji rushed over and found a cave, and at this time 3 figures had already come out of the cave. No doubt. These 3 figures are Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, and Gurren who are hiding here. After a moment of shock, Hong Lian asked in surprise, "How did you find us?" The first update is here. Chapter 924, a deal that cannot be refused. Facing the sudden appearance of Akatsuki A, not to mention Hong Lian and Jago, even Kabuto Yakushi, who has already mastered the fairy art, no longer has the usual calmness on his face. His face is frowning, full of vigilance and fear. He knows very well that the person in front of him is a powerful enemy who can easily defeat Lord Orochimaru. He is the suspected leader of Akatsuki and one of the strongest in the ninja world. To deal with such a strong man, even if the 3 of them attack together, the chances of winning are not great. Just when the 3 were uneasy, Shinji waved his hand, "Don't be afraid, I have no interest in you guys." The 3 did not relax because of Shinji's words, and they were still on full alert. Shinji looked at the 3 people. He thought that there should be many subordinates of Orochimaru gathered here, but he found that there were only Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, and Hong Lian, who he had guessed before. When thinking about the smell of blood before, it is not difficult to guess that there had been a fight here. Then his eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi. He could not tell why, but he felt a sense of danger. This was obviously abnormal. It was just that Kabuto Yakushi's appearance did not look abnormal, so he did not think about the immortal technique for a while. After looking at Jago again, Shinji retracted his gaze. "I can help you rescue Orochimaru, but I need you to do something for me." Kabuto Yakushi forced a smile and said respectfully, "Please tell me." Shinji said lightly, "I need the 9-tailed fox." Kabuto Yakushi was not surprised to hear that AS demand was the tailed beast, but he was a little puzzled. "You should not need us small characters to capture the Jinchuriki, right?" Shinji said, "I don't want the half of the 9-tailed fox in Uzumaki Naruto's body." Kabuto Yakushi looked stern. As a senior spy, he knew some inside information about the 9 Tails rebellion in Konoha. He knew that the fourth Hokage sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra and his soul in the stomach of the god of death in order to weaken the Nine Tails. The tailed beasts are the embodiment of chakra, so the fourth Hokage sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra in his body, which was almost equivalent to becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki like Naruto. It turns out that the Akatsuki organization is targeting that half of the Nine Tails. After sorting this out, Kabuto Yakushi still said respectfully, as far as I know, that half of the Nine Tails was sealed in the stomach of the god of death together with the fourth Hokage. I'm afraid we can't help. Shinji stared at Kabuto Yakushi, judging the truth of his words. If Kabuto Yakushi could solve this problem, he wouldn't need to deal with Orochimaru, so he came directly to Kabuto Yakushi. However, judging from Kabuto Yakushi's reaction, he didn't seem to know much about the Ashiki fusion. But this is normal, after all, unlike Orochimaru who has plenty of time to study various secret techniques and forbidden techniques. Kabuto Yakushi often has to play the role of a spy and deal with various forces, so even if he is Orochimaru's most trusted deputy, he may not have studied the Ashiki fusion like Orochimaru. This is not a problem I need to consider. After a pause, Shinji said, give me the half of the Nine Tails in the body of the fourth Hokage, and I will let Orochimaru go. Kabuto Yakushi's expression stagnated, please. Without waiting for Kabuto Yakushi to finish his words, Shinji directly disappeared from the spot with a flash body technique. Looking at the place where Shinji disappeared, Kabuto Yakushi looked embarrassed. He knew the hidden meaning of AS words just now. If they couldn't hand over the Nine Tails, then Orochimaru's fate might be worrying. At this time, Chugo said, sorry, he moved too fast, and my spies failed to warn in time. Because of the ability to communicate with animals, many inconspicuous birds and squirrels in this forest are Chugo's spies. Once ordinary ninjas set foot in this forest, they will alert those small animals, so that Chugo will receive the news in advance. However, Shinji's speed was too fast, and Karin was guided by the Kagura Heart Eye all the way, so Chugo's original perfect early warning system failed. Hong Lian said in a deep voice, now is not the time to apologize. Kabuto, what should we do now? Yakushi Kabuto said, things are troublesome. I thought we only needed to rescue Orochimaru from Konoha, but I didn't expect Akatsuki to intervene. Hong Lian said anxiously, to face Konoha and Akatsuki at the same time, we can't do it with just a few of us. Have any chance of winning. Yakushi Kabuto nodded gently, well, the other party can find us so easily, which shows that Akatsuki has infiltrated Konoha very seriously. It seems that forced rescue will not work. Hong Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, in this case, let's evacuate here first. Yakushi Kabuto smiled helplessly, do you think we can still get away? Hong Lian frowned, what do you mean? Are you saying that Akatsuki is already monitoring us? Chigo's expression was also stern, ready to try to communicate with his own eyes to confirm whether there are any Akatsuki members secretly monitoring around. Yakushi Kabuto did not stop Kongo, and said to himself, you have no experience in dealing with Akatsuki, they are not reasonable people. And A is likely to be the number 1 or number 2 figure in Akatsuki. If such a person comes out in person, if the transaction is not completed, we and Lord Orochimaru may not be able to escape. Hong Lian was a little irritated, where can we find the Nine Tails for them? How can we do what they can't do? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses on his nose and smiled, that's not necessarily true. Hong Lian was stunned, what? Kabuto Yakushi said, the name of the technique used by the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails was Shiki Fusion. It was the sealing technique of the destroyed Uzumaki clan. There are only a few people in the ninja world who mastered that technique, and as far as I know, Lord Orochimaru is one of them. Hong Lian asked suspiciously, are you saying that the Akatsuki organization also knows this, so they came to us to trade? Kabuto Yakushi didn't answer, but looked at Chugo. Chugo, who had already communicated with the small animals, said to Kabuto Yakushi, there are no suspicious people in the forest at present, and the other party should have left. After confirming that there was no monitor, Kabuto Yakushi said, I have no way to guess the intentions of the Akatsuki organization. I only know that we have no choice. So we must contact Orochimaru as soon as possible, inform him of the transaction, and let him make the decision. Jago asked, how to contact Orochimaru? Yakushi Kabuto thought for a while, and suddenly asked Hong Lian, Konoha restarted the police force and let Uchiha Shinji serve as the captain of the police force. Hong Lian nodded, this is the news I got. Yakushi Kabuto said, we and Kimimaro have no way to contact Orochimaru, but if we let Kimimaro join the newly established Konoha police force, maybe we will have a chance to contact Orochimaru. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 925 Raid. After leaving the forest where Kabuto Yakushi and others were hiding, Shinji did not return to Konoha immediately, but stood on the crown of a big tree, flipped out the map and looked around. Now that the blood clone is in the village, he can activate the red dragon and the blood clone at any time to complete the space replacement. In addition, Bai and Karin are also on standby nearby, so he can attack or defend. So he wants to check around Konoha to see if there are any other suspicious people spying on him besides Kabuto Yakushi and others. Therefore, he did not disconnect the direct contact with Karin. On the other side of the direct contact, Karin and Bai, who are still wearing the uniforms of the Konoha police force, are also standing on a big tree to guard the surroundings. This identity of the Konoha police force makes it easier and more convenient for them to enter and exit Konoha. Bai asked, "What's the situation?" The master left the forest. After a pause, Karin continued, "The master should have contacted the people hiding in the forest, but there was no conflict between the two sides." Bai was a little confused. Who would lurk in such a place? Someone from the Dark Dawn. Karin shook her head, "I don't know, the master didn't tell me." Just then, Karin suddenly frowned, because her Kagura heart sensed a very strange chakra. This chakra was intermittent and looming. If Karin hadn't mastered the Kagura heart more and more, she might not have been able to detect the existence of this chakra. What made her even more uneasy was that the strange chakra seemed to be approaching the leader. So she immediately told Shinji about this strange situation through Niobe. "Someone is approaching me?" Shinji was slightly startled. Now, even if he doesn't count the part of killing intention perception, his perception ability is still among the best in the current ninja world. But he didn't notice anyone approaching him, and when he thought of Karin's mention of the other party's chakra being intermittent and appearing from time to time, he immediately had a guess in his mind. Hat. He smiled secretly, and the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly curled up. Almost at the same time when Shinji received Karin's warning, Obito, who was in the hollow state in the distance, stared at Shinji standing on the tree canopy. His face was gloomy. His purpose this time was to collect information about Uchiha Shinji and find an opportunity to attack, but he didn't expect to meet the mysterious A. He actually wanted to know the true identity of the A group more than the 5 major ninja villages. Because the A group had previously used the banner of the Akatsuki organization, he and Nagato fell into a long period of mutual suspicion, and also they brought a lot of trouble, and even forced them to launch the plan to collect the tailed beasts in advance. To this day, this group of people is still his biggest worry, and it is an uncertain factor that can determine the outcome of their battle with the 5 major ninja villages. Do you want to take action? He began to weigh the pros and cons. The opponent's strength is unquestionable, and there are many past battle examples to support this, so he is not sure whether to take action, because the risk is too great. Similarly, under huge risks, the benefits are also very tempting. As long as he can capture A here, it is possible to obtain the true identity of A and his group, and he and Nagato can clear up this uncertainty that has been bothering them before the war. Without entanglement for too long, Obito took action. Although A is strong, he is also full of confidence in his strength and his eye technique. In just a moment, the virtualized Obito came behind A, and then, while exiting the virtualized state, he stretched out his right hand and pressed on A's shoulder, launching Kamyu. Instantly, a twisted vortex was generated in his right hand, and it quickly expanded to A's shoulder through his right hand. Only then did A suddenly turn his head back. Looking at A, who realized it later, Obito grinned, "I got it." In the state of physical contact, the activation speed of Kamyu is very fast. Even Obito, who was still a little immature during the Nine Tails Rebellion, put the 4th Hokage in danger several times, not to mention the current Obito. It can be said that unless it is a strong man like the 4th Hokage who has full combat talent and also masters the space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, it is difficult for ordinary people to guard against his surprise attack with Kamyu. Because the reaction time left for his target is very short, only 1 or 2 breaths, plus the interference of the Kamyu that is being activated, this 1 or 2 breaths can't do anything at all. This is also the reason why Obito dared to take the initiative to attack A. As the distortion of space became more and more intense, although A had already reacted, his entire body had been distorted by Kamyu. Not to mention launching eye techniques and ninjutsu, even moving his fingers and blinking his eyes became extremely difficult. Hat. Soon, with a chuckle from Obito, A's figure completely disappeared in the twisted vortex. After confirming that he succeeded, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it would be very troublesome, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to solve. Before taking action, he considered various possibilities, including misses. In the end, he didn't expect it to be so smooth and successful in one strike. And with his many years of experience and the feedback from the Kamiya when he launched it, he was sure that the one he attacked was A's real body, not some shadow clone or something like that. After calming down a little, Obito turned around and flew in the opposite direction of Konoha village. Compared with a kid like Uchiha Shinji, getting rid of A was obviously a higher priority in his mind. At present, he only threw A into the God of War space, and did not really solve A, so he needed to return to the base immediately and gather people to enter the God of War space, just like he besieged the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato who was thrown into the God of War space by him before, and besiege A. Only by completely defeating A can he really feel relieved. As for his target Uchiha Shinji who came to Konoha this time, he can only find a way to solve it later. After all, he can no longer use God of War at the moment, because once he uses God of War, A who was thrown into the God of War space by him may take the opportunity to escape. Ordinary people may not be able to see such a fleeting short gap, but if it is a strong man like A, it is not necessarily. So for A, he did not underestimate the enemy because of his success just now, but still maintained enough caution. Therefore, even when he was on the road, he could only use his 2 feet like an ordinary ninja. Chapter 926 Encounter and Fight. Not far away. Karen's face suddenly changed, and she said, "The chakra reaction of the master has disappeared." Bai frowned slightly, "Suddenly disappeared." Yet. Karen nodded lightly, while concentrating on using the Kagura heart eye to sense repeatedly. Not to mention Bai, even she herself was a little uncertain. Because the chakra reaction is almost equivalent to the vital signs of a ninja, if the chakra reaction disappears completely, it means that the ninja has either entered a certain barrier that can isolate perception, or the ninja has been confirmed dead. And in this kind of wilderness, there is generally no barrier that blocks perception, so there is only another possibility. But if this possibility happened to other people, Karen would not question herself. But when it came to the leader, she could only suspect that something was wrong with her, because she didn't believe that anyone could kill a ninja as powerful as the leader in an instant. However, after repeatedly sensing several times, Karen still did not sense the leader's chakra reaction. Not only that, even the Zhibi that had been connected to the leader seemed to have lost the connection for some reason. Bai asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Karen shook her head and said nervously, "I still can't sense the chakra reaction of the master." "No, the chakra reaction that just approached the master is quickly evacuating. Let's go." Bai rushed out without any nonsense. Karen also he hurriedly followed. In the forest. Chirping. A little sparrow landed on Jago's shoulder, fluttering up and down while chirping. Kabuto Yakushi and Honglien looked stern and looked at Jago together. Jago listened carefully for a while and said, "A strange person appeared outside the forest." "Strange?" Kabuto Yakushi frowned and asked, "Is it A?" Jago shook his head, "He is dressed similarly to A, but he is not the A who just left." Honglien's face changed, "It seems that he is someone sent by the Akatsuki organization to monitor us. Damn, the other party is too arrogant, right? What do they think of us?" Kabuto Yakushi's face was not good either. He could accept cooperation, but if he was monitored blatantly, he would not be able to bear it. Moreover, Orochimaru had betrayed Akatsuki before, so he was also worried that if his movements were constantly monitored by Akatsuki, even if he rescued Orochimaru, he might be destroyed by Akatsuki and be caught in one fell swoop. Kabuto Yakushi said, "Let's go and meet that guy." Jago didn't waste any words, and flashed directly to lead the way for Kabuto Yakushi and Gurren. The 3 of them were very fast, and arrived in front of the big tree where Obito attacked Shinji a moment later. However, it was not Obito who had left long ago, but Haku and Karen who had just arrived. Konoha ninja. The 3 were surprised. Haku and Karen, who were checking the traces on the big tree, were all dressed up as Konoha police force, so the 3 were very surprised. Kabuto Yakushi. Haku recognized Kabuto Yakushi opposite at a glance. After joining the Konoha police force with Shinji, he, who was always meticulous and serious, browsed through all the information of people wanted by Konoha. Hong Lian was very annoyed. Damn it, why are Konoha ninjas here? Is it the work of Akatsuki? Zhuo sensed the surroundings and whispered, it seems that there are only 2 of them. We can't let Konoha know our whereabouts, take action. Yakushi Kabuto made a decision immediately. Before Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, Hong Lian and Zhuo launched an attack on Bai and Karin. Dealing with 2 young-looking Konoha ninjas was not a problem in their eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be over in a few minutes. Seeing the opponent coming aggressively, Bai and Karin had no choice but to fight. Hong Lian was targeting Bai. She jumped into the air and quickly formed a seal and shouted, Crystal Escape, Crystal 5-Corner Road. Boom boom boom. In an instant, light red crystals rose from the ground and extended rapidly all the way to Bai's position. Swish! Bai, who turned on the stripes, disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, Bai appeared behind Hong Lian, and stabbed out with the kunao in his hand, but because he was not sure of the opponent's identity, Bai deliberately avoided the vital point. Hong Lian was shocked. With her strength, she could not catch Bai's movements. When she found Bai appeared behind her, she had no time to make any defensive moves. She could only barely activate the crystal escape and create a layer of crystals on her back. Clang! A sharp sound came out, followed by a crack, the sound of the crystal breaking. Hong Lian fell to the ground, looking at the broken crystals behind her, a layer of sweat oozed on her forehead. The opponent's strength was far beyond her imagination. If she hadn't been decisive just now, she would have been at least seriously injured. At the other end, Kawa found Karin. In order to make a quick decision, Kawa did not underestimate the enemy. He activated the curse seal right away and instantly entered the state 2, and then punched the thin Karin. As he swung his fist, several jets appeared on his elbow, accompanied by a large amount of gas mixed with chakra, like a shock wave, which accelerated his swung fist. You should know that in the second state of the curse seal, his ordinary punch is already very powerful. Coupled with the jet impact of the elbow, the whole fist is like a cannonball, even a mountain wall can be easily smashed by his punch. Facing the punch from Jago, Karin did not dodge or evade, but also swung a punch to meet it. Bang! The 2 fists collided, in a roar that made people's eardrums hurt. Then, something unexpected happened. It was not the thin-looking Karin who was blown away, but the burly Jago after the immortal transformation. Seeing Jago fly a long way and hit a big tree to stop his body, Hong Lian was shocked. How? How is it possible? Yakushi Kabuto was also surprised, and his eyes looking at Karin were more solemn. Karin shook her arms to relieve the soreness of her muscles. Now she has developed her Uzumaki clan's sage body to the extreme, and after the transplant surgery, she obtained the sage body of the Senju clan. In terms of physique alone, she is very close to the first generation. The skill of super strength fist is an active skill for Tsunade, but it is only a passive ability for the first generation. Therefore, Karin, whose physique is close to that of the first generation, actually has similar terrifying power, because this is the most direct manifestation of a strong physique. Hong Lian and Jago, who just got up, looked at Kabuto Yakushi. They thought they were just 2 small characters, but they found that the other party was ridiculously strong after fighting, so they were a little undecided. Chapter 927 First Tour of the Divine Power Space. Kabuto Yakushi habitually pushed the glasses on his nose to hide his surprise. Then his eyes focused on the conspicuous Konoha Police Force logo on Shiro and Karin. He was slightly startled, and then recognized the identities of Shiro and Karin. Are they subordinates of Uchiha Shinji? Before Shinji won the position of chief of Konoha Ninja School, Shiro and Karin had always been unknown. It was not until Shinji became the chief that the 2 of them, as Shinji's teammates, gradually entered the field of vision of those who were interested. So Kabuto Yakushi had also looked up their information before, but because the appearance of the 2 people who were in the growth period had changed a lot in recent days, and because they no longer had to hide their shortcomings, their temperament had also changed drastically compared to before, so he could not recognize them at a glance. He then thought to himself, how did these 2 brats become so strong? Is Uchiha Shinji's Takamagahara really that magical? At this time, Karin said to Bai beside her, it's not them. Karin's Kagura heart was still tracking the previous chakra reaction, and the people in front of her, Kabuto Yakushi, were obviously not her target. Bai immediately said, you go first, I will catch up with you after I deal with them. Okay. Karin nodded slightly, and then with a whoosh, her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. She didn't care about Kabuto Yakushi, whether he was Orochimaru's subordinate or Konoha's wanted criminal. The only thing she cared about now was the safety of the leader. Watching Karin leave in a hurry, Kabuto Yakushi guessed that the other party seemed to be carrying out some secret mission, so he spread his hands and said to Bai, "We have no ill intentions, please do as you please." After hearing this, Hong Lian and Jago immediately restrained their hostility and retreated to the side of Kabuto Yakushi. They had fought each other and had already experienced the strength of the Konoha ninja in front of them. Since they couldn't take him down, it was better to have less trouble than more. Bai's mind was not on Kabuto Yakushi and the other two. Seeing that the other party had given in, he was too lazy to entangle and immediately flashed to chase after Karin, who had just left. Looking at the direction where Bai and Karin left, Hong Lian's face was still fearful. How can these two Konoha brats be so powerful? Jago also nodded, very strong. Although he was concise, the doubts in his heart were no less than Hong Lian, because he really couldn't understand why the little girl who looked weak before was so powerful that even he couldn't resist him in state 2. Kabuto Yakushi grinned, "If I'm not mistaken, they should be Uchiha Shinji's subordinates Bai and Karin." Uchiha Shinji. After a pause, Hong Lian said in surprise, "The Uchiha Shinji who awakened Takamagahara? Didn't he just graduate from Konoha's ninja school? How could he have such strong subordinates? Could it be that he trained them with Takamagahara?" Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, "I'm not sure." Chigo asked, "What should we do now?" Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a moment and said, "We can't stay here. We must change our hiding place. In addition, we must contact Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible. I always feel that something big is about to happen." Hong Lian helplessly, "Then I'll go to Konoha again." Yakushi Kabuto urged, "Get going as soon as possible." The two Konoha ninjas just now belong to the rebuilt Konoha police force. They have the authority to maintain Konoha's law and order. If they complete their mission and return to Konoha, it will be difficult for you to lurk in Konoha. Knowing that Yakushi Kabuto's concerns were right, Hong Lian hurriedly said, "I'll leave now." At the other end, Bai quickly caught up with Karin. Karin asked, "Where are those people?" Bai replied, "They retreated, and I didn't get entangled with them." Karin nodded. This is obviously the best result, because if she was alone, she might not have the confidence to catch the people who attacked the leader. Bai looked ahead, "Where is the target?" While sensing, Karin replied, "It's still moving fast, it seems to be fleeing from the land of fire." Bai asked again, "Haven't you sensed the chakra of the adults yet?" Karin shook her head with a gloomy face. Bai couldn't help but mutter, "What happened to the adults?" Inside Obito's commune space, Shinji, who was being talked about by Bai and Karin, was looking around at this moment. This is the alien space connected to Obito's Manjiki I technique commune. There is air, humans can breathe, but all you can see are huge and regular square stone pillars, and except for the stone pillars, this alien space is empty. Then, Shinji began to shuttle between the stone pillars. After a while, he initially confirmed that there were almost all stone pillars here, and there was no value in exploring. Of course, an independent alien space, which itself has inestimable value. Seeing that Obito had not entered the commune space for a long time, Shinji could not help but smile. "He didn't chase me in. Did he feel that he was not sure about dealing with me alone?" Before, he was suddenly thrown into the commune space by Obito, which was obviously intentional. The purpose was, firstly, to study Obito's commune and to collect intelligence for the future battle for the Ten Tails. Secondly, it was to experience commune and feel other space-time ninjutsu so that he could better explore the time-space pupil technique contained in his pair of 6 Megatama Samsara eyes. You should know that each pair of Samsara eyes most likely contains a special time-space pupil technique. The pair of Samsara eyes belonging to Uchiha Madara in Nagato's eye sockets contains a time-space pupil technique called Rinnegan. And the Samsara eye of Sasuke in the original time and space contains a time-space pupil technique called Heavenly Hand Power. So whether it is him or Karin, there is a high probability that their own time-space pupil techniques are hidden in their Samsara eyes. However, the time-space pupil technique contained in the Samsara eyes is obviously its deepest level of power, and the owner can only awaken it after completely mastering all the power of the Samsara eyes. This can be seen from the fact that Nagato transplanted Uchiha Madara's Samsara eyes for decades and was unable to use the Rinnegan. After opening the Rinnegan, Shinji has been secretly exploring the time-space pupil technique hidden in his Rinnegan, but he has not gained anything, so he has resorted to this last resort, wanting to stimulate his Rinnegan by experiencing Obito's Kamyu. Anyway, he has the red dragon as a backup. If he encounters unexpected danger, he can directly activate the red dragon and perform a space exchange with the blood clone in the village. The first update is here. Chapter 928, Speculation and Enlightenment. At the beginning of entering the Kamyu space, Shinji conducted various tests. First, his contact with the outside world through Niobe was cut off by the Kamyu space, indicating that the connection of Niobe cannot cross space. But as he expected, the induction of the red dragon still exists. This also confirmed a guess for him, that is, the induction of the time-space pupil technique can cross different spaces. As for the limit of this induction, he has no way to measure it yet. The induction with the blood clone is getting weaker. Shinji suddenly smiled and thought, is Obito moving away from Konoha? When he thought of Obito rushing to the Akatsuki organization's lair outside, Shinji couldn't help laughing. But he quickly restrained his smile. After all, he didn't venture into this place to see a joke. Then Shinji sat cross-legged and carefully experienced the magical experience of being twisted by Obito's Kamyu. The surprise in his eyes under the mask at that time was not completely fake. Although he was prepared for it under Kairin's warning in advance, when his body was sucked by the Kamyu and couldn't move, he still felt a long-lost sense of powerlessness. At that moment, he couldn't even suppress his instinct to launch the Shinra Tensei. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan is simply omnipotent, it can even tear and twist space. After secretly sighing, Shinji then thought, it would be great if I could experience it a few more times. The experience just now was the first time, so he was disturbed by emotions such as surprise, panic, etc., and the time was very short, so he couldn't experience too many useful feelings. The more Shinji thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Why can Sasuke comprehend the Sky Hand power so quickly? Sasuke, who has comprehended the Sky Hand power, basically has the ability to break through space. After that, he explored various different spaces with his reincarnation eye. And Shinji's reincarnation eye has not yet comprehended similar time-space pupil techniques, so he has no way to break through space through his reincarnation eye for the time being. It can't be because he only has one reincarnation eye, right? Shinji laughed at himself. But after laughing, he quickly became serious and thought about it. Although it was just a casual complaint, he thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it, because a single Rinnegan is obviously easier to control than a pair of Rinnegan. In the original time and space, after Obito recovered Nagato's pair of Rinnegan, he only transplanted one Rinnegan for himself. This is not only because Obito's own Manjiki Sharingan, which contains God, is really very useful, but also because Obito's physique at the time could not bear a pair of Rinnegan at the same time. On the other hand, Shinji, after he opened his Rinnegan continued to strengthen his pupil power for various reasons. Now, his Rinnegan has evolved into the 6 Megatama Rinnegan that is rare in the ninja world. In terms of pupil power alone, his 6 Megatama Rinnegan is far superior to ordinary Rinnegan. The stronger the pupil power of the eyes, the more difficult it is to control. Therefore, facing such a huge power that suddenly awakens, even if it is the original owner of this power, it will probably take some time to completely master it. If this speculation is true, it means that I blindly pursued the improvement of my eye power, but relaxed the cultivation of my control power, and made a big mistake. Shinji frowned. In his opinion, if the control power cannot keep up with the speed of the eye power improvement, it is likely to be like a person who can only ride a bicycle and suddenly change to a high-powered motorcycle. If you drive slowly and get familiar with it bit by bit, it's okay. But if you go full throttle without being familiar with it, the result will inevitably be a car crash. Thinking of this, Shinji's heart shuddered, and he was a little scared. He is now like a person who is used to riding a bicycle, who suddenly changed to a motorcycle. No, it should be a car. In just over a month time, he simply couldn't adapt to and master the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye. Fortunately, he didn't mess around during this period, and didn't overconsume his 6 Megatama Samsara Eye. Even when creating Takamagahara, he was only responsible for the Niobe part, and the rest depended on the Tsukuyomi and Gyakutsun spear coordinated by Wuming. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. You can't eat a fat man in one bite. I can't relax my practice while there is still some time before the war. Shinji had some understanding. If he couldn't even completely control the current 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, how could he control the 10 tails with ease in the future and bless the infinite Tsukuyomi? So the 10 tails Jinkriki plan and the infinite Tsukuyomi plan couldn't be relaxed, but his own practice couldn't be relaxed even more. He even thought of Uchiha Madara, who became the 10 tails Jinkriki in the original time and space. The reason why Black Zetsu was able to kill him, the strongest man in the ninja world at that time, was not only because of Black Zetsu's own means, but also because Uchiha Madara had just become the 10 tails Jinkriki and had not yet fully adapted to and mastered his own power. After sorting out these, Shinji lost interest in staying in the Kamiya space. He stood up and looked around again, whispering, "It's a pity that Obito will definitely check this place in detail later. Even if I leave something, it will probably not escape his eyes. Obito must be more familiar with this Kamiya space than him. Even if he wants to arrange something here, it is estimated that he can't hide it. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to withdraw as soon as possible. After all, he has no intention of killing Obito now, because killing Obito may slow down the process of Akatsuki's resurrection of the 10 tails, which he doesn't want to see." With a thought, Shinji took off the hooded red cloud suit of Akatsuki and immediately activated the red dragon. Swoosh! In an instant, Shinji's real body appeared in the private room on the second floor of the village barbecue restaurant. Because he considered that the original body might switch places with him at any time, the blood clone who stayed in the private room deliberately closed half of the window and shrunk his body into the blind spot of vision. So when Shinji returned to the private room, no one noticed him except Wu Ming. Taking off the cat mask on his face, Shinji then activated the Niobe and contacted Bai and Karin who were tracking Obito all the way, and called them back. Wu Ming asked at this time, "Did it go smoothly?" Shinji did not tell her in detail about today's operation, and she did not ask any more questions. She was just a little worried when she saw Shinji frowning. Shinji smiled, "It went smoothly, at least it made me figure out some things. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 929, Walking on Thin Ice. Just when Shinji was sorting out his thoughts in the private room on the second floor of the barbecue restaurant, Hong Lian once again entered Konoha under the pretext of issuing a commissioned task. Because of the war preparation and martial law, there are very few merchants who can enter and leave Konoha freely now, and they must undergo strict registration and inspection, so it is very difficult to get away with it. On the contrary, if you come to Konoha to issue a mission, the inspection will be much more relaxed. So in order to enter and leave Konoha, Hong Lian, who is not wanted by Konoha, has issued several small commissions at Konoha's mission center. After entering Konoha, Hong Lian immediately left a contact code at a specific location according to the previous agreement. Not long after, Kimimaro, who saw the contact code, came to an inconspicuous grove as agreed and met Hong Lian. Kimimaro asked, "Are you going to take action?" Hong Lian shook his head at first, and then briefly told them that A took the initiative to find them and wanted them to exchange half of the 9 tails for Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro thought to himself, "Why does the leader want to exchange the 9 tails for Orochimaru?" Seeing Kimimaro mumbling in silence, Hong Lian said, "What Akatsuki needs is not Konoha's Jinchuriki, but the other half of the 9 tails that follows Konoha's 4th Hokage and is sealed in the belly of the god of death. Only Orochimaru knows about the Ashiki Fusion, so we must find a way to contact Orochimaru first." Kimimaro asked, "What are your plans?" Hong Lian said, "If you want to contact Orochimaru now, you must infiltrate Konoha's law enforcement agencies. Don't even think about the Anbu. Kabuto wants you to infiltrate the Konoha police force that Uchiha Shinji has just rebuilt, and use the identity of the Konoha police force to contact Orochimaru." Kimimaro frowned slightly. He didn't want to involve other classmates because of his own affairs, and he knew that the Konoha high-level officials were afraid of the Uchiha clan. If his contact with Orochimaru as a member of the Konoha police force was exposed, it would likely implicate Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Sasuke. "We don't have much time." After a pause, Hong Lian continued, "If you can't contact Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible, our rescue operation will be declared a failure. At that time, neither Konoha nor Akatsuki will let Lord Orochimaru go." "I understand." Kimimaro nodded. Although he no longer needs Orochimaru to guide him in his life goals like before, he still remembers Orochimaru's kindness to him. Hong Lian said, "I used to encountered 2 ninjas from the Konoha police force outside the village, so I'm not sure if I can get in smoothly. If I can't get into Konoha, you have to find a way to pass on the information." "Okay." Kimimaro agreed. At night. With the cover of the night, Shinji left a shadow clone in the apartment to hide his tracks, and the real body quietly sneaked out of Konoha. After the daytime investigation, he already knew a little about the situation around Konoha. At the same time, according to the weak induction from the blood clone that was replaced in the God of Power space, Obito has almost fled to the border of the Land of Fire, so there is nothing near Konoha that can really threaten his existence for the time being. After entering the secret laboratory, Shinji came to the underground practice field. Standing in the center of the field, his eyes condensed, and a golden projection instantly projected from his body, and quickly from bones to muscle texture, and finally put on armor, transformed into a golden half-body armor like a god. Giant. After launching the Susanoo, Shinji then launched the Susanoo light. Instantly, the mask of his Susanoo was hidden, revealing 4 pairs of eyes shining brightly from top to bottom. Among these 4 pairs of eyes, the first 3 pairs contained his own 6 Megatama Samsara eyes, Kairin's Samsara eyes, and Yakumo's Red Dragon eyes. So the light in the first 3 pairs of eyes was particularly dazzling, while the light in the 4th pair of empty eyes was much dimmer in comparison. After sensing it for a moment, Shinji sighed softly, it is indeed the case. When launching the Susanoo light, the faint incoordination became more obvious than under normal circumstances. I haven't even completely mastered my own 6 Megatama Samsara eyes. He hurriedly controlled Kairin's Samsara eye and Yakumo's Red Dragon eye. In terms of pupil power, it has indeed been greatly improved, but in terms of control. Shinji shook his head. In the situation where he has not even fully mastered his own 6 Megatama Samsara eye, he has to divide his mind to control other eyes, which undoubtedly slows down his progress in mastering his own 6 Megatama Samsara eye. That sense of disharmony comes from here. So, Shinji decisively activated the Susanoo and released the control of Kairin's Samsara eye and Yakumo's Red Dragon eye. As the 2 pairs of eyes were removed and properly placed in a small nutrient tank, the 6 Megatama Samsara eye and Shinji's eye sockets also returned from a reddish base color to the normal Samsara eye light color. Purple. This is the manifestation of the decline of pupil power. Hey! Touching his forehead, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. Although his pupil power has declined a lot after he released the control of the Rinnegan and Red Dragon eye, he also felt a sense of relief from the heart. This is a spiritual relief, as if some invisible burden bound on him has been lifted, and his soul has become lively. After a while, when his state gradually stabilized, Shinji began to think about how to quickly improve his control over the 6 Megatama Rinnegan. Now his state is a bit like when he just crossed over. At that time, he was still a child of 7 or 8 years old. The Mangeki Sharingan in his eye sockets was both a trump card and a burden for the young him. So at that time, he had to be careful at all times to prevent the burden of the Mangeki Sharingan from crushing his tender body. Although he is no longer the 7 or 8-year-old child, but has grown into a teenager of 12 or 13, his eyes are no longer at the level of the Mangeki Sharingan, but the unique 6 Megatama Samsara eye in the current ninja world. So the feeling of walking on thin ice is back again. I must completely control my 6 Megatama Samsara eye before fighting the Overlord. After a slight pause, Shinji suddenly shook his head again. No, I must completely master it before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise, I may not be able to control the huge power of the Ten Tails. Chapter 930 Special Interrogation. Shinji has experienced the danger of insufficient control, so he understands that his own strength must be improved step by step, and he cannot simply rely on controlling something, or becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and then he can get power far beyond his own. Especially the Ten Tails, which can be regarded as the most powerful force in the current ninja world. Since Shinji is currently unable to completely control his own 6 Megatama Samsara eye, if he controls the Ten Tails, the result will inevitably lead to an imbalance of power. Therefore, before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Shinji must adjust his own state. From ordinary Jinchuriki, Shinji can draw a conclusion, that is, only if he is strong enough, can he control the tailed beasts and become a perfect Jinchuriki. This is the case for ordinary tailed beasts, not to mention the Ten Tails. Only when Shinji has the power to barely compete with the Ten Tails can he control the Ten Tails and use its power. Otherwise, he is likely to repeat the mistakes of Uchiha Madara, be backfired by the power of the Ten Tails, and become a tool to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Overlord may come at any time, and the Akatsuki organization may launch the final war at any time, so there is not much time left for Shinji to completely control the 6 Megatama Samsara eye. After a breath, Shinji carefully put away the Samsara eye and Red Dragon eye he took off. In the next period of time, he will not be able to use the Samsara Eye and Red Dragon Eye, so rather than leaving them in a small nutrient tank and letting their pupil power slowly drain away, it would be better to return these two pairs of eyes to Karan and Yakumo, allowing them to nurture and develop them. Just as he did not fully control his own 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, Karan and Yakumo did not fully control their own eyes. So returning the eyes to them can not only improve their strength, but also use their development of their own eyes to improve the pupil power of these two pairs of eyes. When Shinji takes them back to control them in the future, the effect may be better than it is now. With the thought, Shinji contacted Karan with Shibi and told her to prepare for the eye transplant at home. Then, he returned to the village, changed into AS outfit, and quietly sneaked into Karan's apartment. "Sir." Seeing Shinji, Karan hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Shinji waved his hand. Karan asked, "My lord, what happened during the day? Why did your chakras suddenly disappear?" Shinji said, "The one who attacked me was a member of the Dark Dawn. He mastered a space-time ninjutsu and transferred me to a different space, so you couldn't sense my chakra." "I see." Karan suddenly realized. Shinji said, "You should be careful in the future. The other party may hide in the dark and suddenly attack you." "Yes." Karan looked serious. Shinji pointed to the bed in the room, "Lie down." Karan didn't say much, and lay down on the bed obediently, ready to undergo eye replacement surgery. It was undoubtedly a happy thing for her to get her own Samsara Eye back. After all, after getting used to the terrifying insight of the Samsara Eye, it was difficult for others to understand the discomfort of using the original eyes. In less than a minute, Shinji completed the eye replacement surgery. After putting Karen's original eyes into a small nutrient tank, he packed up the surgical instruments and said slowly, "Every pair of Samsara eyes hides a time-space pupil technique, and yours should be no exception. So you'd better master your Samsara eyes as soon as possible and dig out the time-space pupil technique hidden in it. Only in this way can you be at ease when facing enemies who master time-space ninjutsu." Karen's Kagura heart is not omnipotent, just like Shinji, who can easily confuse Karen's Kagura heart by changing his own chakra fluctuations through sealing techniques. In addition, the Kagura heart also has a delay problem. So if you simply use the Kagura heart to defend against Obito's Kamyu, the risk is very high, and you may overturn if you are not careful. Karen's expression was stern. "Please rest assured, I will definitely work hard." Shinji nodded and disappeared in the room. After walking around the village and removing his disguise, Shinji quietly returned to his apartment and replaced the shadow clone that was confusing the observers in the apartment. Yakumo is not in the village at the moment, so her Red Dragon Eye cannot be replaced for the time being. After dealing with the eye replacement, Shinji activated Niobe again and contacted a group of subordinates as usual. When he contacted Kimimaro, Kimimaro reported to him that Hong Lian sought his help to join the Konoha police force and find an opportunity to contact Orochimaru. Shinji smiled secretly and ordered, "Do it." Kimimaro had no choice but to agree. After closing Niobe, Shinji tapped the table with his fingers and planned the next move. Kabuto Yakumo asked Kimimaro to join the Konoha police force, and Shinji, the captain of the police force, could make the final decision. However, it was not an easy task to take the opportunity to let Kimimaro contact Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's danger level is there. In the previous battle of the Chunin exam, he almost killed the third Hokage, so the village is keeping a close watch on him. Shinji's police force is just an empty shell, and it is not certain that he can contact Orochimaru. Suddenly, he had an idea. There is really no way to get close to Orochimaru with ordinary excuses, but if it is to investigate the matter of the curse seal on Sasuke, he can ask the village to interrogate Orochimaru. After all, the curse seal is related to Sasuke's safety, and the curse seal was developed by Orochimaru. If you want to solve the problem of the curse seal, finding Orochimaru is undoubtedly the best choice. As for what Kabuto Yakushi wants to do after contacting Orochimaru, Shinji is still unsure. However, in his opinion, the best result is that Orochimaru will teach Kabuto Yakushi how to crack the Ishiki Fusion, and then let Kabuto Yakushi be responsible for the specific operation. Because in this case, there is no need to release Orochimaru. Otherwise, once Orochimaru is released, no one can guarantee whether Orochimaru will obey. Early the next morning, Shinji received Kimimoto's application report to join the Konoha police force. Because all the members of the police force are Shinji's classmates, Kimimoto's application did not attract the attention of the village. Shinji naturally agreed and assigned Kimimaro to Sasuke's team. After finishing the day's Takamagahara experience, Shinji stopped Sasuke and asked, "How is the curse seal on your body recently?" Sasuke's face darkened. "It's still the same, it can't be eradicated." Shinji just wanted an excuse, so he nodded, "You go and prepare, I will apply to the village for a special interrogation of Orochimaru. It's just a piece of cake, please help me." Chapter 931 Progress of Tactical Simulation. Hokage's office. Tsunade was looking at the documents in her hand while listening to Kakashi's report. "The first group I am responsible for has figured out several tactics to deal with Hirako, and the winning rate has increased from the original 17% to 26%. The second group Asuma is responsible for has not made any progress yet. We haven't found a suitable way to deal with Ranmaru's transparent escape and special eye technique." Tsunade's face was gloomy when she heard this. So many days have passed, and the winning rate against Hirako is only 20%, which obviously cannot satisfy her. What makes her even more upset is that the second group dealing with Ranmaru has made almost no progress. Of course, she also knows that Ranmaru is indeed more difficult to deal with. The transparent escape alone is already very tricky. Currently, only the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan can deal with it in the village. Unfortunately, Ranmaru is also a red-eyed bloodline ninja. The ability of red-eyed to create chakra phantoms perfectly restrains the Byakugan, and is the natural enemy of the Byakugan. So the whole village has no way to deal with Ranmaru. Kakashi continued to report, "The third group led by Kai against Kakuzu and Haiden has already had several mature tactics. They have practiced several times in Takamagahara, and the winning rate has exceeded 50%. It is currently being optimized." "Very good." Tsunade's frown finally relaxed a little. Kakashi then reported, "The fourth group, which Yamato is in charge of, discovered through actual combat exercises in Takamagahara that the monster Woolyang not only has the ability to control the undead army, but can also absorb people's negative emotions, and ordinary seals are almost ineffective against it. And its partner Shenung, the Zero-Tail developed also has the same ability, and its combat power is almost equivalent to a slightly weaker perfect Jinchuriki, so the progress of the fourth group is very slow." Tsunade sighed and rubbed her temples. Some members of the Akatsuki organization rely on strange secret techniques, such as Kakuzu and Haiden. Without their intelligence, even a cage-level strongman can easily be killed by them, but once their intelligence is understood, it will be much easier to deal with them. But some members of the Akatsuki organization are completely monsters. For example, the monster Woolyang is a complete monster, and its destructive power is greater than that of ordinary tailed beasts. As for the members of Akatsuki who were so bold as to forcibly fuse several blood limits with the power of rituals in their human bodies, such as Hirako and Ranmaru, and the members of Akatsuki who were also mere humans but were so arrogant as to create tailed beasts, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are monsters. Seeing Tsunade sigh, Kakashi paused for a moment before continuing, "The fifth group that Hong is in charge of has not made any progress yet. She tried many times in Takamagahara and found that with her illusion ability, she could not fight against Uchiha Itaki at all, and the other people in the illusion class could not do it either, so she applied for Yakumo to assist her. Hong's family is a famous illusion family in Konoha. Before fighting with Itaki, she was full of confidence and felt that her illusion attainments were enough to compete with Mangeki Uchiha. But after fighting with the simulated Itaki in Takamagahara, she realized how big the gap between her and Itaki in illusion was. Not only her, but also the other people in the illusion class were beaten by Itaki in various ways in Takamagahara and had no power to fight back. Therefore, Hong thought of Yakumo. As the daughter of the Kurama clan, although Yakumo has been famous in the ninja world for her wood escape recently, only Hong knows that Yakumo's real talent is actually above the Kurama clan's bloodline limit 5 senses control. Yakumo. Tsunade pondered for a moment and shook her head, let her think of other ways. Yakumo is a very important fighting force in the village and should be used in more critical places. Kakashi suggested, "Can Sasuke join the fifth team?" Before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, there was a famous saying that only Uchiha can fight Uchiha, so letting Sasuke, who hated Itaki, join the fifth team may help find tactics against Itaki faster. After a brief thought, Tsunade nodded and said, "Okay." Kakashi nodded and then reported, "The sixth team targeting Sasori and Deidara has not made any progress so far, and according to the analysis of the intelligence team, Sasori took away the body of the fourth Kazekage this time, and it is very likely that the fourth Kazekage will be made into a human puppet like the third Kazekage, so. At the end, Kakashi's tone was also a little low. It seems that it is still a bit too difficult for Konoha to fight against the entire Akatsuki organization. You know, this is only a part of the Akatsuki organization. The most difficult Akatsuki leader and the group of Akatsuki members headed by A have not had time to form a response team yet. We are still short of manpower. After sighing, Tsunade suddenly asked, the people sent by other villages to experience Takamagahara will arrive soon, right? When they arrive, we will assign some tasks to them. We only need to deal with Hirako, Ranmaru, Kakuzu, Haiden, Uchiha Itaki, and Biwachozo. After listening to Kakashi's report, she no longer had any hope. She knew that even with the help of Shinji's Takamagahara, she could not rely on her own strength. Konoha could not fight against the entire Akatsuki organization, so she immediately adjusted her thinking. Since she had already shared Takamagahara, she would also distribute the tasks to deal with Akatsuki members. Yes. Kakashi responded. If some tasks could be distributed, he would be much more relaxed, and Konoha had a lot of tasks to undertake, with 6 people, close to 1/3 of Akatsuki. It was reasonable for the other 4 villages to share the remaining 2/3. Kakashi also understood why Tsunade circled these targets. Konoha had already found targeted tactics for the group of Kakuzu and Haiden, which could be solved relatively easily, and there was no need to give them to other villages. Okuriko and Itaki were Konoha's rebel ninjas, and Konoha should be responsible for them both emotionally and politely, while Ranmaru and Biwachozo were their partners, and they were almost always together in the operation, so they could only be dealt with together. Just as Tsunade was explaining the task to Kakashi, an Anbu knocked on the door and then walked into the office with an application. Tsunade looked up and glanced, "What's the matter?" The Anbu put the application on the desk in front of Tsunade. This is the application that Uchiha Shinji just submitted. He wants to conduct a special interrogation of Orochimaru in order to solve the problem of the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade frowned. Interrogate Orochimaru. The first update is here. Chapter 932 Interrogation of Orochimaru. Tsunade was a little surprised. There are so many things going on right now. She didn't expect Shinji to suddenly think of Orochimaru, and the village leaders have not yet reached a conclusion on how to deal with Orochimaru. Some of the leaders, including her, believe that Orochimaru is a precious fighting force. As long as they can convince Orochimaru to make up for his mistakes, they can try to give Orochimaru a chance. And some of the leaders, led by Uchiha Koharu and Mitamon, believe that Orochimaru is not only extremely evil, but also unreliable and untrustworthy. Of course, whether Orochimaru is reliable or unreliable, and whether he is trustworthy or not, is not the whole problem. There is a deeper game between the two sides. Anyway, Orochimaru is a disciple of the 3rd generation, and is one of the 3 ninjas along with Tsunade and Jiraiya. If the village accepts Orochimaru again, the authority of the advisory elders of Uchiha Koharu and Mitamon will decline again. Once one's own rights are involved, people will become short-sighted and stupid. Kakashi, who was present, was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Shinji to suddenly make such a request, but considering that Sasuke was deeply troubled by the curse seal, and now the culprit Orochimaru has been captured and imprisoned by the village, it is not difficult to understand that Sasuke wants to solve the curse seal once and for all through Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Kakashi. What do you think? Kakashi said calmly, Shinji is very cooperative on the issue of Takamagahara. I don't think it's appropriate to reject his application at this time. Besides, he is now the captain of the police force and is qualified to question any prisoners in custody. Tsunade said, but I'm still a little worried. Let's do this. You also participate in this special interrogation. I want to know what they want to do. After that, Tsunade signed Shinji's application and handed it to Kakashi. Okay. Kakashi took the application. Soon, the news that the application was approved was passed to the Konoha police building. Shinji, who received the news, immediately called Sasuke and Kimimaro and ordered, the village has agreed to my application, and the next interrogation is up to you. Sasuke was a little surprised, aren't you going? Shinji asked back, why, do you think you can't handle it? How is it possible? Sasuke didn't waste any words and left Shinji's office directly with Kimimaro. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Shinji raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This time he was mainly to let Kimimaro contact Orochimaru. If he went with him, in front of the 2 Manjiki Uchiha, Kimimaro would have no chance to exchange information with Orochimaru. And if he deliberately let it go, it might arouse the suspicion of Orochimaru and Kimimaro. After all, it was too coincidental that he facilitated this special interrogation. So he simply didn't go, so that he could also reduce the village's suspicion of him. Sasuke is also a vigorous and decisive person. After getting the permission of the Hokage, he immediately took Kimimaro to the secret prison. Looking at Kakashi waiting at the prison gate, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Kakashi. Kakashi said, "Hello, the village has assigned me to assist you in interrogating Orochimaru." "Humph, I think the village doesn't trust our police force." With a light snort, Sasuke stepped over Kakashi and strode into the prison. Knowing Sasuke's temperament, Kakashi smiled and followed him. Stepping into the secret prison again, Sasuke's state of mind was completely different. Last time he was a prisoner here and could only passively wait for his fate, but this time he was a police force interrogating prisoners and a judge who could control the fate of others. Sasuke walked all the way inside, looking at the prisoners in the prison along the way. When passing by Danzo's cell, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In the cell. Sensing the noise outside, Danzo got up and came to the door. After looking at Sasuke, his eyes stayed on Kimimaro. When Orochimaru placed Kimimaro in Konoha, he followed Danzo's way. It's just that Danzo's method is very clever, did not show up in person, but in a roundabout way, he persuaded the advisory elders to agree to the young Kimimaro to join the village on the grounds that Kimimaro possessed the rare bloodline limit corpse vein, so it was all the advisory elders at that time who agreed to Kimimaro joining Konoha. Soon Danzo withdrew his gaze. Kimimaro appeared here, and he was also wearing the uniform of the Konoha police force. He instantly understood that it was Orochimaru's subordinates who were trying to rescue Orochimaru, so he had an idea in his mind. Then, he looked at Sasuke, his face full of teasing. Sasuke, who was already unhappy, was instantly provoked by Danzo's expression and wanted to take action. Kakashi quickly reminded, "Don't be blinded by hatred, he is just a prisoner now, and you are a member of the Konoha police force." Sasuke gritted his teeth, "He still has our Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Kakashi said, "The village will recover it for you." Sasuke had to suppress his anger and continued to walk deeper into the prison. After a while, Sasuke and the other two finally arrived at Orochimaru's cell. After checking with an Anbu team guarding outside the cell for permission, Sasuke and the other two opened the door of the cell and saw Orochimaru, who was imprisoned by layers of seals. Orochimaru's eyes swept over the three people, and finally stopped at Sasuke, and said with interest, "Sasuke, I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative." Sasuke said coldly, "Orochimaru, you'd better satisfy me this time, otherwise, I will make you regret your behavior of attacking me." Orochimaru shrugged, "What do you want from me?" Sasuke asked simply, "How to remove the curse seal?" Orochimaru smiled, "Haven't you experienced the power of the curse seal? Are you really willing to give it up?" Sasuke's eyes flashed with hesitation. The corrosion of the curse seal to his body cannot be ignored, but the improvement of his strength by the curse seal is also real, especially when he needs to avenge Itachi. This power is particularly important. Just when Sasuke was in a dilemma, Kakashi stood up and said, "We only need you to provide a way to remove the curse seal. As for whether it can be removed, you don't need to worry about it." Sasuke immediately came to his senses and said, "Not bad." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Unfortunately, there is no way to remove the curse seal, even I can't do it. But if you want a way to control the curse seal, I can tell you." Sasuke raised his eyebrows and said, "Control the curse seal?" "Of course." After a pause, Orochimaru deliberately said, "Didn't Tsunade tell you what the essence of the curse seal is?" Sasuke's face sank. Kakashi on the side secretly cried out that it was not good, so he pulled Sasuke out of the cell. The second update is here. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, just a little effort, please everyone. Chapter 933 Orochimaru's Choice. Because things were in a hurry, Kakashi didn't care about much and took Sasuke out of the cell directly. In the current situation, the village and Uchiha can only survive if they cooperate sincerely. Otherwise, they will only be exploited by the Akatsuki organization. It is for this reason that Kakashi facilitated this special interrogation in front of Tsunade. But he obviously did not expect that Orochimaru was already in prison, and his life and death were in the hands of the village, but he still did not forget to sow discord. If Shinji was here, he would not panic, but Sasuke is different from Shinji. Suzuki is impulsive and irritable. If he really believes in Orochimaru's provocation, the consequences will be unpredictable. As the two left, only Orochimaru and Kimimaro were left in the cell. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro with interest and smiled. Outside the cell. After pulling Suzuki out, Kakashi said in a deep voice, "Let the interrogation of Orochimaru be handled by the interrogation team." Suzuki was a little unhappy. "Why?" Kakashi explained, "Orochimaru is trying to sow discord. You don't have as much experience as him, so it's easy to be influenced by him and be led by him by the nose." Suzuki said, "I can judge whether he is trying to sow discord. Regarding the curse seal on my body, is there anything that the village didn't tell me?" Kakashi said, "The curse seal on your body is very complicated. The medical team concluded that many results need time to verify, so it is normal that I didn't inform you before the verification." Sasuke's expression turned cold. "Does that mean Orochimaru was right just now? The village is indeed hiding something from me." Kakashi sighed helplessly. "Suzuki, don't forget that we are all ninjas. Our mission is to execute the orders issued by the village. The village will not tell us everything, we will only be told when we need to know something." Excessive self-awareness is also a common situation in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha people are used to influencing the direction of events with their own way of thinking, just like Shisui naively thinks that he can bridge the contradiction between the village and the Uchiha clan by himself. Itachi thinks that only by destroying the family can he avoid war. Obito ideally thinks that only by launching the infinite moon reading can he create a world without disputes. However, for the profession of ninja, more often you just need to obey. Suzuki heard the implication of Kakashi and was silent for a moment. At present, the Konoha police force of the Uchiha clan has just been rebuilt, and everything is developing in a good direction. He does not want to cause Uchiha broke with the village, so he had to suppress his temper. "The village should give me an explanation." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, the village will notify you immediately when there is a result." After the negotiation, Kakashi and Suzuki entered the cell again. Everything in the cell was the same as when they left. Orochimaru, who looked playful, was firmly imprisoned by various seals, while Kimimaro stood by with an indifferent expression. The two did not doubt it, and then Kakashi said, "Today's interrogation ends here, and the interrogation team will come next time. Orochimaru, you take care of yourself." Orochimaru smiled. "Let's go." Kakashi took Suzuki and Kimimaro out of the cell. After leaving the secret prison, Suzuki returned to the police force building with a cold face. This interrogation completely failed, and he had to report to Shinji. Dong dong. Suzuki knocked on the door of Shinji's office. "Come in." After hearing Shinji's voice in the office, Suzuki pushed open the door and walked in. Then his expression was stern, and he keenly felt the fluctuation of Shinji's pupil power. He was performing pupil skills just now. "Is it Takamagahara?" In a flash, Suzuki suppressed his doubts and reported the failed interrogation to Shinji. Shinji asked about the situation at that time, and then said, "I know, don't worry, I will keep an eye on this matter." After saying a few words, Shinji sent Suzuki away. From Sasuke's report, Orochimaru and Kimimaro have probably been in touch. Once the information is conveyed, it depends on what Orochimaru chooses. Although Orochimaru is now in prison, he actually has a lot of cards to play, which is why he can be calm in the cell. Therefore, Shinji must dispel Orochimaru's hopes and tell him clearly through Kimimaro that even if Konoha doesn't kill him, Akatsuki can kill him, forcing him to make this choice. And Orochimaru has only two choices. Either teach Kabuto Yakushi the method of breaking the Ishiki Fusion and let Kabuto Yakushi complete the transaction outside and then eliminate the threat. Or take this opportunity to turn the tables and rescue Shinji from Konoha's secret prison, and then complete the transaction in person. If it is the former situation, it is naturally the best result for Shinji, but with Orochimaru's cunning, he will probably not be obedient, so in the end it may still be necessary to rescue Orochimaru from the secret prison before the transaction can be completed. Of course. If he really wants to save people, Shinji will not come out in person. Anyway, there are Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, and Guren, Orochimaru's subordinates outside, so it's a waste not to use them. At that time, he just needs to cooperate. The real difficulty is not how to rescue Orochimaru from the predicament, but how to make him listen obediently and complete the transaction after Orochimaru is out of trouble. I don't know how many people Orochimaru has planted the curse seal on. If we don't get rid of all these people, there is no way to completely kill him. Orochimaru's greatest confidence lies in not being able to be killed. Shaking his head, Shinji gathered his thoughts, activated Takamagahara again, and immersed his consciousness in it. Sasuke's guess just now was right. Before he knocked on the door to report, Shinji had been immersed in the world of Takamagahara. After realizing the importance of controlling his own power, Shinji has been thinking about how to consolidate the foundation faster and more firmly and improve his control. After thinking about it, he felt that this kind of thing could not be done by tricks at all. It can only be improved little by little through continuous use and continuous sharpening. Shinji's current strength is more focused on the pupil power represented by the 6 Megatama Samsara I, so the spiritual level can be achieved through Takamagahara, so he has been training in Takamagahara whenever he has free time recently. In order to improve efficiency, he also accelerated the flow of time in Takamagahara. When he practiced alone in Takamagahara, he adjusted the time ratio to an astonishing 1 to 10, that is, he practiced in Takamagahara for more than 2 hours, which is equivalent to practicing in the outside world for 1 day. This ratio can actually be adjusted higher, but in that case it will affect the authenticity and reduce the efficiency of practice. The first update is here. Chapter 934 The New 5 Paths of Pain. After hurriedly returning to a temporary base of the Akatsuki organization, Obito did not stop for a moment, and immediately found Zetsu, and asked Zetsu to pass the news that he had captured A to Nagato, who is currently in the Iron Country. After receiving the news, Nagato did not dare to neglect it and immediately rushed to the temporary base where Obito was. It was still Tendao who showed up, but this time he was not alone. In addition to Konan who had always been by his side, there were 5 newly made 5 paths of pain behind Tendao. However, unlike the previous ones, these newly made 5 paths of pain were not cold corpse puppets, but living people with ruddy faces and even breath. It was obvious. These newly made 5 paths of pain were the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Kyumigakuer, Yaboku, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki of Uegakuer, Laoziai, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki Han, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Ujao of Kirigakuer, and the 7-tailed Jinchuriki Feng of Takigakuer. The tall and strong 5-tailed Jinchuriki Han was made into the Shura path by Nagato. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki Yamujin, who was agile and good at surprise attacks, was made into the human path by Nagato. The 7-tailed Jinchuriki Feng, who could fly, had strong mobility and was not easily attacked, was made into the animal path by Nagato. The 6-tailed Jinchuriki Ujao, who also had both destructive power and speed, was made into the hungry ghost path by Nagato. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Shi, who was relatively weak, was made into the hell path by Nagato, which was dedicated to assistance. The new 5 paths of pain not only possessed the abilities of the Rinnegan given to them by Nagato, but also possessed their own abilities as Jinchuriki. Their strength far exceeded the previous generation of 5 paths of pain that Nagato had made with the corpses of ordinary ninjas. After looking at the new 5 paths of pain following the heaven path, Obito also felt confident. Tendao asked calmly, "What happened?" Obito briefly told him about how he went to Konoha to investigate Uchiha Shinji, but unexpectedly encountered A, who suddenly attacked and threw A into the Kamiya space. Tendao nodded slightly, "You did a good job." Konan said, "Finally, we caught this group of people." It was because of A and his group that a fight almost broke out within the Akatsuki organization. Now that A is trapped in the Kamiya space, they can finally figure out A's true identity. Tendao raised his hand at this time, signaling Obito to open the Kamiya space. Obito hesitated for a moment and said, "According to the news sent back by Hirako and Ranmaru last time, A is suspected to have the Samsara Eye. Although this information is questionable, just in case, should we gather some more people?" Konan also advised, "Yes, we don't know the details of the other party yet. Anyway, he can't run away, so why not gather some more people?" Nagato was very confident in his own strength, but he also felt that since the other party couldn't escape, there was no need to take risks, so he nodded through Heavenly Path. Soon, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Hirako, Ranmaru and other members of the Akatsuki organization nearby were summoned. After everything was ready, Heavenly Path told Konan, "Konan, you stay outside, I'll take the people in." Although the two sides are in a honeymoon period at the moment, and Nagato doesn't think Obito will do anything at this critical moment, the necessary precautions should still be taken, so he doesn't want Konan to take risks personally. Konan nodded in understanding, "Okay, be careful." After all the members who were about to enter the Kamiya space had physical contact, Obito put one hand on Tendo and activated Kamyu. Instantly, the twisted vortex spread rapidly from Tendo to all the members who had physical contact, and then everyone, including Obito, disappeared in the vortex. As soon as they entered the Kamyu space, everyone was on guard, including Obito himself. However, after looking around, everyone did not find a trapped here, so they all looked at Obito. Obito was also stunned. There is no doubt that after Shinji activated the Red Dragon and exchanged positions with his blood clone, his original body had already escaped from the Kamyu space, and only his blood clone remained here. If it was normal, his blood clone could last for a long time. However, not long after returning to Konoha, Shinji released the control of the Red Dragon Eye, so the blood clone that could only be maintained by the power of the Red Dragon Eye collapsed immediately. At that time, Obito was still evacuating the Hokage country with difficulty. On the other side, after completing the connection with Orochimaru, Kimimaro found Hong Lian, who was still risking staying in Konoha, and relayed Orochimaru's decision. Did Lord Orochimaru agree to the deal with the Akatsuki organization, but he had to help him get out of trouble first. Hong Lian frowned slightly and said, "Will the Akatsuki organization agree to this? They don't seem to be such easy people to talk to." Kimimaro said, "Lord Orochimaru said that he is the only one in the ninja world who can crack the Ishiki fusion. If the Akatsuki organization covets the half of the 9 tails in the belly of the god of death, they can only help him get out of trouble first. Otherwise, even if he is willing, he can't complete the deal." Hong Lian sighed secretly. She could see that Orochimaru was threatening Akatsuki, but Orochimaru had already made the decision, and as a subordinate, she could only execute it. Soon, Hong Lian left Konoha and brought the news to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi didn't seem surprised after hearing it, but grinned. Hong Lian asked, "What are you laughing at?" Kabuto Yakushi said, "Lord Orochimaru knows Akatsuki better than us. Since he made this choice, he must have his confidence. We just need to execute it." "What a bunch of lunatics!" Hong Lian said secretly, and then asked, "What should we do next?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. Wait for Akatsuki to contact us. Don't worry, they will only be more anxious than us." Almost at the same time, after receiving the task issued by Shinji as the leader of A, Chino quietly left Konoha village, changed into the Akatsuki red cloud suit in an unmanned place in the wild, and rushed to the new hiding place of Kabuto Yakushi and others. Just as Kabuto Yakushi guessed, Shinji was in a hurry. When he contacted Kimimaro through Niobe and learned about Orochimaru's choice, he asked Karin to secretly keep an eye on Guren's whereabouts. Then, Ryaga and Chino were sent out. After all, they were Kyuzagaku ninjas, and their movements were much freer than those of Konoha ninjas. There was no one to monitor them. As long as they were more secretive, it would be more suitable for them to meet with Kabuto Yakushi and others at this time. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor. Please help me. Chapter 935 New Members. Although Kabuto Yakushi and his companions changed their hiding places, they knew that they could probably be found by the means of Akatsuki, so after receiving instructions from Orochimaru, they did not take any action, but waited patiently for contact from Akatsuki. But they didn't expect that 2 members of Akatsuki would find them soon after Hong Lian came back. Looking at the 2 members of Akatsuki wearing hooded red cloud suits and masks, Hong Lian's face was extremely embarrassed. She knew very well that the other party could find her so quickly, most likely because they followed her. But she had clearly eliminated all traces along the way and had been on guard against being followed, so she really couldn't figure out how the other party followed her. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the 2 members of Akatsuki on the opposite side, his eyes lingering on their masks. One has a dragon pattern, and the other has a blood pattern. I have never seen or heard of them before. Could they be new members of Akatsuki? Besides being puzzled, he became more alert. The other party's timing was so accurate, which meant that not only their actions were monitored by the other party, but even Konoha might have their spies. Ryasei, who changed his body shape and voice, glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and his men, and then asked according to Shinji's instructions in the direct adjacency, "What is Orochimaru's reply?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. "Lord Orochimaru is willing to cooperate with you, but only you know the method to crack the Ishiki fusion, so you must rescue the Lord first before we can complete the transaction." Sure enough. Shinji, who was in direct adjacency with Ryasei, said inwardly after hearing this. He also knew that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. After thinking for a while, Shinji gave another order to Longshi through Niobe. After receiving Shinji's order, Longshi looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said indifferently, "Wait." Then, she said no more and turned around and left with Chino. Honglian was surprised, "Just leave like that?" Jiwu on the side was also a little surprised and looked at Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a while and said slowly, "Akatsuki should have agreed to the transaction conditions of Lord Orochimaru." Jiwu asked, "But they didn't agree to anything." Kabuto Yakushi replied, "Isn't the word wait their answer? Next, they should find a way to rescue Lord Orochimaru." Honglian was still puzzled, "They didn't mention any conditions, aren't they afraid that Lord Orochimaru will regret it after escaping?" Kabuto Yakushi smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the other party had proposed 1 or 2 conditions, he might have thought about it, but the other party did not propose any conditions, as if he was not worried that Orochimaru would go back on his word, which made him dare not think about it. Konoha Village. After confirming that Ryaguchi and Chino had returned to the village safely and were not followed by anyone, Shinji disconnected the Niobe. Then, he launched Takamagahara again. If Orochimaru was rescued right after Sasuke went to interrogate, it would undoubtedly make the village leaders suspicious, so he was not going to act immediately, at least he had to wait for 2 days to lay the groundwork. After entering Takamagahara, Shinji snapped his fingers and an imaginary enemy immediately appeared in front of him. If Sasuke was here, he would find that the imaginary enemy facing Shinji was none other than his brother Uchiha Itachi. "Hey!" After exhaling, Shinji pounced on it and fought with the virtual Itachi. This was not the first time he had fought Itachi. In the 3 previous battles, he won all of them. But he was not satisfied with this, but fought even harder. Most people would subjectively think that Itachi was a skill-based ninja, but only after fighting with Itachi did they know that Itachi's physical skills were as outstanding as his illusions and ninjutsu. It was just that Itachi could easily solve the problem with just his Sharingan in many cases, so his physical skills were not reflected. Except for his slightly weaker illusions, Shinji's physical skills and ninjutsu were both first class in the ninja world. In addition, his 6 Megatama Samsara Eye had a strong eye power that was resistant to illusions, so he had almost no shortcomings. So as long as he played steadily, it would not be difficult to defeat the virtual Itachi. However, he also knew that Itachi in Takamagahara was created by him with his eye technique, and Takamagahara could not simulate artifacts and forbidden techniques such as the Ten-Fist Sword and Izanami, so fighting with Itachi in Takamagahara was more about making him familiar with Itachi's tactical style. After a long time, Shinji withdrew from Takamagahara. In an instant, a layer of fine sweat oozed out of his forehead and back. This was a natural phenomenon after his spirit returned to his body. It was mainly because when he experienced Takamagahara, he adjusted the flow of time too fast, resulting in excessive consumption of the spirit. After the spirit merged with the body, it caused the body to the reaction of the body. After getting up and moving around for a while, Shinji had a smile on his face. Although the consumption was not small, the gains were also considerable. After every sweating, he could feel a sense of comfort from his soul. This comfort was actually the gradual improvement of his control over his own power, which led to the fact that both the spirit and the body were as good as his arms and fingers, and the manifestation of every detail. Compared to the actual combat with real swords and guns in reality, practicing in Takamagahara is indeed a cheat. Shinji smiled, and then stopped smiling. Takamagahara actually still has various shortcomings, and the realism of the simulated imaginary enemies is also different. If you rely entirely on Takamagahara, you may fall down at any time, so Shinji still uses Takamagahara to hone himself more, rather than targeting the enemy. After a while, the sweat dissipated, and Shinji returned to normal. According to this progress, it won't take long for me to control the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye to a higher level. Shinji has already understood the tricks here. Simply trying to improve control by spending time is actually very inefficient. In the final analysis, it is still a strong foundation. Just like Nagato, his Samsara Eye was transplanted, and the sage body of the Uzumaki clan only gave him the qualification to barely bear the Samsara Eye. If he wants to control it further, he will be a little incapable. This is also the reason why Nagato failed to master the Rinnegan until his death in the original time and space. And Shinji's situation is much better. From the Manjiki Sharingan to the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and then to the opening of the Samsara Eye, each improvement was climbed up step by himself. That is, the current 6 Megatama Samsara I was forcibly instilled by Wu Ming with the 8,000 spears, which led to a significant decline in his control over himself. The first update is here. Chapter 936 Encirclement. Hokage Office. Tsunade looked at the report submitted by the Konoha police force and said in surprise, "What? The remnants of Orochimaru were found near the village?" The envoy who handed over the report hurriedly said, "Yes, the patrol team of the police force was patrolling near the village and was suspected to have encountered Kabuto Yakushi, who was wanted by the village." "What do they want to do? Save Orochimaru?" Tsunade raised her eyebrows. To be honest, she really didn't believe that the remaining men of Orochimaru dared to break into the village to rescue Orochimaru. But after all, she got the information, and she, as the Hokage, couldn't ignore these remnants of Orochimaru wandering around the village, so she pondered for a moment and ordered, "Kabuto Yakushi is involved in the case of Danzo colluding with Orochimaru. This time, you envoy will go out and catch him for me." "Yes." The envoy bowed and accepted the order. At the command of the Hokage, 2 envoy teams led by the senior ninjas quickly assembled. Because Shizune had fought with the simulated Kabuto Yakushi in Takamagahara, the village knew that Kabuto Yakushi was not only an excellent spy, but also a ninja who had reached the level of Jonin. Therefore, although the report of the Konoha police force mentioned that there were only 2 or 3 enemies, the envoy assembled 2 teams for safety, with a total of 2 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, and 4 Chunin. This lineup was enough to deal with Kabuto Yakushi. After all, when the Sound Village was breached, the 5 major ninja villages were still clear about the quality of ordinary Sound Ninja. To put it bluntly, a Konoha Jonin was enough to sweep away more than a dozen of Orochimaru's subordinates. After getting ready, the 2 envoy teams quietly left the village through a secret passage, and then followed the approximate area marked by the patrol team of the Konoha police force when they encountered Kabuto Yakushi, and finally found the hiding place of Kabuto Yakushi and others in a dense forest 30 kilometers outside the Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the envoy spread out and surrounded Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, and Gurren in the center. The number of people matched the one mentioned in the report of the Konoha police force, and Kabuto Yakushi was indeed among them. The 2 leading envoy Jonin looked at each other and confirmed that the information was correct and they could make the arrest. So one of them shouted, "Kabuto Yakushi, your tracks have been exposed, surrender." Looking at the envoy who surrounded them, Kabuto Yakushi and the other 2 were speechless. They were waiting here to wait for the Akatsuki organization to rescue Orochimaru, but they didn't expect that they were waiting for the envoy of Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto smiled awkwardly, "It's really a headache." Seeing that Yakushi Kabuto and his companions had no intention of surrendering, the leading envoy Jonin did not waste any words and immediately formed a seal, ninjutsu, thunderstone. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the earthquake shook, and 8 stone pillars stretched out from the ground, trapping Yakushi Kabuto and his companions in the center. Then arcs of electricity appeared on the stone pillars. In the blink of an eye, the arcs intertwined into a net, and attacked Yakushi Kabuto and his companions in the center from all directions. Almost at the same time as the surrounding stone pillars rose, the surrounded Honglien also launched a ninjutsu. When the electric nets intertwined, the ground under her feet instantly pierced out reddish crystal pillars in all directions. These crystal pillars continued to expand and grow, not only withstanding the layers of electric nets, but even breaking the 8 stone pillars surrounding them. For a while, the field was thundering and lightning, and smoke and dust rose. The envoy retreated one after another and jumped onto a tree far away, but they still maintained the formation of encirclement, vaguely surrounding the 3 people of Yakushi Kabuto in the center. After the smoke and dust in the field dissipated a little, they could see that the field was full of light red transparent crystals, and they were immediately speechless. Swish! 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 At this moment, the field suddenly rushed in all directions. Countless kunai were shot out. A nearby envoy Chunin had a stern look in his eyes and immediately shouted a warning, "Everyone, pay attention, there is a smoke pill tied behind the kunai." Bang, bang, bang. Before he finished speaking, the kunai shot in all directions all exploded into a ball of pungent smoke, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Wind escape, wind technique. Another envoy Jonin who led the team quickly performed a wind escape ninjutsu to gradually dispel the smoke covering the battlefield, but after the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of Kabuto Yakushi and others in the field. The envoy coughed and gathered together. "The smoke just now was poisonous, everyone take the detoxification pill first." "Damn, they actually let them escape. What ninjutsu was that just now? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a blood limit called Crystal Escape. Crystal Escape. Everyone was talking to each other. Apparently, there was a very rare ninja with the bloodline limit of Crystal Escape among the enemies, which disrupted their deployment. After everyone took the antidote pill, the two Anbu teams deployed their formation again and chased in the direction where Kabuto Yakushi and others fled. The other side. After breaking out of the encirclement of the Anbu, Kabuto Yakushi and his three companions immediately separated several shadow clones and led the Anbu away in the direction they fled, and the three of them returned to their original place. Kabuto Yakushi guessed that their whereabouts were exposed this time, and it was most likely the Akatsuki organization, so he neither killed the Anbu who captured them nor chose to escape far away, but risked going back to the original place to confirm his guess. Sure enough, when the three of them returned to their original place, they found a figure standing quietly on the crown of a nearby big tree. The three of them looked up and found that the figure standing on the crown of the tree was wearing the Akatsuki organization's uniform and a strange fox mask on his face. Kabuto Yakushi was shocked. Fox mask? Is it the kaleidoscope Uchiha codenamed B in the Akatsuki organization? In the ninja world, B is not much less famous than A. Especially when B performed the complete form of Susanoo near Konoha before, the whole Konoha could see the Susanoo that was 100 meters tall and like a god from a distance of 10 miles, which made everyone in the ninja world understand how powerful the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan could be. The one who appeared on the tree canopy was naturally Karin. She looked at Kabuto Yakushi and others who turned back and thought to herself, these guys are not stupid. It was obviously Shinji's instruction to lead the Konoha Anbu to clear out Kabuto Yakushi as A, because only by letting Konoha detect the existence of Kabuto Yakushi and others in advance, it would be easier to get Orochimaru out of the secret prison later. And Kabuto Yakushi is just a jonin. Even if Konoha finds out that he is spying nearby, it will not cause excessive vigilance in the village, thus increasing the difficulty for him to rescue Orochimaru. After collecting her thoughts, Karin said to Kabuto Yakushi and the others, "Follow me." Honglien sighed, "I knew that Akatsuki organization is not so easy to fool. It seems that we have to save Lord Orochimaru ourselves." The second update is here. It's the end of the month, and there are only 2 days left. Students who still have votes remember to vote. Otherwise, they will be wasted if the time is refreshed. Chapter 937 Deployment of Rescue. Karin led Kabuto Yakushi and the others along the deserted path, avoiding several patrol teams of Konoha along the way without anyone noticing, and quietly sneaked into Konoha village. Following Karin, Kabuto Yakushi and the other two had different expressions. It would be a lie if I wasn't surprised to see that Akatsuki's B was so familiar with the terrain around Konoha and could easily cross Konoha's patrol warning area. It seems that the degree of infiltration of Konoha by Akatsuki is more serious than I thought. Fortunately, I agreed to their deal, otherwise, Lord Orochimaru. The more Kabuto Yakushi thought about it, the more frightened he became. Honglien was worried. She was not willing to take the risk to rescue Orochimaru. Now she was inexplicably involved with Akatsuki and offended Konoha, so she was naturally in a bad mood. After sneaking into Konoha, Karin took Kabuto Yakushi and others and hid in an empty house. She said, "We will act at night. Let's rest here now." Kabuto Yakushi nodded. The Akatsuki organization clearly wanted them, Orochimaru's subordinates, to contribute, so there was nothing to say. Just follow the arrangement. So, Kabuto Yakushi, Honglien, and Jago sat on the ground and rested. At this time, Karin glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, and there was a hint of surprise on her face under the mask. According to the information from Konoha, Kabuto Yakushi is just a subordinate of Orochimaru. Apart from being a senior spy and practicing medical ninjutsu, there is nothing worth noting about him. But for some reason, the other party gave her a sense of threat. You know, now she has transplanted her own Rinnegan back, plus would release and the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, ordinary jonins are not a threat to her at all. This Kabuto Yakushi seems to be a little bit unusual. I have to inform you next time I contact you. After making up her mind, Karin also closed her eyes and rested. Hokage's office. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. What, the arrest failed? The ANBU jonin in charge of reporting was a little embarrassed. Kabuto Yakushi and the other 3 remnants of Orochimaru are indeed entrenched near the village, but one of them has a rare crystal release bloodline limit. When we acted, they were caught off guard and let them escape. Crystal escape. Tsunade was stunned. This kind of bloodline limit is indeed very rare, even she has only heard of it, but has never seen it with her own eyes. Anbu Jonan quickly took out a file and handed it to Tsunade. It has been found that this person is called Hong Lian and has entered the village many times on the pretext of issuing commissions. She has been in and out 3 or 4 times, she is quite courageous. After a pause, Tsunade said, who has she contacted in the village? Anbu Jonan replied, people have been sent to investigate. Notify me immediately when there is a result. Tsunade nodded and did not continue to pursue the responsibility of the Anbu for the failure of the arrest. First of all, Tsunade herself is not a person who blames her subordinates like Danzo. Secondly, as long as ninjas like Hong Lian who have bloodline limits are trained, their strength can easily reach the level of special Jonin or even Jonin. In addition, the other side also has a Jonin level Kabuto Yakushi and another subordinate of Orochimaru whose strength is unknown, so it is normal for the Anbu to fail this time. At the same time, the news brought back by the Anbu also answered her previous doubts. If there are 2 or even 3 Jonin level ninjas, it is understandable that Kabuto Yakushi dared to try to rescue Orochimaru. Although the Anbu didn't catch anyone this time, they should have realized that it is impossible to rescue Orochimaru. They should have fled far away by now. Tsunade retracted her thoughts. At this critical juncture, she, as the Hokage, has a lot of things to do and has no energy to pay too much attention to the remnants of Orochimaru such as Kabuto Yakushi. Besides, she has been planning to persuade Orochimaru to make amends in the next battle with the Akatsuki organization, so she has no intention of killing all the remaining subordinates of Orochimaru. Time passed, the sun set, and the sunset glowed like blood. As the sky gradually darkened and lights began to light up in the village, Karin slowly stood up. Karen's movement immediately awakened Kabuto Yakushi, Hong Lian, and Jago, who were resting with their eyes closed. They all opened their eyes and looked at the Akatsuki's bee in front of them. But they saw that Akatsuki's bee took out 4 ordinary black robes from the house, put on one herself, covering the Akatsuki's red cloud uniform she was wearing, and then threw the remaining 3 black robes to Kabuto Yakushi and the others, and ordered, put on. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes flashed with doubt, but he still took the black robe and put it on. Seeing this, Hong Lian and Jago also followed suit and put on black robes. At this time, B took out a map of Konoha and spread it on the ground, pointing on the map, this is the secret prison where Orochimaru is imprisoned. His cell is the deepest one. There is a team of Chunin guarding the door, and there is also a team of Anbu secretly monitoring in the dark. Here, and here, there are patrols, with a number of 8 to 10 people. Listening to BS' description of the situation, the expressions on the faces of Yakushi Kabuto and others gradually became solemn. Not to mention the guards inside the secret prison, there are 7 or 8 teams near the door alone, with as many as 30 or 40 Konoha ninjas. And the secret prison is in Konoha village. Once someone gives an alarm, reinforcements will come continuously, making it impossible for them to escape. After listening for a while, Hong Lian couldn't help but said, isn't this asking us to die? B glanced at her and said lightly, if you want to quit, it's still not too late, but it's hard to say what will happen to Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi smiled ingratiatingly, your organization doesn't need to embarrass us little characters, so there must be a way, right? B looked at Kabuto Yakushi, the interrogation team of Konoha will send people to the secret base to interrogate Orochimaru at night, a total of 3 people. As he said that, B lightly drew a line on the map with his finger, this is the route they take to the secret base. Kabuto Yakushi grinned, so that's it, we ambush them here, and then disguise ourselves as them to enter the secret prison. Hong Lian and Jago also realized it. If this is the case, they can avoid a big battle with Konoha, at least before meeting Orochimaru, they don't have to fight. Hong Lian thought for a moment and suddenly said, even if it is the interrogation team sent to interrogate Lord Orochimaru, they should need a pass from Konoha's top leaders and a special password to enter the secret prison, right? Kabuto Yakushi looked at B, the pass should be with the ninjas in that interrogation team, don't worry, but the special password is a bit troublesome. Those guys in Konoha's interrogation team have all undergone anti-interrogation training, and it's not easy to pry open their mouths in a short time. B didn't explain much, but just said lightly, you don't need to worry about this. The first update is here. There is only 1 day left, don't forget it if you still have money in your hands. Chapter 938 Attack and Infiltration. At night, 3 ninjas walked out of the intelligence team's building. They belonged to the interrogation team. Tonight, they were ordered by the Hokage's office to go to the secret prison to interrogate Orochimaru. Being in the village, the three of them were a little relaxed. They walked all the way to the secret prison and chatted from time to time. But when the three of them walked to a more remote section of the road, they suddenly heard a swoosh sound. Enemy attack! The three of them were immediately shocked. Two of them deployed a defensive formation, and one reached out to touch the ninja bag on the waist was ready to fire a signal flare into the air. However, at this moment, three black shadows rushed out from different directions with the sound of breaking wind, and had already bullied them. The sound of fighting sounded instantly, and then it stopped abruptly. There is no doubt. The three ninjas from the interrogation class were not attacked by others, but by Kabuto Yakushi, Honglian, and Jago, who had been waiting here for a long time. The strength of the three of them was far beyond the three ninjas from the interrogation class, and it was a sneak attack without intention, so the three ninjas from the interrogation class did not even have the opportunity to fire a signal flare, and were easily dealt with by Kabuto Yakushi and his three men. After searching one of them for a pass to enter and exit the secret prison, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the shadow not far away. How to get the password depends on your means. In the shadow, a person walked out slowly. This person was naturally Karin, who guided Kabuto Yakushi and others to sneak into Konoha to rescue Orochimaru as the B of the Akatsuki organization. She did not answer, but walked straight to the interrogation ninja whose pass was found, and pressed one hand on his forehead. What is she going to do? This doubt occurred to the minds of Kabuto Yakushi and the other two at the same time. Because whether it is torture interrogation, drug interrogation, or illusion interrogation, at least the interrogated person needs to be awakened first. If the interrogated person is in a completely unconscious state, many illusions cannot be performed. And the ninjas in front of them are from the Konoha interrogation team. Because these people have handled many interrogations, they know many secrets. Therefore, Konoha has set many forbidden spells and restrictions on them to prevent them from being captured by the enemy and leaking confidential information. Just when Kabuto Yakushi and the other two were puzzled, they saw that BS hand pressing on the other's forehead was slightly lifted, and a human-shaped chakra phantom was sucked out of the other's body. What is this? Seeing this scene, Kabuto Yakushi and the other two were horrified. They had never seen anything strange around Orochimaru, so they guessed at a glance that the humanoid chakra shadow extracted by B was most likely the spirit of the interrogation class ninja. That was why their expressions changed drastically. Because even Orochimaru, who was obsessed with various secret techniques and forbidden techniques, rarely involved spirits, but the person in front of them casually extracted a person's spirit from his body in front of them, which simply made them shudder. What Karin used at this moment was obviously the pupil technique of the Rinnegan, which was the soul-sucking technique assigned to the human path by Nagato. She originally wanted to use the more gentle heart-level diving to explore the memory of the interrogation class ninja, but found that the other party's brain was set up with several shields, and even her heart-level diving could not easily penetrate, so she had to use the soul-sucking technique to extract the other party's spirit and read the memory directly from the spirit. Of course, Karin did not kill the other party, but after receiving the password, she lifted the soul-sucking technique and let the other party's spirit return to the body. However, despite this, this interrogation class ninja may not be able to continue to be a ninja in the future. After telling the temporary password to Kabuto Yakushi, Karin said coldly, "I don't need to teach you the rest. Don't worry." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Then Kabuto Yakushi hid the three unconscious interrogation class members in the bushes and cleaned up the scene. Finally, he performed the transformation technique with Honglian and Jago, turning into the appearance of the three interrogation class members just now, and walked towards the secret prison with a calm demeanor. Kabuto jumped up and hid in a big tree, monitoring Kabuto Yakushi and the other two from a distance. Kabuto Yakushi is indeed a senior spy. After getting the pass and password, he easily passed the guards at the door of the secret prison and swaggered into the prison. Then, according to the information given by Karin, he walked all the way to the depths of the prison. Facing various checkpoints in the prison along the way, the secret sentry was not afraid, and he arrived outside Orochimaru's cell without any danger. The Anbyo guarding outside Orochimaru's cell had already received the notice that the interrogation team was coming to interrogate Orochimaru, and the pass and password matched, so they quickly opened the door of the cell. Just as Guren, who was suppressing his excitement, was about to enter the cell, Kabuto Yakushi turned around and told the Anbyo guarding the door, "The next interrogation involves confidential information, please avoid it." The Anbyo frowned slightly, but still nodded and walked away from the cell. After watching the Anbu go away with a smile on his face, Kabuto Yakushi led Gurren and Jago into Orochimaru's cell and knelt on one knee towards Orochimaru, who was bound in the cell. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru was not surprised at all and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Bang, bang, bang. As 3 streams of white smoke dissipated, Kabuto Yakushi, Honglien, and Jago lifted their transformation technique and revealed their original appearance in front of Orochimaru. Then, Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward to remove the seal on Orochimaru, saying, "It was Akatsuki's bee who brought us in. She should be outside watching here now." That guy. Orochimaru's eyes fixed. After suffering a great loss from Itaki, Orochimaru was full of fear of Mangeki Uchiha, not to mention that Akatsuki's bee had a good record and was probably not inferior to Itaki in strength. Soon, the seals on Orochimaru were lifted one by one, leaving only some special restrictions that Kabuto Yakushi could not remove for a while. Honglien said, "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do next?" When he came in disguised as a ninja from the interrogation class, it's not easy to get out. First of all, the Anbu guarding Orochimaru's cell can't be hidden, and there are so many sentries in the prison that it's almost impossible to get out calmly. Orochimaru smiled, "Open all the cells." Honglien was shocked, "You want to release all the prisoners here? How can we get out conveniently without causing trouble to Konoha?" After a pause, Orochimaru said, "Don't worry, Akatsuki has spent so much effort, and will not let us be blocked here by Konoha." "Yes." Yakushi, Kabuto, Honglien, and Jago responded and rushed out of the cell immediately, knocking down the Anbu guarding Orochimaru's cell preemptively, and then opened the doors of all the cells along the way. The second update is here. It's the last day, don't forget those who still have monthly tickets, the monthly tickets will be refreshed after tomorrow. Chapter 939 Chaos. Kabuto Yakushi was responsible for dealing with the guards in the secret prison, while Jago and Gurren were responsible for opening the prison door. They moved very quickly, almost walking all the way out, breaking through one cell after another. Orochimaru strolled behind everyone, looking very comfortable. When he walked outside Danzo's cell, he stopped and glanced inside, smiling and said, "Sorry, your plan failed." Danzo's face was dark. "Stupid guy." Although his cell had been opened long ago, he still sat inside without moving, and had no intention of taking the opportunity to escape. As Orochimaru said, he had been waiting for Tsunade to persuade Orochimaru to return to Konoha. In this way, his crime of colluding with Orochimaru could be redetermined. At the same time, in order to balance the prestige that Orochimaru's return brought to Tsunade's faction, Udaten Koharu and Mitaminen had to come forward to protect him and let him regain the position of advisor elder. The original plan was fine, but it was all disrupted by Orochimaru's jailbreak. Since you want to stay here, I can only wish you good luck." Orochimaru smiled and took another step. Danzo said coldly, "You can't escape." Orochimaru didn't look back, just raised his hand, "Just wait and see." The doors of the cells were still being opened quickly one by one, and most of the prisoners in the cells were still hesitant, because they knew that being able to walk out of the cell did not mean being able to walk out of the prison, and even if they escaped from the prison by chance, it did not mean that they could escape from Konoha village. Yakushi Kabuto and his men didn't care about this. Without stopping at all, they rushed out all the way. Most of the guards in the prison were Chunin. It was more than enough to guard the prison at ordinary times. After all, even in Konoha, Jonin was a very rare and precious fighting force, and it was impossible to waste a lot of it on guarding the prison. The current strength of Kabuto Yakushi has already surpassed the level of ordinary Jonin. Even if he does not enter the Sage mode, he can easily deal with these Chunin guards inside the prison. Therefore, the battles that broke out in the prison were almost all short encounters. Before the end of the exclamation ended, there were low sounds of falling to the ground. At this time, 2 figures walked out of different cells, came to Orochimaru, and knelt on one knee. "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru looked at the 2 people, "Still alive, very good." The 2 people who escaped from the cell were not others but Kidomaru and Teiwa, who survived the Odanin 4 who were sent by Orochimaru as abandoned children to participate in the Chunin exam. After the war, they were seriously injured and dying and were admitted to Konoha. After saving their lives, they stayed in the interrogation class for a while, and were recently transferred to the secret prison. Boom! With a roar, the door of the secret prison opened, and smoke and dust rolled out. The guards at the prison gate all changed color, some were ready to rush into the prison to investigate the situation, and some directly fired the signal flare. Swish! Bang! In a flash, the eye-catching red signal flare exploded in the night. In the tree in the distance. Looking at the commotion in the secret prison, Karin frowned slightly, and then suppressed her emotions. Rescuing people from Konoha's secret prison is a troublesome matter. It is almost impossible to do it secretly. It was exposed until now, which shows that Yakushi Kabuto and his men are smart and capable enough. Shinji is now the captain of the police force. He may rush over when he hears the noise. It will be troublesome if we run into him. Although this action was ordered by the leader, Karin still didn't want to fight with Shinji, her only friend in the village. Hokage building. Tsunade in the Hokage's office suddenly stood up and came to the window. Her eyes focused on the eye-catching red flare under the night sky, and she muttered to herself, "Prison. Shua." At this time, an enbu rushed into the office and reported, "Hokage, someone is attacking the secret prison, and the identity is unknown at present." Tsunade waved her hand, "Try again." "Yes." The enbu disappeared with a whoosh. Tsunade by the window still did not move, while quietly watching the noise outside, thinking, "Danzo? Or Orochimaru?" Also looking at the direction of the prison, there was Shinji in his apartment. With Karin here, it should be no problem to break through the siege, but I don't know if Orochimaru will do things for me honestly. Orochimaru is extremely cunning, and he has several subordinates around him. He is worried that Karin can't handle it alone. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and secretly activated the Naobi, ordering Ryuja and Chino to sneak out of the village during the chaos and assist Karin outside. In the secret prison. Seeing Orochimaru walking all the way, the prisoners' original doubts were dispelled, and their minds became active. In everyone's opinion, if this chaos was caused by Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, then they might really have a chance to escape in the chaos, so, without Orochimaru's instigation, some prisoners began to rush towards the prison exit. Run! At first, there were only a few brave guys, but in a flash, the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and all the prisoners rushed forward. Because there were dozens or even hundreds of prisoners in the prison rushing in, the prison exit was in chaos. Even though the patrol team of nearby Konoha arrived in time, they were hastily disrupted by this group of desperate criminals and started fighting in several blocks around. Amid the noise and roar, Orochimaru walked out of the prison slowly. Swish, swish, swish. Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, Gurren, Kidomaru and Teiwa gathered from all around and landed in front of Orochimaru, and bowed together, "Lord Orochimaru. Let's go." Orochimaru didn't waste any words and directly led the way out of the village. Yakushi Kabuto and his men quickly followed. Although the prisoners released by Orochimaru created a lot of chaos, most of the prisoners held in the secret prison were suspicious persons arrested by Konoha when investigating the Akatsuki organization. Their strengths were uneven, and there was not even a decent jonin, so the chaos only affected the area near the prison. After Orochimaru led the crowd out of the prison area, they were immediately blocked by Konoha ninjas. There were still a few restrictions on Orochimaru that had not been completely lifted, and his strength was limited, so his subordinates took action and intercepted the Konoha ninja who was blocking Orochimaru. After rushing left and right, soon, only Kabuto Yakushi was left beside Orochimaru. Swish! At this moment, a figure wearing the uniform of the Konoha police force fell from the sky and blocked Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. "Sasuke." Sasuke snorted coldly, "Hey, Orochimaru, are you so eager to die?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at Sasuke helplessly, turned to Orochimaru and said, "Lord Orochimaru, you are not feeling well, so leave first, I will handle this." Orochimaru also knew that this was not the time to entangle, nodded and bypassed Sasuke. Sasuke said angrily, "Want to escape? Can you escape?" Yakushi Kabuto flashed and stopped Sasuke. "Sorry, Sasuke-kun, your opponent is me. There are some things at home today, so there is only one update, I'm really sorry." Chapter 940, Pursuit and Shock. Humph. Sasuke snorted lightly, his eyes full of disdain. Because of Takamagahara, the strength of many ninjas is no longer a secret, such as Yakushi Kabuto in front of him, as an A-level fugitive wanted by Konoha. The number of times he has been challenged in Takamagahara has reached hundreds of times. Through hundreds of detailed questionnaires, the intelligence team has evaluated the comprehensive strength of Yakushi Kabuto. In the evaluation of the intelligence team, Yakushi Kabuto belongs to the better level among the senior ninjas, but because his expertise is in medical ninjutsu and stealth camouflage, so his fighting power is not outstanding among the jonin. Under normal circumstances, this strength is enough to be proud of. But if you want to fight against a Manjiki Uchiha, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream in Sasuke's eyes. Facing Sasuke's undisguised disdain, Kabuto Yakushi just smiled. Suddenly, his expression moved, as if he found something interesting, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Sasuke was still thinking about catching Orochimaru back, so he naturally had no interest in entangled with Kabuto Yakushi in front of him, so he quickly formed seals with both hands, fire escape, great fireball technique. Boom! In an instant, a huge fireball wrapped in a scorching heat wave attacked Kabuto Yakushi. What a powerful fire escape! With a shudder in his heart, Kabuto Yakushi gave up the idea of using ninjutsu to fight back, and flashed to the side, ready to dodge. At this moment, Sasuke used a flash body technique to land in front of Kabuto Yakushi, not only blocking Kabuto Yakushi's escape route, but also slashing down with the kunao in his hand that was glowing with lightning. Yakushi Kabuto was surprised again, but his hands were not slow and he had already completed the seal. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, a grey snake suddenly appeared and protected Yakushi Kabuto with its curled body. The next moment, the lightning extended from the fire escape and kunao hit the snake at the same time, making a deafening roar. Sasuke, who had retreated in advance, stared at the billowing smoke in front of him. Then, he focused his eyes and saw the body of the snake that was scorched by his fire escape in the smoke, and Yakushi Kabuto, who was protected by the snake's body in the center and was almost unscathed. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Yakushi Kabuto laughed and said, "I was almost killed." Tisk! Sasuke spat lightly, and the light flashed in his hand again. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly rushed to the bushes behind Sasuke, captured a man with a scream, and pressed the kunao in his hand against the man's throat. Sasuke frowned. Sakura. No doubt. The figure captured by Kabuto Yakushi was none other than Sakura. Before the prison riot, Sakura happened to be with Sasuke together. After seeing the signal flare from the prison, Sasuke rushed over immediately. Sakura followed quietly because she was worried about Sasuke's safety, but she knew she couldn't help much, so she hid in the bushes not far away. After holding Sakura hostage, Kabuto Yakushi put the sharp blade of the kunao against Sakura's throat. "Sasuke-kun, please don't make things difficult for me." Sasuke said angrily, "Despicable guy." "Despicable." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and said, "I don't have the right to be upright in the face of Manjiki Uchiha." Swish swish swish. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, Asuma, Hong, and several other chunin of Konoha also rushed to the scene. Seeing Sasuke and Kabuto Yakushi confronting each other, Asuma hurriedly asked, "Sasuke, what's the situation here? Have you seen Orochimaru? Where's Shinji?" Sasuke pointed in a direction with a dark face. "Orochimaru just escaped from there. This guy in front of me took Sakura hostage in order to entangle me." Asuma frowned. The direction of Sasuke's finger happened to be the weakest defense area among several nearby areas. Hong said, "Orochimaru is a strong man at the level of Hokage. If we are alone, there is no point in chasing him. Let's get rid of Kabuto Yakushi here first, and then chase Orochimaru together." "Okay." Asuma nodded decisively. At present, his side has an overall advantage in terms of numbers and strength, and it shouldn't take much time to get rid of Kabuto Yakushi. Seeing the Konoha ninjas surrounding him, Kabuto Yakushi decisively let go of Sakura and turned to escape. Everyone is a ninja, and hostages, if not special people, are actually very limited in use, so if they drag on here for a long time, it will only become more and more disadvantageous to him. Chase. The people of Konoha would not let him go, and immediately chased him. During the chase, Kabuto Yakushi, Sasuke, Asuma, and his party quickly rushed out of the outer wall of Konoha. At this time, it was not only Sasuke and Asuma who were chasing Kabuto Yakushi. Konoha ninjas continued to join along the way, and the team gathered more and more. Finally, under the blockade of the people from the front and back, Kabuto Yakushi was finally surrounded in a forest outside Konoha village. Seeing this, Sasuke said to Asuma, "You stay to deal with him, I'll go after Orochimaru. Be careful." Asuma did not dissuade him, but just casually warned him. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi was surrounded by so many Konoha ninjas, and the problem would be solved soon, so let Sasuke chase him first, leave marks along the way, and they would be able to support him soon. Yet, Suzuki nodded, and then disappeared with a whoosh. Watching Suzuki leave, Kabuto Yakushi, who had been smiling all the time, finally stopped smiling. Covering Orochimaru's escape from Konoha village, this rescue operation was basically successful. After all, with Orochimaru's strength, as long as he was not trapped in Konoha village and besieged by hundreds of Konoha ninjas, it should be no problem for him to escape. What Kabuto Yakushi really cares about is the Akatsuki organization that cooperated with them this time. He is worried that the Akatsuki organization that has been hiding in the dark will be unfavorable to Orochimaru, so he wants to reunite with Orochimaru as soon as possible. At this time, Asuma shouted, "Look around, you have no chance, just surrender." Clatter. Kabuto Yakushi tore off the black robe on his body, and while slowly forming a seal, he said, "I wanted to keep it to deal with those people in Akatsuki, but it seems that there is no way." Looking at the calm Kabuto Yakushi in front of him, Asuma suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. After completing the seal, Kabuto Yakushi carefully took off his glasses, and a circle of light purple eyeshadow slowly appeared around his eyes, and 2 pairs of horns grew on his head. What is that? What's going on? How did his chakra suddenly become so much stronger? Did he grow a horn on his head? The Konoha ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially the perception-type ninjas among them, they were all horrified, because in their perception, the chakra of the opposite Kabuto Yakushi almost doubled in an instant. This made them wonder if there was something wrong with their perception ninjutsu, or if they were interfered with by some kind of illusion. The first update is here. Chapter 941 The police force takes action. Suzuki did not spare his chakra at all, constantly stimulating his body cells with lightning chakra, and continuously launching the flash body technique to try to catch up with Orochimaru as soon as possible. With Orochimaru's means, there would be no obvious traces left along the way. But Suzuki has the Sharingan on the one hand, and on the other hand, he doesn't know if it's because of the curse seal on his shoulder, he can always sense the direction of Orochimaru, so the distance between him and Orochimaru is constantly getting closer. Swish! After running out of the woods again, Sasuke's eyes suddenly opened up, and Orochimaru finally appeared in his field of vision. "I caught you!" He raised his mouth, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Now, unlike the Chunin exam, he not only recovered half of his Manjiki Sharingan's pupil power, but the corrosion of his body by the curse seal was also temporarily curbed, and he was in good condition. On the contrary, because of being imprisoned, although Orochimaru was temporarily freed, some of the restrictions on his body must not be lifted in time, and his strength was greatly weakened. So even though Suzuki knew that Orochimaru was extraordinary, he still had the confidence to defeat the current Orochimaru and avenge his previous shame. Sensing Suzuki behind him, Orochimaru glanced back and frowned slightly. Sasuke's ability to catch up so quickly was indeed beyond his expectations. "Orochimaru, how long are you going to run away? As one of the 3 ninjas, you are in such a mess now, don't you feel ashamed at all?" Suzuki chased him while mocking him wantonly, just like Orochimaru teased him in the Chunin exam before. "Humph!" Orochimaru snorted lightly, slightly annoyed. Just when Suzuki was about to speak again, he suddenly sensed someone behind him, so he turned around and his eyes widened. In the village, Bai, wearing the uniform of the Konoha police force, put a knife on Jago's neck. "Don't resist." Jago was not only injured at this time, but also surrounded by Konoha ninjas, so he sighed and gave up resistance. Bai then retracted his long sword and watched the 2 Anbyo come forward to take down Jago. Unlike ordinary prisoners, Jago's strength is obviously 1 level stronger. After the Sage transformation, he is not inferior to ordinary Jonin. Many Konoha ninjas who besieged him were severely injured by him. On the one hand, Bai is a member of the Konoha police force. On the other hand, he followed the instructions of the leader to weaken Orochimaru's power, so he faced Jago. Jago is like a monster in strength, burst, and even recovery, but his speed is inferior to Bai, who has activated the spotted state. So after a fight, Bai successfully arrested Jago with the cooperation of a group of Konoha ninjas. Another block. Wyoming glanced at Kidomaru and Teiwi lying on the ground, and ordered the Konoha ninjas beside him, send them for treatment. Although the surrounding Konoha ninjas were not under her jurisdiction, they were frightened by her skills in defeating Kidomaru and Teiwi, and nodded quickly, and took the seriously injured Kidomaru and Teiwi on the ground to the Konoha hospital. Although Kidomaru and Teiwi were strong, they were seriously injured in the previous Chunin exam and have not fully recovered yet. Secondly, like Orochimaru, they still had restrictions in their bodies and could not activate the curse seal. So after being blocked by Wuming, they were quickly knocked down by Wuming without causing any trouble. At the outer wall of Konoha, Hong Lian, who had broken through all the way, looked at the outer wall of Konoha that was close at hand, and a look of joy appeared on her face. The sound of the battle that gradually subsided behind her made her more and more uneasy. She knew that staying in Konoha for one more second would increase the danger. Suddenly, she stopped. What forced her to stop was a figure blocking her way. She stared at the other person, her face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Uchiha Shinji. Shinji didn't waste any words, and walked slowly towards Hong Lian, saying, "That's it." Hong Lian was shocked and angry. She knew that she was probably not a match for Manjiki Uchiha, but the other party's attitude of treating her as nothing still angered her. Arrogant guy. So her face sank, and her hands quickly formed seals, crystal escape, crystal breaking dragon subduing technique. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a pale red crystal dragon rose from the ground and roared at Shinji. This is one of the most destructive ninjutsu in Hong Lian's crystal escape. Now it is used to quickly defeat Shinji and strive for the last chance to escape. Facing the attacking crystal dragon, Shinji did not dodge or evade, but used the 12 palaces with all his strength and punched the crystal dragon. Boom! The two huge forces collided, and while the roar was heard, a huge air wave was also stirred up, venting in all directions. Following the air wave, there was a continuous sound of shattering. There is no doubt that even a blood limit like crystal release would be difficult to resist when Shinji launched the 12 palaces with all his strength. After smashing the head of the crystal dragon with one blow, Shinji did not stop, punched continuously, and almost dismantled the crystal dragon with his bare hands, and finally punched it away in front of Hong Lian's astonished eyes. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the Konoha ninjas who were chasing Hong Lian finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the crystal fragments that were broken all over the ground, almost all over the long street, and Hong Lian who fell to the ground and fainted, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. These Konoha ninjas had just suffered a lot from Hong Lian's crystal escape. Many of their colleagues were seriously injured or even lost their lives because of crystal escape. Unexpectedly, after just one encounter, the rather tricky Hong Lian was solved by Shinji in one move. Shinji ignored these Konoha ninjas and just waved his hand, signaling them to take the people away. Now he is the captain of the Konoha police force, and his power is far above that of ordinary jonin. There is no problem in temporarily commanding ordinary Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas saluted him and then took away the injured and unconscious Hong Lian. After everyone dispersed, Shinji jumped to the outer wall of Konoha. He first glanced at the situation in the village. Seeing that the battle in the village had basically subsided and was in the final stage, he turned around and looked outside the village. He deliberately ordered Bai and Wuming to intercept Orochimaru's subordinates. Because Jago, Gurren, Kidomaru, Teiwaya, and others are not weak in strength, and together they are a powerful force, so Shinji cannot let these people gather around Orochimaru, lest Orochimaru escape his control. Besides, his current identity is Konoha Police. The captain of the troop, Orochimaru, made such a big commotion in the village. If he pretended not to notice, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicion of the village, so he had to take action out of courtesy. And to this extent, it was almost enough. Anyway, Sasuke caught up with Orochimaru, and he was also considered a member of his police force. The second update is here. At the beginning of the month, I would like to ask for your guaranteed monthly tickets. Students who have monthly tickets, please support me. Please everyone. Chapter 942 Very Strong. A team of figures shuttled quickly in the night, and the shadows like ghosts were reflected in the cold moonlight. Swish! Accompanied by the whistling of the wind, this team of figures landed on a messy battlefield. What? What happened? Did we fall into a trap? Everyone, disperse, check if anyone is still alive. Undoubtedly, this team of people is the first batch of reinforcements to reinforce Asuma and others in pursuit of Orochimaru, and the leader of the team is none other than Kakashi, who just quelled the riot in the prison and hurriedly led the team here. The Konoha ninjas lying on the ground in all directions made the Konoha ninjas who just reinforced them unable to hide their shock on their faces. Obviously, a big battle just broke out here, but the ground was full of corpses and wounded people from the Konoha side, and there was no enemy figure in sight. And the traces of battle around were very limited, as if the battle did not last long. Just as everyone dispersed to check the battlefield, Kakashi found Asuma, who was leaning against a tree in the middle of the battlefield. Although he was seriously injured, he was barely conscious. He asked anxiously, "Asuma, what's going on? Were you ambushed?" Asuma swallowed a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "It's Kabuto Yakushi. Our information is wrong. That guy is very strong." Kakashi was stunned. "Is it just Kabuto Yakushi?" Asuma nodded, and then he could no longer support himself. He leaned against the tree and slowly slid down the trunk, fell to the ground, and fainted. "Medical team!" Kakashi shouted immediately. In fact, Kakashi didn't need to shout at all. The accompanying medical ninjas had already started to treat the colleagues who fell all over the ground. After confirming that Asuma was not in danger of life, Kakashi checked Hong, who was also seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood not far away, and his expression gradually became solemn. The injuries on the two were almost all caused by sharp weapons such as shurikens and kunao, and there were no signs of ninjutsu on their bodies. Looking at the other people on the ground, it was almost the same, almost all of them were sharp injuries caused by ninja tools. Asuma himself was a top-ranked jonin in the village, and with the help of Hong, a jonin, and more than a dozen chunins and genins, he was defeated so badly by a Yakushi Kabuto, which was really hard for him to understand. And considering that he rushed to reinforce immediately after dealing with the riot in the prison, without any rest in between, the battle here should not have lasted long. Calculating the time, it may not even last 10 minutes. The information is wrong. Thinking about what Asuma said before he fell into a coma, Kakashi frowned deeply. How could Yakushi Kabuto defeat so many of us in 10 minutes? What's wrong with the information? He instantly thought of Shinji, because the latest information about Yakushi Kabuto was basically obtained through Shinji's Takamagahara. But he soon ruled out his suspicion of Shinji. Because before Shinji used Takamagahara to simulate a fake Kabuto Yakushi, the village had less information about Kabuto Yakushi and less awareness of his danger. It was precisely because of Takamagahara that the village learned that Kabuto Yakushi actually had the strength of a jonin and began to pay attention to this spy of Orochimaru. The injuries on Asuma and the others were all caused by ninja tools. Could it be that Kabuto Yakushi defeated them with only physical skills? Kakashi frowned and thought of Shinji's introduction to the ability of Takamagahara. He thought, could it be that during this period of time since Kabuto Yakushi last met Shinji, his strength suddenly improved greatly? After this thought came to mind, Kakashi shook his head again. According to Shinji, the last time Kabuto Yakushi met Shinji was about 2 days before Shinji was reported by Kabuto Yakushi and attacked Danzo. It was only a few weeks from now. In such a short period of time, it is unlikely that Kabuto Yakushi, who has reached the level of jonin, will have such a huge improvement. At this moment, a fellow Anbyo came to Kakashi and said, according to the news from the Konoha police force, Uchiha Sasuke also participated in the pursuit, but we didn't find Uchiha Sasuke here. What? Kakashi's expression changed drastically. He only knew that Asuma and Hong had pursued Orochimaru before him, and didn't know that Sasuke was also in the first group of the pursuit team. Now that Sasuke was gone, he suddenly became nervous, worried that Sasuke was in danger and captured by Orochimaru. After all, it was no secret that Orochimaru coveted Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. After calming down, Kakashi gave a clear order, send someone back to inform Lord Hokage that the information from Kabuto Yakushi was wrong, and let the village arrange follow-up reinforcements as soon as possible. The medical ninjas stayed to treat the wounded, and the others continued the pursuit with me. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Looking back at Sasuke behind him, his expression changed from initial surprise and confusion to a solemn one. There is no doubt that the person who appeared behind him at this time was someone he knew. The person who shouldn't be here, Kabuto Yakushi. How is it possible? Instantly, all kinds of speculations surged in Sasuke's mind. Kabuto Yakushi, who was surrounded by Asuma, Hong, and more than a dozen Konoha ninjas, couldn't catch up so quickly, because even if Kabuto Yakushi could defeat the Konoha ninjas led by Asuma, the battle between the two sides could not be decided so quickly. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and said, Sasuke-kun, your opponent is me. Sasuke frowned slightly. As Kabuto Yakushi got closer and closer, he noticed the changes in Kabuto Yakushi's appearance, especially the horns growing on his head, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. It seems that we can only deal with him first. Sasuke, who had made up his mind, stopped and turned around suddenly. Without a word of nonsense, he instantly completed the seal and launched the Chidori to pounce on Kimimaro. Hat. Seeing that Sasuke had shifted his target to himself, Kimimaro smiled slightly. In the front, Orochimaru also stopped, looking at Sasuke and Kabuto Yakushi in the distance behind him, and finally his eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi. When Kabuto Yakushi sneaked into the secret prison to rescue him, he had already noticed something strange about Kabuto Yakushi, but the situation was urgent at the time and he didn't have time to ask more questions. Now seeing Kabuto Yakushi in this state, he, who had dealt with Ryukadong, immediately understood that Kabuto Yakushi's current state was probably the sage mode mentioned by the White Snake Immortal of Ryukadong. Kabuto actually mastered the immortal art. A hint of jealousy flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, and his face turned to a passion for exploration. For him, if someone around him could master the immortal art, then the probability of him mastering the immortal art by studying the other party would be greatly increased. The first update is here. Chapter 943 Failure. Although Sasuke instinctively realized that Kabuto Yakushi in front of him was very dangerous, he still didn't care too much. As a Manjiki Uchiha, unless facing the strong men at the top of the ninja world, others are not worthy for Sasuke to look at with equal eyes. What's more, Kabuto Yakushi had held Sakura hostage before, which made him think less of Kabuto Yakushi in his heart, because if he was not afraid of him, there was no need for Kabuto Yakushi to hold Sakura hostage. On the contrary, holding Sakura hostage just shows that Kabuto Yakushi is guilty when facing him. Squeak. The high-frequency sound of electricity complements the quiet night and adds a touch of bright color to the darkness. And the core of this bright color is Sasuke, who has opened the three Magatama Sharingan, rushing forward, holding the right hand of Chidori ready to go. Although he looked down on Kabuto Yakushi, he still maintained the necessary vigilance, so he opened the three Magatama Sharingan and observed Kabuto Yakushi's every move. Facing the surging Sasuke, Kabuto Yakushi glanced around with the corner of his eye, judging the environment of the battle, and began to seal. That is. Sasuke was slightly stunned as he stared at the seals on Kabuto Yakushi's hands. Because of the order in which the opponent made seals, he could not tell what kind of ninjutsu the opponent was going to perform. As the distance quickly narrowed, his uneasiness became heavier, but he could not tell where this uneasiness came from. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi, who had already completed the seals, raised the corner of his mouth, Senjutsu, white stimulus technique. Swish! In an instant, a red dragon flew out of Kabuto Yakushi's mouth, with a black ball in its claws. The black ball kept shaking, emitting a strong light that was impossible to look at directly, and a piercing scream. The sudden strong light and scream instantly disrupted Sasuke's offensive. He immediately stopped and raised his left hand to cover his eyes, because he was horrified to find that even though he had a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, he would feel a huge burning pain in his eyes and shed tears unconsciously if he looked directly at the strong light. The next moment, after the scream, Sasuke couldn't help but scream out in pain. Because this sound wave not only destroyed his eardrums, but also penetrated his body, constantly reverberating and shaking in his body, causing him to feel severe pain all over his body and unable to concentrate at all. Shua! At this moment, a hand stretched out from the strong light, suddenly pinched Sasuke's neck, and followed the inertia of the impact, lifted Sasuke up high, and then smashed him hard on the ground. Puff! The huge impact force made Sasuke's throat sweet and spit out a mouthful of blood. The strong light and scream slowly dissipated, and the shadow of the red dragon holding the black ball disappeared. The severely injured Sasuke barely opened his eyes, and in his field of vision was the face of Kabuto Yakushi with a circle of purple eyeshadow. Damn it! Sasuke was extremely annoyed, but the severe pain all over his body made him unable to resist. The hand of Kabuto Yakushi pinching his neck at the throat made it difficult for him to breathe. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, Sasuke-kun, it seems that there is no chance to see the magical eye technique of your Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing Kabuto Yakushi's face full of teasing, Sasuke became more angry, you damn guy. Immediately, a sense of absurdity filled his mind. He really couldn't understand why Kabuto Yakushi, who was so strong in front of him, had to use such a despicable method as holding hostages when facing him before. So much so that he felt that the other party was actually playing tricks on him from beginning to end. At this time, Orochimaru walked slowly walking over, he first glanced at Sasuke in the hands of Kabuto Yakushi, and then moved his eyes to Kabuto Yakushi, Ryokai Cave. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded respectfully, and then explained, I'm sorry, in order to rescue you, I broke into there without your permission. Suzuki, who had already begun to lack oxygen, heard the conversation between Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi in a trance, and thought, Ryokai Cave? What is that place? Is it because of that place that Kabuto Yakushi became so strong? No need to apologize. Orochimaru shook his head and immediately ordered, put him down. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi immediately threw Suzuki to the ground. Glancing at Suzuki, Orochimaru said no more and immediately led Kabuto Yakushi to evacuate. If it were any other time, he would obviously not let go of Suzuki who had come to his door, but now he had to complete the deal with the Akatsuki organization. The person in charge of the deal with him in the Akatsuki organization, B, happened to be a Manjiki Uchiha, so he was worried that kidnapping Suzuki would cause trouble and complications, so he decisively chose to leave Suzuki behind. Cough cough cough. Suzuki, who was thrown to the ground, coughed violently. In the sage mode, Kabuto Yakushi's speed and strength were at the top level in the ninja world. In addition, Kabuto Yakushi was proficient in medical ninjutsu and knew human organs like the back of his hand, so his attack on Suzuki just now accurately hit Sasuke's liver, and the pain was so severe that Suzuki still hasn't recovered. Not to mention the use of hand seals to perform ninjutsu to resist, he couldn't even launch eye techniques that didn't require hand seals. After a while, just when Suzuki recovered his breath and struggled to get up from the ground, the reinforcements led by Kakashi caught up. Seeing Suzuki hunched over and crawling up from the ground, Kakashi hurriedly went up to him, Suzuki, are you okay? I'm fine. Suzuki shook his head with a dark face and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi then asked, who hurt you? It was Kabuto Yakushi. Suzuki gritted his teeth. This defeat made him very angry. Kabuto Yakushi was indeed very strong, but he did not think he had no chance of winning. After all, he had not even used the pupil technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. It is so. Kakashi sighed and said, Suzuki, you are too reckless. How can you chase Orochimaru alone? This time they are eager to get away. Otherwise, your fate will be hard to predict. Suzuki argued, I was just careless for a moment. Kakashi shook his head. Asuma and Hong were all defeated by Kabuto Yakushi. You are now exhausted and can't use the Manjiki Sharingan. You can't be that guy's opponent, let alone Orochimaru. Suzuki opened his mouth, but finally swallowed the words on his lips, because he recovered half of his eye power, which is still a secret. Seeing Sasuke's unhappy face, Kakashi knew that Suzuki would definitely not go back obediently, so he said, follow me and keep chasing. Yet. Suzuki agreed without hesitation. The other side. Orochimaru, who had temporarily escaped from Konoha's pursuit, finally saw B in a red cloud suit and said, let's start the deal. Karin glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, who was following behind Orochimaru with a respectful look on his face, and then retracted his gaze, yes. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 944 Uzushio Village. Although Karin did not directly take action in the rescue of Orochimaru by Kabuto Yakushi and others, she was secretly monitoring the whole process, so she saw all the performance of Kabuto Yakushi and others. To be honest, the performance of Kabuto Yakushi and others far exceeded her expectations. Gurren, Jago, Kidomaru, and Teiwa, just a few people, broke through separately, but actually involved a large number of Konoha's people, resulting in insufficient forces to participate in the pursuit of Orochimaru at the first time. Kabuto Yakushi was even more amazing. Not only did he easily get rid of a large number of pursuers, but even Suzuki, who had the Manjiki Sharingan, was defeated in an instant, which made Karin secretly stunned. Because of this, Karin, who had originally prepared to take action, finally completed the task assigned by the leader by just secretly monitoring along the way. Therefore, Karin couldn't help but look at Kabuto Yakushi a few more times, even though Kabuto Yakushi had already exited the sage mode at this time. While Karin was looking at Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru was also looking at her. The Akatsuki organization only sent her alone. Seeing that there was only Karin, Orochimaru's mind became active, but he knew that it was not the time to turn against each other. After a few simple exchanges, the three of them flew towards the east. In order to crack the Ashiki fusion, they must first go to the Whirlpool country near the sea to the east of the Fire country, and find the old site of the Whirlpool village there. After all, the Ashiki fusion is a forbidden technique developed by the Uzumaki clan, so only by starting with the Uzumaki clan can we find a way to crack it. Konoha Village. Although it was late at night, the Hokage building was still brightly lit. In the Hokage's office, in addition to Tsunade, the 3 village advisory elders, the 3rd Hokage, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en, also gathered here. Hokage, the prison riot has been basically quelled, and most of the escapees have been controlled. Hokage, the police force has captured a person who participated in the attack and has been escorted to prison. Hokage, Uchiha Shinji successfully captured the attacker Honglien near the outer wall. Hokage, Kidomaru and Teiwa, who followed Orochimaru to escape from prison, were captured by the police force. Messages were continuously sent to the Hokage's office. Although they were all good news, the Konoha executives in the office still frowned. Tsunade was a little annoyed and asked a ninja from the intelligence team in the office, "Why is there no news about Orochimaru?" The ninja from the intelligence team quickly replied, "It has been confirmed that Orochimaru escaped from the village during the prison riot. However, Asuma Jonin, Ui Kurane Jonin, and Uchiha Sasuke from the police force have already started chasing him, and there should be news soon." Tsunade asked again, "Have you evaluated Orochimaru's current condition?" The intelligence team ninja replied, "We have made an assessment. The seals that bound the limbs should have been unlocked. However, some of the restrictions left in Orochimaru by the SEAL team should not be able to be immediately removed in a short period of time. This will affect his chakra refining and hinder his use of ninjutsu. Therefore, our assessment is that he is currently only a threat at the level of ordinary Jonin." Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. If this is the case, Asuma, Hong, and Sasuke, together with the cooperation of some Chunin and Genin in the village, should be enough to catch Orochimaru back. At this time, Udaten Koharu asked, "Who are the attackers? Why can they incite the prison riot?" The intelligence team ninja first saluted Udaten Koharu, and then replied, "The planner of this attack has been confirmed to be Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto Yakushi. They attacked and disguised themselves as the interrogation team going to the prison to interrogate Orochimaru, successfully sneaked into the prison, and then launched a riot inside the prison." Mito Kato-en questioned, "How is this possible? Even the interrogation team needs a pass and password to enter the prison." The intelligence team ninja said, "We have confirmed with the prison guards that they not only took out the pass, but also answered the password. There is a traitor." Instantly, several senior executives in the office realized this. Without the cooperation of the traitor, it would be impossible for Kabuto Yakushi and others to accurately attack the interrogation team heading to the prison. The timing was too good, so no matter how Kabuto Yakushi obtained the pass and password from the interrogation team, it could not cover up the fact that there was a traitor in the village assisting them. The 3rd generation suddenly asked, "Denzo has never left the cell?" "Yes." After a salute, the intelligence team ninja continued to answer, "Although the door of Denzo's cell was opened, Denzo did not participate in this riot." Swish! Just then, an Anbu hurried into the office, looked at the 3rd Hokage carefully, and then reported to Tsunade behind the Hokage's desk, "Hokage, I just received news that the troops chasing Orochimaru were defeated in the woods more than 10 kilometers away from the village, with heavy casualties. Asuma and Ui Kurane were seriously injured, and Uchiha Sasuke was missing." "What?" Tsunade stood up from her seat in a whoosh. The 3rd Hokage's eyes were stern, "Who did it?" The Anbu replied, "According to the intelligence sent back from the front, it was Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto Yakushi who defeated the pursuit troops." The 3rd Hokage narrowed his eyes, "Just him?" Facing the 3rd Hokage's momentum, the Anbu bit the bullet and answered, "Yes, Asuma said before he was seriously injured and unconscious that our intelligence was wrong, and Kabuto Yakushi was very strong." Tsunade ordered without thinking, "Add more people to support Kakashi, and make sure to catch Orochimaru for me." "Yes." The Anbu left in response. Looking at the departing Anbu, the 3 advisory elders looked gloomy. Letting Orochimaru escape from the village was already a big mistake. Now the first batch of pursuers who were most likely to catch Orochimaru have failed again. It will be more difficult to catch the escaped Orochimaru. Koharu Udaten said, "Tsunade, the most urgent task now is to find the traitor hidden in the village. Arrange people to interrogate the arrested Orochimaru subordinates as soon as possible." "I know." Tsunade nodded gently. A few days later. After a long journey, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and Karin arrived at the ruins of Ozushio village. Orochimaru said with emotion, "This is the ruins of Ozushio village. The Uzumaki clan, which was as famous as the Senju and Uchiha clans during the Warring States period, built their own village here. Although Karin was born in Kyuzagakure village and did not personally experience the tragic scene of the destruction of Ozashio village and the scattering of the Uzumaki clan members, as the blood of the Uzumaki clan, she still felt strange in her heart when she saw the ruins in front of her. She was depressed. The first update is here. Chapter 945 Methods to Crack the Shiki Seal. When they arrived at the place, they were no longer in a hurry. Orochimaru said slowly, the Shiki seal that the fourth generation used to seal the Nine Tails was a forbidden technique developed by the Uzumaki clan. The caster uses his own soul as a price to summon the god of death, and seals himself and his enemy in the belly of the god of death. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. As expected, the Uzumaki clan is famous for its sealing technique. Orochimaru smiled. Yes, the Uzumaki clan, who have special physiques and are good at sealing techniques, are the best candidates for Jinchuriki. All the Jinchuriki of Konoha are from the Uzumaki clan, even the current brat is no exception. Karin remained silent. She already knew all this. The Yakuza no Shi faction that controlled the Kyuzagakure village used this to steal the Nine Tails and open the Box of Paradise by killing Naruto and letting Konoha seal the Nine Tails back to Karin, who was also from the Uzumaki clan. Glancing at Karin and seeing that she didn't respond, Orochimaru explained, the Uzumaki clan's Shiki fusion is very sophisticated. Even I haven't studied it thoroughly, so I need some time to hand over the Nine Tails to you. Unlike the original time and space where his hands were sealed by the third generation with Shiki fusion, Orochimaru in this time and space did not encounter this disaster, so his current research on Shiki fusion is actually not as in-depth as in the original time and space, so even he himself is not completely sure, he can only give it a try. Karin asked, how long will it take? Orochimaru shook his head, it's hard to say. Maybe it only takes one day, maybe it takes several months. Karin's face suddenly darkened, are you kidding us? Facing the sudden cooling of the atmosphere, Kabuto Yakushi felt nervous and secretly prepared for battle. Orochimaru said calmly, I'm not kidding you, I'm just telling you the truth. Unless you can revive the Uzumaki clan, you can only rely on me. Through Niobe, Shinji followed the communication between Karin and Orochimaru in real time. Perhaps he knew from the beginning that Orochimaru would not cooperate honestly, so he was not annoyed by such a moth. After receiving Shinji's instructions, Karin said, our patience is limited. If you can't complete the transaction before we lose our patience, you won't like the consequences. Orochimaru smiled, I'll try my best. Kabuto Yakushi breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Orochimaru whispered a few words to Kabuto Yakushi, and then took Karin to search in the ruins of Ozashio village. After a long time, the two came to a messy cemetery. Kabuto looked around, what are you doing here? Orochimaru smiled and said, please wait a moment. Soon, Kabuto Yakushi brought two frightened men. Judging from their clothes, they should be ordinary residents living nearby. Then Kabuto Yakushi directed the two men to dig in the cemetery. Kabuto frowned and said, what are you going to do? Orochimaru smiled and explained, the Uzumaki clan is very special. They have a strong vitality that other ninja clans do not have, so the sealing technique they developed is extremely difficult to practice. Some of them even require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to practice. Kabuto said lightly, I know this. Orochimaru smiled evilly, so if you want to break their sealing technique, the best way is to ask them directly. Reincarnation. Kabuto was stunned for a moment and understood Orochimaru's intention. Orochimaru nodded. This area should be the cemetery where the coalition forces collected the remains after the war. There should be the remains of the Uzumaki clan members in it. Yakushi Kabuto interrupted, unfortunately, there should be no bodies of important figures of the Uzumaki clan. The bodies of ninjas are a source of information, so the bodies of important figures of the Uzumaki clan after the war were basically divided up by the victors. Those who were buried here are probably just ordinary Uzumaki clan members. Karin felt uncomfortable when she thought that Orochimaru was going to dig up the graves of her own clan members, but considering that this was indeed a way to break the Shiki fusion, she suppressed her discomfort and watched from the sidelines. After a long time, the two men finally dug out several dilapidated skeletons. Yakushi Kabuto checked and picked out two skeletons with obvious scars on them. It was confirmed that they died in the war and placed them in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not shy away from it. He used the two men captured by Kabuto Yakushi as sacrifices and used the immortal reincarnation to summon the owners of the two skeletons. Ah! Amid screams, the two men who were used as sacrifices were gradually wrapped in countless talismans and transformed into another appearance. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Karin, who was watching from the sidelines, was still shocked after seeing this scene. Orochimaru looked at the two immortal bodies that were immortal reincarnation by him, and then made a seal to cancel the summoning of the immortal bodies with black hair, leaving only the immortal bodies with red hair. Then, Orochimaru inserted a kunai tied with talismans into the brain of the immortal bodies with red hair, and after the immortal bodies emitted steam and recovered some vitality, he began to ask questions. After some questions, Orochimaru got what he wanted to know. Turning around, he said to Karin, "I didn't expect that the Uzumaki clan's storage hall for death masks is near Konoha village. It seems that we have to return to Konoha." Karin looked at Orochimaru deeply. Until this moment, she finally understood why the leader wanted to cooperate with Orochimaru. From Orochimaru's style of treating human life as worthless and using any means to achieve his goals, as well as the weird immortal reincarnation, it can be said that as long as Orochimaru is willing, there is no secret technique or forbidden technique that Orochimaru can't get. Because as long as the moral bottom line is low enough, he can completely dig up the graves and summon various deceased people from the underworld to the present, and then interrogate the dead to get any answers he wants to know. The only difficulty is to find the corresponding body. This is not a difficult task for Orochimaru, because with his strength, he can sneak into any place except the core area of the 5 major ninja villages at will. In the end, finding the corresponding body only requires some time and energy. Just like now. He is too dangerous. This kind of guy should stay in prison forever and finally rot in prison. Karin secretly made up her mind that after completing this transaction, she must persuade the leader to send Orochimaru back to Konoha's prison again, so that this scourge will get the punishment he deserves. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 946 Retaliation. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi's ability to escape is already first class in the ninja world, and Karin secretly uses the Kagura Heart Eye to monitor the pursuers, so Konoha's pursuit team naturally returned empty-handed. The fact that Orochimaru escaped from prison immediately caused a great uproar in the village. It was later confirmed that only Kabuto Yakushi, Gurren, and Jago participated in the prison break, which made Konoha lose face. It happened that the elites sent by various villages to Konoha to experience Takamagahara came to Konoha in the past few days, which made Konoha fall into the center of public opinion. In the Hokage's office. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk and said angrily, "No results yet? Are those idiots in the interrogation class doing their work seriously?" Anbu said helplessly, "Hokage, the arrested Gurren and Jago have received anti-interrogation training. I don't care about these, I just want the name of the traitor. I'll give you one more day. If there is still no result, you can wait to be dismissed." After that, Tsunade waved her hand, "Go down." Yes. Anbu retreated. After the Anbu left, Yuta and Koharu said, 2 days have passed. The news of Honglian and Jago's arrest is not a secret. The traitor who assisted them must know it. Tsunade also knew that as time went on, the possibility of catching the traitor would become smaller and smaller. That's why she was so anxious. Mito Kato-en said at this time, "I sent people to check. No one from the Anbu, the communication team, the intelligence team, and the interrogation team left their posts without reason in the past 2 days. If the traitor is hiding in these departments, he should still be lurking in the village." Tsunade said, "Could it be that Danzo's people passed the information to Yakushi Kabuto?" The third generation took over the conversation. This possibility cannot be ruled out, but what is the purpose of Danzo doing this? Orochimaru's escape from prison cannot wash away his crimes. Tsunade nodded slightly and approved the third generation's analysis. For Danzo, the best result is that Orochimaru agrees to return to Konoha and make amends. In this way, he will have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, if Orochimaru's identity as a traitor is confirmed, then his crime of colluding with the traitor will naturally be confirmed. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Tsunade responded, "Come in." Pushing open the door of the office, Shinji walked in, "Hokage-sama." Tsunade looked at Shinji and said, "The performance of the police force this time is very excellent. The advisory elders unanimously agreed to give you an additional allocation." Shinji smiled, "Thank you very much." Including the captain Shinji, the Konoha police force currently has a total of 6 people, and this time Honglian and Jago were both arrested by the police force, so the village must give them rewards out of courtesy. After the scene was over, Tsunade said, "What do you think about Orochimaru's jailbreak?" Shinji pondered for a moment and said, "There is a traitor in the village." Tsunade nodded, "Continue." Shinji said, "This traitor should be in a key department in the village. He not only has a grasp of the situation in the secret prison, but also has a certain understanding of the working methods of the interrogation team." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, "Do you have anyone you suspect?" Shinji said without hesitation, "Danzo." Tsunade frowned slightly. Shinji analyzed, the secret prison is a relatively independent environment. Even in the Anbu, not everyone knows the situation inside. So, in my opinion, only those present here and Danzo in the prison can understand the situation inside the secret prison, are familiar with the working methods of the interrogation team, and can easily contact Yakushi Kabuto and plan this prison break. Smiling, Shinji glanced at a few people. "Obviously, you can't do it, so it can only be Danzo." Tatsune Koharu asked, "Then why didn't he take the opportunity to escape from prison together?" Shinji said lightly, "He is nothing after leaving Konoha. This is he knows better than us." Tsunade said, "What is his motive?" "Maybe he is worried that Orochimaru will reveal some secrets that are not good for him to the village, maybe he is threatened by Orochimaru with secrets and has to assist Orochimaru, or maybe he just wants to make trouble for the village." After a pause, Shinji said, "In short, if you want to know the exact information, I can interrogate him personally. Under my pair of Manjiki Sharingan, he can't hide any sins." Tsunade looked at Shinji with a complicated expression. "Okay, we will seriously consider your suggestion, get busy." Shinji bowed politely and turned to leave the office. Mito Kato sighed, "We were caught by this kid. And the people in the field are all shrewd." Although Shinji's words are well reasoned, they all know that Shinji is obviously retaliating. The most troublesome thing now is that Shinji has stepped up step by step. Whether it is the expanding influence of Takamagahara or the influence brought by the reconstruction of Konoha police force, his opinion has become a will that even the Hokage has to seriously consider. And if Shinji really defeats an advisory elder, even if it is an advisory elder who has been demoted, this will further enhance his influence in the village. Feeling the aggressiveness of Shinji's rising new force, the senior executives in the office knew that it was not the time to deal with this issue, so after sighing a few times, everyone tacitly skipped this topic. The third generation asked, "Do you have a conclusion about Kabuto Yakushi?" Tsunade replied, "Well, it can be confirmed that Kabuto Yakushi should have mastered some kind of magic. It is initially suspected that it may be related to Ryokai Cave. For a large ninja village like Konoha that has ninja magic, the three holy places of Miyaboku Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and Ryokai Cave are no secrets. Therefore, after investigation, Konoha not only has a clue about Kabuto Yakushi's sudden strength, but also analyzed that Kabuto Yakushi's magic is very likely to come from Ryokai Cave." The third generation said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, Kabuto Yakushi's threat level is not less than Orochimaru." Tsunade was also a little worried. "Yes, we have no experience in dealing with magic, so we can only wait for Jiraiya to come back." The fact that Kabuto Yakushi mastered magic cast a shadow on the hearts of a group of senior officials. Especially Tsunade, she was very upset at the moment. She thought that if she could convince Orochimaru in advance, the village would have gained two top combat forces, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. With these two combat forces joining, the village will be more confident whether it is fighting against the Akatsuki organization or suppressing the other four major ninja villages, instead of making a fool of itself in front of the other four villages like now. The first update is presented. Chapter 947 Death Mask. Shinji walked out of the Hokage building and looked back. Obviously, from this Orochimaru jailbreak incident, the village noticed that there was a traitor assisting Kabuto Yakushi, so Shinji deliberately muddied the water and pushed it all onto Danzo. Back to the Konoha police force building, Shinji sorted out the whole thing. From beginning to end, he had never contacted Kabuto Yakushi and others in his true identity. Later, Ryaga, Chinano, Karin, and others also acted as Akatsuki, so there was no need to worry about being exposed. The only doubt is that the arrested Honglian and Jugo know Kimimura's identity. However, he has made preparations in advance. Taking advantage of the chaos that night, he cast illusion hints on the arrested Jugo and Gurren. With his current pupil power, as long as his illusion hints are there, Jugo and Gurren are not afraid of any illusion torture. As for ordinary physical torture and drug torture, Shinji believes that as core members of Orochimaru, they should be able to handle it. Besides, even for their own considerations, they cannot betray Kimimaro, because as long as Kimimaro is still lurking in Konoha, they have hope of being rescued. Of course, Shinji will not rely entirely on Jugo and Gurren, so he has hinted to Kimimaro through the Niobe as the leader, asking him to be ready to evacuate at any time. Collecting his thoughts, Shinji no longer ponders the village, and instead pays attention to Karin through the Niobe. Outside Konoha village, the three people who got the clues at the ruins of Uzushio village returned to Konoha almost without stopping, and found the Uzumaki clan's storage hall for the death mask in a dense forest near Konoha. Like the disappeared Uzumaki clan, this storage hall built by the Uzumaki clan also looked dilapidated and crumbling under the erosion of time. If they didn't know that this was the Uzumaki clan's storage hall, if someone else found this place, they would probably think it was just an ordinary mountain temple. The three people walked into the storage hall, and the wooden floor under their feet creaked. Kabuto Yakushi looked around. I didn't expect that the secret to cracking the Ashiki Fusion was hidden in this dilapidated little temple. Orochimaru said, the Uzumaki clan was a famous ninja clan during the Warring States period. There are ruins left by them in many places in the ninja world. Kabuto Yakushi sighed, it's a pity that no matter how powerful a ninja clan is, it can't avoid being destroyed by war. They are too arrogant. Orochimaru commented casually. The demise of the Uzumaki clan was ultimately due to the great changes in the ninja world. During the Warring States period, wars broke out between ninja clans. Due to the size of the ninja clans, the intensity and scale of these wars were very limited, and they were very susceptible to interference from other ninja clans. In this small-scale war, a powerful ninja clan like the Uzumaki clan naturally had the advantage, so they had been passed down for thousands of years and had never been exterminated. But with the appearance of the first generation of Hokage, the ninja world underwent a huge change, from the chaotic Warring States period to the current Ninja Village era. The biggest difference between the Ninja Village era and the Warring States era is that war is no longer limited to the ninja clan and ninja clan. The war between the clans in a higher form and larger scale appeared. In this situation, the major ninja clans in the ninja world banded together. After Konoha, the ninja villages of Kirigakure, Sand Village, Kumigakure, and Uegakure were born one after another. Under normal circumstances, the Uzumaki clan should also join a ninja village to strengthen the other party while also providing protection for themselves. But the Uzumaki clan, who were used to being strong, did not do so. They not only rejected Konoha's invitation, but also established the so-called Uzushio village in the country of whirlpools with the power of the clan. When the first generation was alive, the ninja world maintained a rare peace, and the Uzushio village and other ninja villages were at peace. But with the death of the first generation who suppressed the ninja world, the contradictions in the ninja villages that had been suppressed by the first generation broke out uncontrollably. Surrounded by the three kingdoms of Water Kingdom, Fire Kingdom, and Lightning Kingdom, and connected to the sea by Wind Kingdom, the Kingdom of Whirlpools gradually became the focus of conflict, and the Uzushio village in the Kingdom of Whirlpools naturally became the target of public criticism. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's enviable sealing technique, the outbreak of war became a matter of course. No matter how strong a clan is, it is difficult to resist the attack of a ninja village. Moreover, more than one ninja village envied the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique in that battle, so the famous family that has inherited the ninja world for thousands of years was destroyed overnight, and the remaining clan members fled and wandered in other places. It is difficult to judge right and wrong now. But in Orochimaru's view, the Uzumaki clan's complacency and failure to adapt to the changes of the times are the fundamental reasons for their demise. Soon, the three people who went deep into the storage hall saw a wall covered with various death masks. Kabuto Yakushi was surprised, so many. Not only him, even Orochimaru was a little puzzled by the whole wall of death masks. Kabuto Yakushi asked, Lord Orochimaru, is there only one real mask among these masks? Orochimaru came closer and looked at the masks on the wall and said, I have seen in a scroll of the Uzumaki clan that in order to crack the Ashiki seal, you must find the corresponding mask. So these masks may all be real, but we must find the corresponding death mask that the fourth generation used the Shiki seal. Kabuto Yakushi pondered and said, if this is the case, I am afraid we need to sneak into Konoha again and investigate the scroll of the Ashiki seal that the fourth generation learned at the beginning, so as to distinguish the corresponding death mask that the fourth generation used the Ashiki seal. Just when Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were discussing in a low voice, Karin suddenly walked over and pointed to one of the death masks. it's this one. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi looked sideways. Karin said with a firm tone, this is the one. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi didn't know that Karin was the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and they didn't know that Karin had the talent of Kagura's heart. In fact, when Karin first saw the wall full of death masks, she noticed the death mask she was referring to, because in her Kagura's heart's eye, only that death mask still had a subtle chakra reaction, and the other death masks had all fallen into silence and turned into completely dead objects. Although Karin doesn't know Shiki Fujin, she knows what it means, and her intuition tells her that the mask is what she is looking for. This is the intuition from her bloodline, her intuition to develop the sage body of the Uzumaki clan to the extreme. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 948 Death God appears. Perhaps the Death God masks on this wall were used by the Uzumaki clan in the past, and every time a Death God mask was used, it meant that a member of the Uzumaki clan dedicated his soul to the Death God. Therefore, just from the number of Death God masks on this wall, we can see the sacrifices made by the Uzumaki clan for this technique. Perhaps this is why the storage hall was built near Konoha, far away from the land of whirlpools. Karin sighed secretly. She didn't know what the real Uzumaki clan looked like. She could only imagine and speculate from the few words from others. So the Uzumaki clan was both strange and familiar in her eyes. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi on the side were a little surprised and doubtful. They didn't know how B found the one he needed from so many Death God masks, which made the suspicious Orochimaru think that the Akatsuki organization might also have research on Shiki Fujin. Soon, Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward and carefully took off the death mask that Karin pointed out. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Orochimaru. Karin said, "What should we do next?" While playing with the death mask in his hand, Orochimaru said, "Now that we have found the corresponding death mask, the next thing will be easy. Just prepare it and you can start summoning the fourth generation." Karin was a little impatient. "What else do you need to prepare?" Orochimaru smiled and explained, "If you want to steal something from the belly of the god of death, you must pay a price, so we need to prepare some sacrifices in advance." When Karin heard this, her brows frowned even more tightly. The sacrifice mentioned by Orochimaru was probably the same as before, using a living person to perform the spell, so she felt a little nauseous, but in order to complete the transaction, she had to watch coldly. Orochimaru said to Kabuto Yakushi, "This time the sacrifice cannot be an ordinary person, at least a young ninja at the level of Chunin." Kabuto Yakushi replied, "I understand, I'll do it now." Orochimaru said, "I'll do it first. Go to the north base number 3, we will meet there." "Yes." Yakushi Kabuto responded, then used the flash body technique to disappear from the spot, and went to find a suitable sacrifice for Orochimaru. Orochimaru then turned around and said to Karin, "Let's go, it's time to complete the last step of the transaction." Karin nodded slightly. After a long time, Orochimaru brought Karin to the north base number 3 located at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Field. Entering the underground palace, Karin found that this should be one of Orochimaru's laboratories. There were all kinds of instruments and equipment in sight, and there was still a faint smell of blood on them. It can be seen that many experiments involving human bodies must have been carried out here. Passing through the experimental area, Orochimaru led Karin to the deepest living body storage area of the base. As soon as she entered the living body storage area, Karin stopped, because she was reflected in her. What she saw was nothing else but people in large nutrient tanks. These people floating in the large nutrient tanks were both men and women. The oldest was only 20 years old, and the younger ones looked only 10 years old. They had their eyes closed, were naked, and floated in the nutrient tanks with only their mouths connected to an oxygen tube. Walking in front of this row of large nutrient tanks, Orochimaru explained, "These are the living bodies I created by studying the power of upper strings and cursed seals. Although there are not many of them, it cost me a lot to create them." Karin looked embarrassed. She never thought that Orochimaru had actually studied upper string demons and seemed to have achieved some results. While feeling uneasy, she once again resolutes her determination to get rid of Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't seem to notice Karin's abnormality, or he didn't care too much, and he was still introducing himself. "These living bodies have unimaginable physical strength, which is both the best sacrifice and the best container." Karin said coldly, "I'm not interested in these, stop talking nonsense, and complete the transaction as soon as possible." Orochimaru nodded and immediately operated the instrument. After a while, he took out 4 test subjects from the row of large nutrient tanks and brought them to an empty test area in the laboratory outside. Karan instinctively felt something was wrong and questioned, "Why 4? Orochimaru smiled and said, "I don't have the confidence of success in one go, so I need to prepare more." Karan said no more. She knew very well that Orochimaru was playing tricks. For example, Kabuto Yakushi, who was assigned to find the so-called sacrifice, did not actually find any sacrifice, but followed the 2 all the way, obviously investigating whether there were other members of the Akatsuki organization nearby to support. It's just that they didn't know that Karan had the Kagura heart eye. Everything she did was within Karen's perception, so they didn't find Ryaga and Chino who were responsible for supporting Karan. No doubt, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were preparing to turn against each other. And this coincided with Karen's plan, so she kept calm and just wanted to complete the transaction quickly, get the 9 tails, and then turn against Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Because they had the same idea, although both parties had other ideas, the transaction was still progressing steadily. After a while, Kabuto Yakushi pretended to be exhausted and rushed back, "Lord Orochimaru, I'm sorry that I couldn't find a suitable sacrifice." With just one look, Orochimaru understood the message that Kabuto Yakushi wanted to convey, and immediately felt relieved. He said, "Forget it, there are extra living sacrifices in the base." Karan urged at the right time, "Can we start?" Orochimaru nodded. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi stepped back far away, staring at Karan with his eyes, full of vigilance. Kabuto knew that it was almost time to turn against each other, so she also stepped aside, clenching her fists in her long sleeves slightly. Although she was confident in herself, she was facing Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, so she was still a little nervous. After everything was ready, Orochimaru slowly put on the death mask he found in the Uzumaki clan's storage hall. Ah! The moment he put on the mask of the god of death, Orochimaru made a strange sound, and his whole body swayed, as if he was staggering or dancing. Then, an extremely cold chakra surged from Orochimaru's body. Faced with this cold chakra, Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly, and Karan, who was sensitive to chakra, felt a little uneasy. The next moment, Orochimaru raised his arms, and behind him appeared a huge phantom of the god of death with a dagger in his mouth. Karan was shocked. Is this the god of death? The first update is here. Chapter 949 Falling Out. The appearance of the god of death added a touch of coldness to the already solemn atmosphere at the scene. Orochimaru grinned and said, "If you want to take something out of the belly of the god of death, you must sacrifice yourself first." Then Orochimaru started the technique. Soon, the shadow of the god of death behind Orochimaru took out the dagger in his mouth, stabbed it into his stomach, and cut it open with a horizontal stroke. Almost at the same time, a stream of blood spurted out of Orochimaru's stomach, which was cut open by an unknown force. Karen's eyes were stern. What is this? With her current eyesight, some tricks are not worth mentioning in her eyes, so there are not many people and things that can really move her, and this scene happened to be one of them. It's the power of the contract. However, Karan soon relied on the insight of the samsara eye and the perception of the Kagura heart to judge that the inexplicable power that cut open Orochimaru's belly was the power of some kind of contract. Orochimaru, who successfully cut open the belly of the god of death, endured the severe pain and activated the technique again, guiding a group of chakra-like spirits from the belly of the god of death. "It's out." Looking at the group of spirits floating in the air, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Cough. But then, he couldn't help coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The pharmacist Kabuto shouted, "Lord Orochimaru, are you okay?" Orochimaru shook his head. Having his belly cut open by a knife is a fatal injury for ordinary people, but for an alien like Orochimaru, it is nothing at all. But for some reason, Orochimaru's vitality is rapidly weakening and withering, as if he will die completely soon. The power of the contract, he is doomed. Karan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Orochimaru's life was fading quickly not because of the wound on his stomach, but because of the contract he had signed with the god of death, so medical ninjutsu, drugs and other conventional means of treating the body would not have any effect on Orochimaru at this moment. But it was good that way, she didn't have to deal with Orochimaru herself. And just when Karan relaxed a little, the dying Orochimaru suddenly formed a seal and shouted, "Immortality reincarnation!" Bang bang bang! Instantly, accompanied by 2 white smoke, 2 more spirits were summoned by Orochimaru, floating in the air side by side with the spirit of the fourth generation who had just escaped from the god of death's stomach. There is no doubt that these two spirits summoned by Orochimaru using the immortality reincarnation were none other than the spirits of the first and second generations. After Orochimaru was arrested, the village forced him to summon the first and second generations' impure earth bodies and sealed them up. However, except for Orochimaru, no one in the village knew about the forbidden technique of impure earth rebirth, so Orochimaru took advantage of it. The two sealed impure earth bodies were just empty shells, and the spirits of the first and second generations were secretly extracted by Orochimaru. For this reason, Orochimaru prepared 4 living sacrifices this time, because he not only had to use impure earth rebirth to completely recall the fourth generation to the world, but also had to find new containers for the spirits of the first and second generations. As the 3 spirits floating in the air were successively thrown into the 3 living sacrifices that had been prepared long ago, the 3 living sacrifices suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then, the 3 living sacrifices were wrapped in countless pieces of talisman paper that seemed to have come from the underworld, and gradually changed their appearance, becoming the first, second, and fourth generations. At this time, Orochimaru, whose vitality had been weakened to the extreme, suddenly turned into a human-headed white snake, and with a whoosh, he drilled into the last living sacrifice he had prepared. After only 1 or 2 breaths, the living sacrifice that Orochimaru had drilled into regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Then he stood up from the ground, and in the few short seconds when he stood up, his figure, appearance, and even his chakra aura changed rapidly. When he stood still, he had completely turned into a brand new Orochimaru. And Orochimaru, who had been disemboweled before, fell to the ground dejectedly, without a breath. The corpse also shrank quickly and turned into a mass of rotten meat without any vitality. At this time, Orochimaru, who occupied the new body, moved his hands and feet and smiled. Sure enough, the body without restrictions is more comfortable. Karen's face sank. Everything just now changed too fast. Although she realized that something was wrong, it was too late to stop it. And Shinji, who was also paying attention to this side through Niobe, thought to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder the strength of the first and second generations in the Chunin exam is obviously much higher than that in the original time and space. Shinji had no idea what kind of sacrifice Orochimaru used in the original time and space, but the most extravagant thing was to use the Jonin as a sacrifice. But even the Jonin were obviously not as good as these experimental subjects injected with curse seals and transformation fluid by Orochimaru. After moving his body, Orochimaru looked at Karen, who didn't say a word, and smiled. I suddenly changed my mind. If you, the Akatsuki organization, want to continue to complete the transaction, you must come up with something that interests me. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi also raised his hands and made a seal. Until this moment, Orochimaru finally showed his fangs. His previous cooperation was undoubtedly all a disguise, because at that time he could not judge how many people the Akatsuki organization had invested in him, and there were various restrictions left by the village in his body, so he was in a very bad state, so he was worried that if he turned against them immediately, he would be suppressed by the Akatsuki organization. Then he took the opportunity to crack the Ashiki Fusion and made various attempts, and finally confirmed that only B in the Akatsuki organization was involved in this matter. Even at this time, he did not choose to turn against them. Because he knew the strength of the Mangekyo Uchiha, in his eyes B was a strong enemy at the same level as Uchiha Itachi, so he still chose to pretend to be accommodating. Until this moment he completed the first, second, and fourth generations. He also bypassed the contract with the god of death through the reincarnation of the corpse and removed the various restrictions left in his body by the village by changing his body. After this operation, it can be said that Orochimaru not only recovered to his peak state, but also possessed the 3 imperial world bodies of the first, second, and fourth generations, as well as the 4 powerful combat forces of Kabuto Yakushi who mastered the fairy arts, so he chose to turn against them. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the B of the Akatsuki organization is, it is impossible to deal with the 5 major combat forces including him at the same time, so whether it is really a fight or a better deal, the initiative has fallen into his hands. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 950 Laboratory Battle. The first, second, and fourth generations, a full 3-cage level Imperial World bodies, plus Orochimaru who has lost the restraints, and Kabuto Yakushi who has mastered the fairy arts. This lineup is enough to move anyone. So facing Orochimaru who suddenly turned hostile, Karen's face was slightly stern. Just like she was also ready to turn hostile, she thought that Orochimaru would not honestly complete the transaction, but she didn't expect Orochimaru to be so thoughtful and arrange so many backup plans. Similarly, Shinji, who was connecting with Karin with Niobe, was also evaluating the situation Karin was facing at the moment. Tisk. Shinji spat lightly. If it was unexpected, it was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Because he knew that the first and second generations impure earth bodies were sealed by the village, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to play tricks under the noses of the sealing squad and make the sealing squad go around in circles. Tisk, tisk, tisk. His fingers tapped the table lightly, and he waited in his heart. Orochimaru himself is difficult enough, and with Kabuto Sage, as well as the 3 impure world bodies of the first, second, and fourth generations, even if he were to face this lineup, he would not be sure. It would be too risky to rely on Karin alone in the underground laboratory, even with Ryuji and Chino, who were ready to pick up Karin nearby, it would still be unsafe. In a flash, Shinji made a decision. He rescued Orochimaru just to get the 4th generation out of the belly of the god of death, so that the half of the 9 tails sealed in the 4th generation's body could return to the ninja world. As for whether he could get the half of the 9 tails, it didn't matter. Because even if he got it, he would have to find a way to send the half of the 9 tails to Nagato and Obito without leaving any trace, so that they could revive the 10 tails. So from this point of view, as long as Orochimaru cut open the belly of the god of death and released the sealed spirit of the 4th generation, his goal would have been achieved, and then he could completely reveal the news to the Akatsuki organization, so that the Akatsuki organization could take the 9 tails from Orochimaru. Based on this, he contacted Karin with Niobe and ordered, "Forget it, don't bother with them, just evacuate." Hearing the leader's order in her ear, Karin felt extremely ashamed and said to herself, "It's all because of my incompetence that I ruined the leader's plan and let such an evil guy get away with it. Damn it." Karin didn't know what Shinji was thinking. She just thought that it was because of her mishandling that the leader had to give up the deal. Such emotions continued to spread in her heart. At this time, seeing that Karin had been silent, Orochimaru on the opposite side said, "In fact, our cooperation can continue, but the form of cooperation needs to be changed." Karin was still silent, and the tension in her heart gradually turned into shame, and the fear of facing a group of powerful enemies gradually turned into anger. Orochimaru noticed Karin's emotional fluctuations, but he didn't care. He felt that he had a sure win and continued, "As long as you can bring Uchiha Shinji to me, I will hand over the 9 tails to you. This deal is not a loss for you." Hearing that Orochimaru was planning to take Shinji, Karin could no longer suppress her anger. She finally spoke and said coldly, "Do you know why I am the only one responsible for this deal with you?" "What?" Orochimaru frowned slightly. The Yakushi Kabuto beside him also became nervous. In an instant, the atmosphere in the underground test area became solidified, and people couldn't help but have the illusion of suffocation. Karin slowly raised his hands, "You will know soon." Realizing that something was wrong, Orochimaru flew back and shouted, "Hurry up!" With Orochimaru's order, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th generations impure earth bodies immediately took action. The 2nd and 4th generations rushed directly towards Karin, while the 1st generation formed seals with both hands and activated the wood release. Kabuto Yakushi was not idle either. While covering Orochimaru's retreat, he entered the sage mode. Looking at the 2nd and 4th generations rushing towards her, Karin's eyes swept across their faces and confirmed that the 2nd and 4th generations' immortal body was dull and lifeless, and their spirituality was suppressed by Orochimaru, so she didn't waste any words and directly activated the Vajra seal. Hwalala! Instantly, several golden chains shot out from Karin's body, tightly binding the 2nd and 4th generations' immortal body that rushed towards her. Although the 2nd and 4th generations' immortal body were intentionally suppressed by Orochimaru and their strength was insufficient, they were both Hokage in their lifetime, and their strength was unquestionable. Ordinary ninjutsu could not restrain them at all. However, after being locked by the golden chains, they tried to struggle a few times, and gradually lost the ability to resist. As the golden chain became tighter and tighter, they were finally unable to move and were completely locked. Vajra lock. Orochimaru was shocked, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face, which was originally confident of victory. With his understanding of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, he naturally knew the famous sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Vajra lock. That was why he could not hide the surprise on his face. Konoha had already studied this technique, unless one had the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, even a strong person like Naruto could not practice it. And the B of the Akatsuki organization had long been confirmed to be a Manjiki Uchiha, so he was extremely puzzled by the scene in front of him. Boom boom. At this time, the first generation's wood release was launched. Accompanied by a huge roar, branches and vines rose from the ground, quickly pierced the floor of the test area, and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a sea of trees was formed, attacking Karin like a wave. As Karin waved her hand, several more golden chains flew out from her sleeves and headed for the attacking sea of trees. Soon, the golden chains collided with the sea of trees. The next moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who had already retreated, both shrank their pupils. Because when the aggressive sea of trees collided with the golden chains, the sea of trees was ruthlessly crushed by the golden chains. Boom! The crushed sea of trees turned into sawdust all over the sky with a roar, and the golden chains continued to move forward, shooting straight at the first generation, intending to bind the second and fourth generations as well as the first generation. So strong! At this moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi had the same idea in their hearts. Indeed, in order to prevent the three cages from resisting his control, Orochimaru suppressed the spirituality of the three cages, so that their impure earth bodies could only barely exert less than half of their strength before birth. But even so, the three cages together are not something that ordinary people can deal with. As a result, facing the Akatsuki organization's B, only one move of Vajra easily solved the impure earth body of the second and fourth generations. If they don't take some measures, the impure earth body of the first generation will most likely follow the footsteps of the impure earth body of the second and fourth generations. The first update is presented.